The female ability user was also stunned. Several men were stuffing her boyfriend into a sack right in front of her. Did they think she was just going to stand there and watch? Even if she was only interested in Feng Rui for his looks, she couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Just as the woman was about to speak, several sharp ice arrows materialized before her. Her eyes widened slightly, and she swallowed hard. The base doesn't allow private fights. Cheng Zhiyu's expression was impassive, yet it carried an inexplicable sense of pressure. This is a private grudge. I suggest you don't get involved. The woman thought to herself that she knew Feng Rui had a rotten personality and loved to offend people, but was this guy insane? Daring to offend another ability user. Are you going to stay and help him? Cheng Zhiyu asked, his brow furrowed slightly. Their business was with Feng Rui. They didn't want to drag anyone else into it. Fortunately, the woman glanced at the sack on the ground and wisely shook her head. It wasn't worth it. There was no need to risk her own life for Feng Rui. The base did indeed have rules, but if she got herself killed, any punishment they received would be meaningless to her. After the apocalypse began, the first thing she learned was to protect herself. The woman quickly and sensibly turned and walked away, leaving only the person inside the sack struggling frantically on the ground. Cheng Zhiyu and the others stared at the sack, their eyes devoid of warmth. Tian Manman stood where he was, head lowered, his fists clenched tightly. They weren't worried about Feng Rui guessing who they were. Tian Qiuqiu looked at Tian Manman. Manman, want me to do it for you? Tian Manman shook his head forcefully. N number. Feng Rui thrashed wildly inside the sack. Hearing a particular voice, he became agitated. Is that you? You damn bastard, how dare you? Before he could finish, a powerful kick landed on him, making him cry out in pain. What followed was an endless barrage of punches and kicks. With reddened eyes, Tian Manman thought of all the times Feng Rui had humiliated him, how he had been beaten, cursed, and forced to fight with dogs for food. He had once been so desperate, leaving him with deep psychological scars. The mere sight of Feng Rui used to fill him with fear. But now, he wasn't afraid anymore. He realized that the Feng Rui who had seemed so powerful in his eyes was actually incredibly weak. He had been trapped by the memory of his young, bullied self. At that moment, the shadow that had loomed over his heart finally dissipated. He let out a long breath and stopped. Zhou Min glanced at the now motionless sack and tutted. Seriously. He passed out that easily. He can't take a punch nearly as well as I can. The others were speechless. Why do you sound so proud of that? For the first time, Tian Manman lifted his head and slowly broke into a smile. Thank you. All of you. Hey, we're family. No need for thanks, Tian Qiuqiu said, patting Tian Manman's shoulder. Now that the guy was unconscious, there was no point in hitting him anymore. They simply picked up the sack and tossed it at the Feng family's doorstep. When Mrs. Chen came out, she saw the sack at her door and started cursing, ranting about who would dump their filthy garbage on her doorstep. After yelling for a while with no response, she sensed something was wrong. Did the sack contain a person? She hurried forward and opened it. When she saw who was inside, she nearly fainted. Feng Rui groggily regained consciousness, his entire body screaming in pain. A miserable howl escaped his lips. Ryer, how are you? Sob. Which damn monster beat you like this? Mrs. Chen wailed, her heart breaking. Seeing her precious son beaten up was worse than being beaten herself. Feng Hongjian sat to the side, his face grim. Feng Rui was in this state, had he offended someone important? Feng Rui slowly opened his eyes. His face was beaten so badly it resembled a pig's head, making him look utterly ridiculous. The moment he saw Mrs. Chen, he burst into tears. Mom! They almost beat me to death. You have to help me. Mrs. Chen's heart ached. Don't worry, Ryer. Whoever dared to hit you, Mom will make them pay. Feng Hongjian, who had been silent, looked like he wanted to say something but held his tongue. Feng Rui's eyes were filled with hatred. He gritted his teeth and said, "Mom, Dad, I know who beat me. It was that bastard." Feng Hongjian, who hadn't spoken a word, was startled. "What nonsense are you spouting?" "It was him." Seeing that his father didn't believe him, Feng Rui's face twisted into a snarl. "I heard him speak. I heard him loud and clear. It was definitely him, I'm not wrong." Mrs. Chen immediately flew into a rage. "That damn bastard. How dare he hit my Ryer? Does he think I am dead? Ryer, you just wait, Mom will get justice for you." Tears streamed down Feng Rui's face as he nodded. "Justice? What justice?" Feng Hongjian snapped irritably. Mrs. Chen looked at him in disbelief. "Feng Hongjian, you old fool. Ruier's been beaten this badly, and you're still going to side with that damn bastard." Feng Hongjian's expression was ugly. "I think you've lost your mind. Do you think Conger is the same as before? He's not. He's an ability user now." That one sentence brought Mrs. Chen back to her senses. Still, she argued defiantly, so what if he's an ability user? Does that mean he can just beat people up whenever he wants? Feng Hongjian sneered. "He can't just beat people up, but he still beat Ryer, didn't he? Why do you think he let Ryer hear his voice? He probably did it on purpose, to bait us into making trouble for him. Then he'd have a justifiable reason to deal with us." Hearing this, Mrs. Chen felt a chill crawl up her spine. She started crying and cursing at the same time, finally getting a taste of the despair Tian Manman had once felt. Feng Rui couldn't stand the thought of taking the beating for nothing. "Dad, Mom, am I just supposed to let this go? I can't swallow this." He cried anxiously. Feng Hongjian wanted to say that he had to swallow it whether he liked it or not. "Conger is still angry with us. Maybe if we let him vent, things will be fine." Feng Rui was incredulous. In the past, he could beat and curse that bastard whenever he wanted. When the bastard complained to Feng Hongjian, his father would completely ignore it. Over time, Feng Rui grew even more brazen, sometimes bullying the bastard right in front of Feng Hongjian. Back then, Feng Rui had been incredibly smug, believing Feng Hongjian completely favored him, that he was his father's beloved son. He had believed that right up until this day. It was only now, hearing Feng Hongjian's words, that he realized the truth. His father hadn't cherished him. He had simply not cared about that bastard. Just like now, his father didn't care about him either. Feng Hongjian only cared about who was useful to him. Before, his mother had managed the household, so Feng Hongjian had sided with them. But now, that bastard was an ability user, and Feng Hongjian wanted to rely on him. So even though he was covered in injuries, his father thought it was no big deal, as long as that bastard's anger was appeased. In an instant, a chill settled in Feng Rui's heart. He might be an unfilial son, but the realization that the father who had always pampered and spoiled him didn't love him at all was still a shock he couldn't accept. The disparity was too great. "Feng Hongjian, you're an animal. Ryer is your son, how could you say something like that?" Mrs. Chen shrieked with rage and lunged at her husband. Frowning, Feng Hongjian dodged. When he couldn't evade her any longer, he shoved Mrs. Chen away, not caring that she landed hard on her rear. "You think I want this? What can I do besides letting Conger vent his anger?" Mrs. Chen sat on the floor, slapping the ground and wailing. Feng Hongjian ignored her and turned to Feng Rui. "Where's your girlfriend? Weren't you with her? She didn't do anything when you were getting beats." Feng Rui lowered his head to hide the gloom in his eyes. That woman had completely abandoned him. She had just run away. But he couldn't say that. His father already looked down on him. Admitting that would only make him seem even more pathetic. "We had already separated when I ran into that bastard," Feng Rui said. Feng Hongjian's brow relaxed slightly. "Be more careful in the future. And stop calling him a bastard." Feng Rui said nothing, his heart seething with hatred for Tian Manman, and now, for Feng Hongjian as well. Feng Hongjian told Feng Rui to get some rest, his mind already churning. He didn't even know where Conger was living. It seemed he would have to talk to Wang Li. Just one beating. He got off easy, Tian Qiuqiu said, flexing his wrists, feeling like he wasn't done yet. Cheng Zhiyu replied, who said it would only be one beating. His interest piqued, Tian Qiuqiu asked, Orange, you're the craftiest one here. What other ideas do you have? Cheng Zhiyu was speechless. Tian Qiuqiu chuckled. That's a compliment, a compliment. Cheng Zhiyu sighed. According to pre-apocalypse law, that whole family would have to be locked up for a few years, right? Tian Qiuqiu nodded. Yeah, but this is the apocalypse. We can't exactly call the police. Zhou Min, who had been listening off to the side, looked thoughtful. Cheng Zhiyu turned to him. I heard a rumor before. Does the base have a small prison? Zhou Min nodded. It does. But that prison is usually for those who've committed major crimes. It doesn't matter if you're an ability user or an ordinary person. If you break the rules, you get locked up. They don't hand out death sentences unless the crime is especially serious. But since it's the apocalypse, feeding and housing prisoners puts a lot of pressure on the base, and it could almost seem like a reward. So, they're definitely put to work on dangerous tasks. Ordinary people are sent to the mines and such, while ability users have to clear out nearby zombies every day. After hearing this, Cheng Zhiyu looked at the others. If an opportunity presented itself to Feng Rui, do you think he'd care whether it was legitimate? Tian Qiuqiu scoffed. Let me tell you, that kind of person wouldn't care one bit. A smile touched Cheng Zhiyu's lips. Then let's give it a try. Tian Qiuqiu and the others rubbed their arms. For some reason, Cheng Zhiyu's smile sent a shiver down their spines. Beside them, Tian Manman was deeply moved, knowing they were doing all of this for him. As for Xiao Hai, he was tilting his head back to look at Cheng Zhiyu, his gaze incredibly intense. He had developed a habit of staring at Cheng Zhiyu lately, and everyone had gotten used to it. Besides dealing with the Feng family, the group was also trying to find a way to get their hands on blueprints for a machine gun. When Zhou Min heard this, he offered, I can help ask my brother's comrades in arms. Cheng Zhiyu knew that his brother's comrades were likely official, military personnel. Since they were soldiers before the apocalypse, they would definitely have access to such channels. But will he agree? Zhou Min wasn't sure either. The most advanced ones definitely won't be possible, but older models should be okay, right? I looked them up online before the apocalypse, and you could even find blueprints on the internet. Cheng Zhiyu had never searched for them, but hearing Zhou Min say that made him think it wouldn't be too difficult to negotiate. Of course, they would definitely need something to trade. Then I am counting on you, Cheng Zhiyu said earnestly. Zhou Min, on the other hand, felt a little embarrassed. I am just asking around, it's no big deal. What's for dinner tonight? Cheng Zhiyu found this amusing. He was starting to realize he was surrounded by foodies. The next day, Wang Li came to them with a complicated expression and a message. Feng Hongjian found me yesterday. He said, you've beaten up Feng Rui, so you should have let off some steam now, right? Tian Qiuqiu was astonished. He's not even angry. Wang Li shook her head. He didn't look angry at all. The way he acted, I felt like he was saying, you've beaten my son, so don't beat me. Zhou Min retorted, their father-son bond is so fake. Tian Manman froze for a moment. Before, when Feng Rui used to beat me, he was the same way. He didn't care at all. Tian Qiuqiu patted Tian Manman's shoulder. Don't overthink it. He's just a rotten person. I reckon that in his heart, he's number one, and no one else can compare. Tian Manman nodded. He didn't care anymore. Besides, he had so many friends now, and that made him very happy. Cheng Zhiyu smiled. So, he sent this message as a gesture of goodwill. Why would he think Manman would forgive him? Tian Manman said, in the past, only Feng Rui. And his mother bullied me. Feng Hongjian never did. Cheng Zhiyu and the others frowned. They certainly didn't think Feng Hongjian was a good person. What kind of man could stand by and watch his own son be treated like that? It was the height of indifference. Even if he didn't inflict the abuse himself, his inaction was tantamount to letting Tian Manmen be bullied. Therefore, he was also to blame for all the abuse Tian Manmen had suffered. Tian Manmen wasn't stupid. He held no warmth for Feng Hongjian. Even if he had in the past, it had long since vanished during those long days and nights of torment. Wang Li quickly explained, "I'm not here to plead his case or anything. I just wanted to tell you what I know." Cheng Zhiyu nodded. "Thank you. If he looks for you again, just ignore him." Wang Li nodded, understanding their stance. Zhou Min went to contact his brother's old comrade-in-arms. Tian Qiuqiu took Tian Manmen to wander around the base. Cheng Zhiyu stayed in, preoccupied with planting the seeds he had bought. After all, the land in the system space had recently expanded again, and he could plant more things. Although they weren't short on food or drink now, Cheng Zhiyu had a strong sense of impending crisis. He could only feel at ease when his storage space was filled with enough supplies. Seeing Xiao Hai sitting obediently nearby, Cheng Zhiyu picked him up. Looking at the adorable little puppy, his voice unconsciously softened and sweetened. "Sweetheart, I am going into the system space for a bit. I'll probably be in there for a few hours. You'll get bored all by yourself. Do you want to go out with Tian Qiuqiu and the others?" Xiao Hai lifted a paw to scratch his ear. Staring at Cheng Zhiyu's face up close, he feigned composure. "No, I am going to sleep." Cheng Zhiyu knew Xiao Hai got drowsy easily, so he didn't insist. "Okay, then you get some good sleep." However, he then studied Xiao Hai with some concern. Xiao Hai's tail stiffened. "Why is he looking at me like that? Is something wrong with me?" Cheng Zhiyu started to worry. "Xiao Hai, you don't seem to have grown at all. What's going on? You've always looked like a little puppy. There isn't a problem, is there?" Xiao Hai's tail grew even stiffer. He looked at Cheng Zhiyu with a mournful, reproachful expression. "You said I was cute before." Cheng Zhiyu chuckled at Xiao Hai's expression. Is that so? Although you're a very cute like this, your health is more important." Xiao Hai was placated and wagged his tail happily. "Don't worry, this is normal." Though Cheng Zhiyu didn't understand how Xiao Hai would know if it was normal, he had to set his worries aside since Xiao Hai was so certain. He placed Xiao Hai on the bed, patting him gently before entering the system space. He made time to come in and check on things every day, though usually not for very long. Cheng Zhiyu checked on Xiao and the others one by one. To his pleasant surprise, Xiao Juan's life status had reached 98%. He estimated it would reach maturity by tomorrow at the latest. He patted Xiao Juan with satisfaction, then went to check on Xiao Qiang. He had given Xiao Qiang a plant crystal core earlier, which had been fully absorbed. After checking Xiao Qiang's information, Cheng Zhiyu discovered it was on the verge of leveling up to level 2. Xiao and Xiao Tai were now level 3, while Xiao Huang was still a pitiful level 1. Cheng Zhiyu felt helpless. Psychic crystal cores were hard to find. Then he looked at the ordinary plants. The cucumbers and tomatoes had produced a lot more fruit, so he picked them all and put them in his storage space. As for the potatoes, their leaves had yellowed, which meant it was time to harvest them. Cheng Zhiyu had planted 5 plants back then, so it wouldn't take long to dig them up. He brought over a shovel and began to carefully dig up the potatoes. The harvested potatoes were as large as his palm, and the yield from a single plant was astonishing. A full 15 potatoes, none of them small. The potatoes, planted next to Xiao Tai, had also mutated. They were black all over with a metallic sheen. Cheng Zhiyu guessed that, like the black cabbage, they had a hard metal shell on the outside. The shell was quite hard. He could use it to make some weapons for Tian Manmen and Zhou Min later. Tian Qiuqiu could create ice arrows, so he wouldn't need it. The yield from all 5 potato plants was high. The most productive one had 18 potatoes, and even the least productive had 13. Combined with their large size, Cheng Zhiyu estimated they wouldn't even fit in a single sack. As he dug up the potatoes, his face was filled with the joy of a bountiful harvest. Next were the watermelons. Cheng Zhiyu planned to pick all the ripe ones and then pull out the vines to make space for new plants. But as he was picking the watermelons, he noticed something. Thinking he'd seen it wrong, he took a closer look and froze. He clearly remembered picking a watermelon from this exact spot before. He was sure he wasn't mistaken, because he could still see the vine he had cut. But now, a new finger-sized watermelon was growing from that same vine. Watermelons weren't supposed to grow back after being picked, were they? Cheng Zhiyu quickly realized that the watermelons planted next to Xiao Juan had also mutated. He had thought there were no changes before, but now it seemed the mutation was that the watermelons could regenerate after being harvested. Did this mean that many plants which normally needed to be replanted after a single harvest had become like fruit trees, able to regrow their fruit after being picked? It wasn't quite the same as a fruit tree, which might bear fruit once a year. The plants next to Xiao Juan grew back right after being picked. He just didn't know how many times they would grow back. Surely they couldn't grow infinitely. Cheng Zhiyu was delighted. For someone with limited land like him, this was obviously a good thing. He silently took out a notebook and wrote down the changes that occurred in plants grown near Xiao Huang. This was the notebook he usually used for records. He didn't know if it was because of the soil or the special plants, but the growth cycle of plants in the system space was completely different from normal ones. He hadn't known this the first time he planted, so he made a special note of it to gain experience for the future. Since the watermelon vines would bear fruit again, Cheng Zhiyu couldn't bring himself to pull them out. He thought for a moment and decided to plant the wheat next to Xiao Huang. The system space had expanded, so there was a new empty plot next to it anyway. No sooner said than done, Cheng Zhiyu began to till the soil and sow the wheat seeds. The plot next to Xiao Huang wasn't very large, so Cheng Zhiyu planted some next to Xiao Qiang as well. He was very curious to see what changes would happen to plants grown near Xiao Qiang. In truth, planting wheat wasn't very cost-effective. Vegetables produced a large yield, but wheat was different. Its yield was lower, and the harvested wheat wasn't flour. A pound of wheat couldn't be milled into a pound of flour. But he had no choice. Cheng Zhiyu realized he was running low on flour. Plus, the vegetable yield in the system space was good. Although their variety of vegetables was currently limited, they certainly weren't lacking them. Eventually, some space would free up next to Xiao and Xiao Tai as well. Cheng Zhiyu planted green beans and lettuce next to Xiao and eggplant and squash next to Xiao Tai. When the lettuce grew leaves, they could also be eaten as greens. With more space, the work took more time. By the time Cheng Zhiyu finished, 3 hours had passed. He straightened up, sighing inwardly. If this had been before, he would have been too exhausted to even stand up straight. The exhaustion from farming was different from other kinds of tiredness. For example, you had to stay bent over for a long time, and after a while, that ache. It was something else. After finishing his work, he stood with his hands on his hips, looking at the fully planted land, and a sense of satisfaction washed over him. As expected, the farming gene really was in his blood. Cheng Zhiyu left the system space and saw Xiao Hai sleeping on the bed. He couldn't help but lighten his steps, planning to go take a shower. He had been sweating, and his hands were covered in mud. But then Xiao Hai's ears twitched. He woke up and was about to jump into Cheng Zhiyu's arms. Cheng Zhiyu quickly dodged. "Don't. I am dirty. Wait for me to go wash up." Xiao Hai glanced at the dust on Cheng Zhiyu's clothes and the mud on his hands, and sure enough, he stopped a short distance away. Then, he used his water element ability to rinse him clean. Compared to how others blasted water like a high-pressure hose, his actions towards Cheng Zhiyu were much gentler. The water seemed to transform into silk threads that wrapped around him, tenderly wiping away the dirt from his body. Cheng Zhiyu's voice sweetened again. "Thank you, Xiao Hai." Xiao Hai leaped into his arms, completely satisfied. Cheng Zhiyu ruffled the fur on his head. "But I was sweating just now, so I still feel a little uncomfortable. I should probably take a proper shower." Xiao Hai's ears twitched, and he glanced at Cheng Zhiyu, seeming a little displeased. Cheng Zhiyu found it funny. Oh. So you're not a neat freak anymore. Still trying to snuggle up to me. Xiao Hai thought, what do you mean, snuggle up to you? I just treat this as my nest. I am used to it after all. Yes. That's it. Cheng Zhiyu, unaware of Xiao Hai's thoughts, put him down and went to take a shower. After showering, he picked up his dirty clothes to wash them, only to discover they were covered in dog fur. He had been wearing a black shirt, so he hadn't noticed it at all. But Xiao Hai never used to shed. Cheng Zhiyu had petted him before, and not a single hair came loose. He had even mumbled to himself at the time that a dog demon was truly different from an ordinary dog. But now Xiao Hai was shedding. Cheng Zhiyu's heart tightened. He worried something might be wrong with Xiao Hai's health. Forgetting all about the laundry, he hurried to find him. Xiao Hai was nowhere to be found in the bedroom. The bed was empty. Cheng Zhiyu hadn't paid attention before, but now that he looked closely, good grief, there was dog fur all over the bed. His expression grew serious. Xiao Hai was shedding far more than he had imagined. Xiao Hai walked in to see the scene. Cheng Zhiyu staring at the scattered fur on the bed with a deep frown. He froze. Crap, I forgot it's my shedding season. Looking at Cheng Zhiyu's expression, Xiao Hai couldn't help but recall a similar experience during a past shedding season. His father king had been so disgusted by all the fur that he refused to hold him. For that, his mother queen had given his father king a sound beating. Cheng Zhiyu. He wouldn't be disgusted too, would he? He hadn't cared much when his father king was disgusted. After all, he never liked being held by him anyway. His father had no idea how to hold a cub, always just dangling him by the scruff. It was better not to be held at all. But if it was Cheng Zhiyu? In the past, Xiao Hai had felt he was nearly an adult, and being carried around by a human was all kinds of awkward. Now, however, he had gotten used to it. If Cheng Zhiyu refused to hold him, then he would. Xiao Hai silently gritted his teeth. Xiao Hai, where did you go? Cheng Zhiyu sighed in relief upon seeing him and scooped him up with a frown. Let me see. What's wrong with you? Why are you shedding so much? Xiao Hai's happily wagging tail froze. His round eyes narrowed into half-moons as he glared fiercely at Cheng Zhiyu. Are you disgusted by my shedding? He stared intently at Cheng Zhiyu. If the human dared to nod, he would immediately run away from home. Cheng Zhiyu blinked, not quite following Xiao Hai's train of thought. Why would I be disgusted? I just think it's not normal. You never used to shed, right? Could there be something wrong with your health? Xiao Hai stared blankly for a moment after hearing Cheng Zhiyu's words. Then his tail began to wag joyfully. He remembered what his father king had once said. Yar, it's not that I am disgusted by you, it's just that the shedding is too annoying. I don't believe anyone can tolerate fur flying everywhere. It's one thing if it's like snow, but it sticks to clothes and won't wash out. If you ever meet someone who isn't disgusted by your shedding, they either have a broken brain or they've fallen in love with you. At the time, Xiao Hai couldn't be bothered to listen to so much nonsense and went straight for the jugular. Then is Mother Queen disgusted by your shedding? His father king froze, then his voice jumped 8 octaves. That's different. Your Mother Queen loves cleanliness. Why would she be disgusted by my shedding? Xiao Hai. Oh, so I hit a nerve. Now, his father king's words filled his mind. Zhiyu seems pretty smart, so his brain probably isn't broken. No, wait. He shook his head violently, feeling that his brain was the one that was broken for actually believing his father's nonsense. Seeing Xiao Hai remain silent, frowning one moment and shaking his head the next, Cheng Zhiyu grew incredibly worried. No, don't tell me there's really something wrong. I wonder if there are any veterinarians in the base. No, wait, Xiao Hai is a dog demon. Would a vet even know how to treat him? I am in my shedding season, Xiao Hai's voice piped up. Eh? Cheng Zhiyu snapped back to reality. Is that normal? Hearing that Cheng Zhiyu wasn't disgusted, Xiao Hai relaxed and started squirming around in his arms. After this period, it'll grow a little bigger. At this, Cheng Zhiyu smiled. So that's what it is. I am relieved then. Just then, Zhou Min's voice came from outside. He was back from visiting his brother's comrade. Cheng Zhiyu wondered how it went. Whoa, Brother Cheng, you're covered in dog fur. Zhou Min noticed Cheng Zhiyu's clothes. He had changed into a white t-shirt, making the black fur stand out conspicuously. Zhou Min's mouth worked faster than his brain. As soon as the words were out, he saw Xiao Hai glaring at him darkly. He immediately cowered. Haha, Brother Hai, you're amazing, shedding so much fur at once. I wonder if y'all go bald, haha. As he spoke, he even gave a thumbs up. Xiao Hai was furious, convinced Zhou Min was mocking him. And so, he made Zhou Min eat a mouthful of fur. Tui. Tui. Cheng Zhiyu poked Xiao Hai. Stop messing around. He then told Zhou Min to go to the bathroom and rinse his mouth. Xiao Hai flicked his tail and turned his butt to Cheng Zhiyu. Amused, the latter reached out and poked it. Sweetheart, your butt is so soft. Xiao Hai froze. A miscalculation. I forgot this guy can be a real pervert sometimes. He quickly wriggled out of Cheng Zhiyu's arms and leaped onto a cabinet, looking down on him with an accusatory gaze. Cheng Zhiyu rubbed his nose. He just couldn't help himself. Zhou Min came over and reported on the situation. After I spoke with Brother Zhang, he didn't agree immediately, but he didn't refuse either. He said he'd think about it and get back to me within 3 days at the latest. Cheng Zhiyu nodded. As long as he hadn't refused, there was room for discussion. I gave him your address. When there's news, he'll have someone contact you, Zhou Min said. Since they were in the base, there was no harm in giving their address. After all, Brother Zhang was an official, so he could find them if he wanted to anyway. Zhou Min made a wry face. I didn't want to talk to him for too long. He always tries to persuade me to join the official organization. He probably thinks it's a good thing, but I don't want to. It's so much better being free like this. Unlike him, who has to make time just to see me. Cheng Zhiyu asked, does he know you're a healer? Zhou Min shook his head. It's not that I don't trust him, but he's already nagging me to join the official organization. If he knew I was a healer, he'd probably get even more annoying. Maybe it's because he's a soldier. Like my brother, he puts the country first and personal feelings second. I am not that noble. I just want to live my own life well. Cheng Zhiyu didn't say any more. Since that was the case, they would just have to wait for news. In the meantime, it was a good opportunity to deal with the Feng family. Cheng Zhiyu began, you've been in the base longer and know it better than I do. Do you know any ability users? The two talked for a while, and Cheng Zhiyu soon settled on a target. Meanwhile, at the Feng residence, Feng Hongjian had asked Wang Li to pass a message to Tian Manman, but had received no reply. He was very displeased. Once he got an ability, he won't even acknowledge his own father. Mrs. Chen sneered, Feng Hongjian, I told you, only our Ryer is reliable. We'll have to depend on Ryer in the future. That mutt is black-hearted. Ryer is his brother, yet he still laid hands on him. I bet it won't be long before he comes after you, his father. She was fuming. Feng Rui had been beaten up, and his injuries hadn't healed yet. He shut himself in his room all day, ignoring everyone, which broke her heart. Yet she had no way to get justice for Feng Rui, and could only vent her frustrations verbally. Feng Hongjian retorted, Ryer is reliable, but he's not an ability user. He's just an ordinary person. Who told him to be so useless? Otherwise, would I need to do this? I am just thinking about our future. In the bedroom, Feng Rui heard Feng Hongjian's words and clenched his fists. He normally had a decent-looking face, but the bruises hadn't faded yet. Combined with his ferocious expression, he looked rather terrifying. He keeps saying I am just an ordinary person, that I am useless. As if I can decide whether or not I become an ability user. If he could, wouldn't he want to be one? If only I could become an ability user, how great would that be? I would crush everyone who looked down on me under my boot. Feng Rui fell asleep in a rage. In his dream, he became an ability user. Everyone admired him and treated him with utmost respect. That mutt could only kneel before him, letting him beat and curse him as he pleased. Unfortunately, he woke up not long after. The sky had darkened at some point. The beauty of the dream made him reluctant to open his eyes. Just then, a soft click of the tongue sounded by his ear, as if expressing annoyance that he hadn't sensed their presence sooner. The hair on Feng Rui's body stood on end. This was his room. How could someone else be here? Who are you? Why are you in my room? Feng Rui shouted, his voice trembling slightly. The person replied, "You don't have to be so loud. Those two useless parents of yours want notice." Feng Rui's heart went cold. It was that mutt, wasn't it? That mutt sent you, right? I am already like this, why won't he leave me alone? He cried as he spoke, snot and tears streaming down his face. An ability user's night vision was better than an ordinary person's, and the visitor could clearly see Feng Rui's pathetic state, feeling nothing but disgust. Sigh, if the reward wasn't so tempting, I really couldn't be bothered dealing with this kind of person. I wonder how this guy offended the client so badly that they're willing to pay such a high price. Shut up. The mysterious person snapped, annoyed. I don't know what you're talking about. I am here on business. Feng Rui was skeptical. He plucked up his courage and stammered, "Wah." What? The mysterious person asked, "Do you want to become an ability user?" Feng Rui froze. What? What do you mean? Tusk. I have inside information. You know that building the officials have. The mysterious person said. They've gathered a group of researchers in there, conducting special research. Feng Rui knew of the building. It was secretive and surrounded by a team of ability user guards. They didn't dare get close and had no idea what went on inside. The mysterious person continued, I have reliable information that they're researching a potion to turn ordinary people into ability users. Don't you want it? You must be tired of being an ordinary person by now, right? Feng Rui's heart began to pound. He never imagined such a potion could exist. If he could get his hands on it then. However, he quickly came to his senses and swallowed hard. Of course, I don't want to be an ordinary person forever. Who wants to be looked down on all the time? Even my own father looks down on me now. The mysterious person clapped. Good. I wasn't wrong about you. You've got guts. Feng Rui probed, you sought me out just to tell me this. Thank you, but I can't even get close to that building, let alone get the serum. Of course I know that. In your current state, forget getting the serum. You can't even get near the building, the mysterious person said, his words piercing. Then his tone shifted. But I can help you. Feng Rui suppressed his excitement. Why would you help me? Let's just say I've had my eye on you for a while. You must be furious after getting beaten like that, right? I'll be honest, I have a bit of a grudge against that group too, but I am on my own and can't take them on just yet. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. How about this? You become an ability user, and in return, you help me deal with them. The explanation was clearly full of holes, but unfortunately, the thought of becoming an ability user had completely gone to Feng Rui's head. He didn't notice anything wrong at all. All right, he said immediately. As long as you help me get that serum, I'll definitely help you deal with them once I have abilities. Seeing Feng Rui's foul mood over the past couple of days, Mrs. Chen gritted her teeth that morning and spent some points on 2 steamed buns. 2 simple vegetable buns were already expensive. They were steaming hot, fresh from the pot, carrying the unique aroma of leavened dough. Mrs. Chen worked hard for her points every day and could only bear to buy dry bread for herself. She had almost forgotten what a steamed bun tasted like. At this moment, to cheer Feng Rui up, she had spared no expense. Carrying the 2 hot buns, she knocked on Feng Rui's door. "Ryer, open up. Look what Mom bought you. Steaming hot buns. Oh, they smell so fragrant." Feng Rui opened the door and held out his hand. "Where are the buns?" Seeing that her son was finally willing to speak, Mrs. Chen's eyes lit up. She quickly and clumsily handed the buns to him. "They're still warm. Ryer, try them, see if they're good." Before she could finish, Feng Rui had already snatched the buns from her hands and eagerly took a bite. It was the most common Chinese cabbage filling, but to him, it was a delicacy. The thought that he would soon be an ability user and could eat steamed buns whenever he wanted put him in an exceptionally good mood. Mrs. Chen followed him and sat by the sofa. Seeing his spirits lift, she assumed it was because of the buns and smiled along with him. Watching Feng Rui devour the food bite by bite, she swallowed hard. "Ryer, are they good?" As if completely oblivious to his mother's longing gaze, Feng Rui nodded. "Delicious." Mrs. Chen said hesitantly, "Eat slowly, don't choke." Feng Rui wolfed them down and let out a contented sigh. 2 buns were too few. They weren't enough to fill him up. Mrs. Chen swallowed repeatedly, her stomach starting to rumble. Feng Rui feigned surprise. "Mom, you didn't eat." He was asking the obvious. The buns were so expensive. How could she possibly have bought any for herself? Mrs. Chen swallowed again. "Mom only bought 2. Feng Rui frowned. "Why'd you only buy 2? And you gave them both to me. You should have said something. I would've definitely shared one with you." It's fine, it's fine. Mom doesn't want to eat. At my age, what haven't I eaten before?" Feng Rui made an empty promise. "Mom, when I make something of myself in the future, I'll buy you steamed buns every day." That single sentence was enough to make Mrs. Chen beam, as if his words alone could make her happy even without food. Her son was so filial. Feng Rui looked at Mrs. Chen. He knew that going to that building was dangerous, even with the help of that ability user. After some thought, he looked at his mother and hardened his heart. "Mom, I have something to tell you. I need you to help me." That night, the mysterious person appeared in Feng Rui's room again. He was speechless when he learned Feng Rui planned to bring Mrs. Chen. "What are you bringing your mom for?" "I'm afraid there will be too many people and I'll get caught. I want my mom to draw some of them away." The mysterious person was stunned. What kind of model son was this? "And my dad," Feng Rui continued. "He's too selfish. He'd never agree to be a decoy for me. But it's fine, I'll have my mom trick him into going." After saying this, Feng Rui even tried to justify his actions. "They think I'm useless because I am an ordinary person. I want to become an ability user to fulfill their expectations. Besides, if I succeed, I'll definitely save them." The mysterious person was silent. He couldn't be bothered to interfere. As long as things proceeded according to plan, that was all that mattered. Feng Rui still had some doubts about the mysterious person's offer of help, but that changed when the man used his ability to take him on a tour outside. He was finally convinced the man could truly make him invisible to others. This was the power of an ability user. At that moment, the fire in Feng Rui's heart burned even hotter. Late that night, Feng Rui found Mrs. Chen and told her to get ready to leave. Mrs. Chen hesitated. "Ryer, Mom's scared. Can I not go?" Feng Rui grew impatient, feeling she was holding him back. "No. Do you want me to be an ordinary person for the rest of my life? Mom, weren't you the one who always hoped I'd become an ability user? Once I succeed, I'll be sure to take good care of you." Mrs. Chen didn't speak. A chill crept into her heart. Wasn't Ryer just asking her to be cannon fodder? Seeing her reaction, Feng Rui became angry. "Mom, why are you being so selfish? You're not thinking about me at all. Are you going to help me or not? If not, I'll go by myself. If I get caught, they can just kill me." "Don't." Mrs. Chen's heart softened. She grabbed his hand, tears streaming down her face. "I'll help you. Mom will help you, all right." Feng Rui's expression changed in an instant, a smile spreading across his face. "Mom, I knew you were the best to me. Don't worry, once I am an ability user, I'll take good care of you. And that won't ever get to bully us again." Tears covered Mrs. Chen's face. "Okay. Mom believes you." Feng Rui set his plan in motion, and Mrs. Chen went to wake Feng Hongjian. Feng Hongjian was groggy, mumbling, "What's going on?" It's the middle of the night. To help her son, Mrs. Chen was willing to do anything. One more person meant a bigger distraction, buying her son more time. "What are you asking so many questions for?" "This is important. I know a place with good stuff. Hurry up and come with me." Though skeptical, Feng Hongjian was still half asleep and followed her out the door. It was too dark, and he was still not fully awake, so he didn't notice where they were heading. By the time he came to his senses and saw the building in the distance, his eyes flew open. "You damned old woman, are you crazy or something? Why did you bring me to a place like this?" As he spoke, he turned to leave immediately. There were ability users guarding that building from the shadows. He wouldn't dare go near it. He completely failed to notice the look of grim determination on Mrs. Chen's face. With a sudden burst of strength from nowhere, she grabbed Feng Hongjian and dragged him, charging toward the building. Feng Hongjian finally reacted and struggled with all his might to break free from her grip, but for a moment, he couldn't get away. By the time he finally broke loose, a gust of wind had already knocked them both to the ground. An ability user guarding the area cursed, "Don't you know what this place is? What are you two doing?" Walking closer, he saw it was a man and a woman, both looking to be in their 60s, thin and gaunt. They didn't look like ability users, but he remained vigilant. "Speak. What are you doing here?" Mrs. Chen sat on the ground, the fall leaving her entire body in pain. It took her a long time to recover. Feng Hongjian had no idea what had gotten into her. He scrambled to his feet and began kowtowing frantically. Sir, this old wife of mine has something wrong with her head. I don't know how she ended up rushing over here. We weren't trying to do anything, really. We wouldn't dare. She's just crazy and ran over. Please let us go." The guard saw that they indeed didn't look like they had the guts to cause any trouble. He was about to question them further and let them go when an alarm blared in the distance. The guard prepared to head over, but Mrs. Chen seemed to snap back to reality. Realizing Feng Rui was over there, she actually tried to block the guard from leaving. Feng Hongjian grabbed her. "You damned old hag, what are you doing? Are you insane? If you want to die, die alone. Don't drag me down with you." Mrs. Chen watched helplessly as the guard went in that direction. She let out a wail and burst into tears. Feng Hongjian thought she was just scared and frowned. "Now you're scared. We should leave now, while no one's around." But Mrs. Chen shoved his hand away, crying, "I am not leaving. I am not leaving." Feng Hongjian cursed, "What the hell is wrong with you? If you're not going, I am." But Mrs. Chen wrapped her arms around him tightly, refusing to let him go either. On the other side, the mysterious person had used his ability on Feng Rui. Confident that no one could see him, he strode brazenly into the building. A guard felt something and looked around, but saw nothing. Still, something felt off. Feng Rui grinned wildly, feeling ecstatic. He was about to get the serum and become an ability user. However, just then, the alarm suddenly shrieked. Feng Rui's heart jumped, and he tried to calm himself. The next second, he realized the guards were all looking directly at him. He had been discovered. How was that possible? No one was supposed to be able to see him. Even after he was captured, Feng Rui still couldn't process what had happened. When he finally came to his senses, he started shouting frantically, "I was tricked. Someone tricked me into coming here. Please let me go. Someone lied to me." The guards frowned. The more they listened to his story, the more ridiculous it sounded. He was claiming that an ability user went through all that trouble just to lure him here. Tusk, was that even necessary? If someone had a grudge against him, they could have just killed him directly. You couldn't see me at first. It's because he used his ability. It's true. The guards exchanged glances. Someone had almost slipped past them, which was a dereliction of their duty. It was a good thing the building had its own alarm system. If the higher-ups found out, they'd all be punished. So, rather than believing Feng Rui and investigating further, it was better to just avoid the trouble altogether. Enough with the nonsense. Who knows what tricks you used? The guard scowled. Just then, the man and woman from earlier were brought over. The guards had intended to let them go, but the pair refused to leave, which was obviously suspicious. It was easier to just arrest them all. When Granny Chen saw Feng Rui being captured, she shrieked in despair, "Ryer." One of the guards glanced between them. "You know each other." Feng Rui's eyes darted around before he hardened his heart. "They were the ones who encouraged me to come here. I don't know what's going on. Let me go. Just arrest them instead of me." Hearing this, a chill crept into Granny Chen's heart. She never imagined Feng Rui would throw her under the bus to save himself. Feng Hongjian, who had been completely bewildered, finally snapped back to reality. He realized this mother-son duo had duped him, and his eyes burned with fury. "Feng Rui, you little beast. What terrible sin did I commit to have raised a monster like you?" Feng Rui avoided his gaze. "It has nothing to do with me, really. I don't know anything." He didn't dare mention anything about stealing a serum from the building. Seeing that the guards didn't even believe him when he claimed he'd been tricked, he feared that mentioning the serum would only lead to a harsher punishment. "They brought me here. I was just curious about what was inside." Feng Rui tried his best to distance himself from the situation. Feng Hongjian's curses grew more vicious. Beside him, Granny Chen gave Feng Rui a long, deep look before gritting her teeth. "That's right, it was us. We tricked him into coming here. He doesn't know anything. Please, I'm begging you, let him go." No matter how heartbroken she was, Granny Chen couldn't bear to see her son get arrested. She was already in custody, and at her age, she'd lived long enough. As long as her precious son was safe, that was all that mattered. Unfortunately for them, the guard just frowned at the three of them. "What's with all this chatter? Take them all away." Feng Rui was on the verge of madness. He struggled violently, trying to escape, but the guards were ability users. How could they give him a chance? A swift kick finally silenced him. Granny Chen even dropped to her knees, begging the guards to release Feng Rui. She kowtowed repeatedly, a pitiful sight to behold, but there was no way the guards would let him go just for that. Frustrated, Granny Chen wept. She couldn't understand how things had gone so wrong so suddenly. Not only had Feng Rui failed to become an ability user, but he had also gotten them all arrested. But she clearly couldn't bring herself to blame her precious son. How could these guards be so heartless? She had knelt and kowtowed, yet they still refused to let her Ryer go. Of everyone, Feng Hongjian was the most furious. He hadn't done anything from start to finish, yet he had been inexplicably dragged into this mess by the mother and son. Feng Hongjian was filled with regret, overwhelming regret. He regretted listening to Granny Chen and coming here today, but he also regretted not having been more discerning back then. After his first wife died, why had he married a creature like Granny Chen? If it weren't for her, would Conger hate him so much now? If Conger didn't hate him, he would be the father of an ability user, enjoying a life of comfort instead of this. In any case, Feng Hongjian felt he was entirely blameless. The fault lay with this black-hearted mother and son. The Kang base prison was located near the back mountain. With limited facilities, prisoners were all locked up together, with the only distinction being between ability users and ordinary people. When ability users were incarcerated, they were fitted with ability-restricting bracelets to prevent escape. For ordinary people, it was much simpler. They were just thrown inside. The moment he was locked in, Feng Hongjian immediately turned on Granny Chen. This old hag had ruined him. Granny Chen was no pushover and fought back. Both of them were fighting viciously. Feng Hongjian grabbed her hair and slammed her head against the wall, while she bit down hard on his arm, drawing blood. Feng Rui acted as if he saw nothing. He didn't try to stop them, just sat there numbly, lost in thought. Other ordinary people locked in the prison watched the spectacle, and some troublemakers even clapped. "Hey, what kind of man are you? You can't even beat a woman." Feng Hongjian gritted his teeth and kicked Granny Chen hard. A sharp pain shot through her stomach, spreading through her body. She gasped, unable to speak or move for a moment. When she finally recovered, she whimpered, Ryer, quick, look at my stomach. It hurts so much." Feng Rui had no patience for her. "If you want to fight him, then do it. Just don't bother me." Granny Chen froze, and tears instantly streamed down her face. She never thought Feng Rui would say something like that. She was his mother. How had it come to this? Ryer used to be so filial. Naturally, she didn't reflect on how she had raised him. Her sobbing grew louder, prompting another prisoner to shout angrily, "Shut up, you old hag. What's with all the crying? You're annoying me. Cry again and I'll beat you to death." Granny Chen trembled and fell silent. She knew that her son and Feng Hongjian wouldn't help her. They would just stay as far away as possible. For a moment, she felt nothing but desolate misery. Cheng Zhiyu soon heard the news. He hadn't expected Feng Rui to be the type to throw his own parents under the bus. Now the whole family was neatly packaged and sent off to prison together. Qiuqiu was thrilled. They got what they deserved. Just because it's the apocalypse doesn't mean they can escape justice. Tian Manman said once again, "Thank you." Qiuqiu clicked his tongue. "Aren't you being a little too polite? There's no need to say that to me and Orange. What kind of relationship do we have?" Tian Manman gave a simple, honest smile, looking a little goofy. Cheng Zhiyu couldn't resist reaching out to pat his head. Xiao Hai leaped onto Cheng Zhiyu, rubbing fur all over him. "Xiao Hai," Cheng Zhiyu said helplessly, "I just changed my clothes." Xiao Hai was very displeased. "Weren't you the one who said you didn't mind?" "Liar." That single word was filled with accusation. Cheng Zhiyu could only relent. "I don't mind." But it really looked like Xiao Hai was deliberately rubbing his fur all over him. "Are you angry?" Cheng Zhiyu asked. Xiao Hai remained silent. "Don't be mad. I'll make you something delicious." Xiao Hai was easy to placate. He immediately jumped into Cheng Zhiyu's arms and pressed a paw to his forehead, as if performing some solemn ritual. "It's a promise." Cheng Zhiyu laughed. He suddenly realized how great it was to be a foodie, so easy to coax. He checked on the system space. All the plants were doing fine. Xiao Juan had also entered a growth phase, its appearance changing from its earlier seedling stage. It had grown a bit larger, and Cheng Zhiyu felt it resembled some kind of vine-type plant. He estimated that once Xiao Juan matured, it would likely be a combat type, similar to Xiao. Before Xiao Juan matured, Zhou Min brought them some news. His brother's comrade in arms, Brother Zhang, had replied and was willing to talk. Cheng Zhiyu agreed, and the group went together to meet him. Brother Zhang appeared to be in his 30s. He had a distinct aura that set him apart from ordinary people. One could tell his former profession at a glance. His chin was covered in stubble, and he looked exhausted, as if he was so busy he had no time to rest or even groom himself. He was aware of his disheveled appearance and said apologetically, "Sorry, it's been too busy lately. I barely managed to squeeze out a bit of time, so I didn't have a chance to clean up. Please excuse my appearance." Cheng Zhiyu smiled. "It's nothing. We're honored that Brother Zhang would take the time to see us despite being so busy." Brother Zhang shook his head and pressed his deeply furrowed brow. He sighed. "To be honest, I am meeting with you because I have a favor to ask." Just as I thought, Cheng Zhiyu mused. There had to be a reason he would specifically make time for them. He gently tapped the top of Xiao Hai's head. Please go on. There's no point in hiding this anymore. I suspect most of the ability users in the base have heard something about it. Brother Zhang took a sip of water, his throat feeling less dry. As you've seen, there's a mountain behind our base. Even Qiuqiu caught on. Is there a problem with the mountain? Brother Zhang nodded. Originally, having a mountain was a good thing. It was desolate and uninhabited, so there shouldn't have been any zombies. But unexpectedly, mutated beasts appeared instead. Cheng Zhiyu repeated the unfamiliar term. Mutated beasts. Yes, Brother Zhang confirmed. Some wild animals have developed abilities. We've named them mutated beasts. Cheng Zhiyu was surprised. He glanced down at Xiao Hai before quickly looking away. Animals can have abilities too. Brother Zhang sighed again. Humans are evolving, zombies are evolving. I never thought animals would evolve as well. Many animals that gain abilities become frenzied. In the past, ordinary wild animals could be managed to coexist peacefully with humans. But these mutated beasts have abilities, and their destructive power is far greater than that of ordinary animals. Lately, the back mountain has been plagued by frequent incursions. They don't care if it's day or night, making it impossible to guard against them. Cheng Zhiyu and the others exchanged glances, all of them frowning. Zombies were already enough of a nuisance. Now there were mutated beasts to worry about as well. It was indeed a troubling development. They hadn't encountered any mutated beasts before, but that was probably because the areas they had traveled through weren't natural wildlife habitats. Brother Zhang's expression was grim. A seer in the base has predicted that a tide of mutated beasts will attack the base in the future. If that happens, I am afraid we won't be able to withstand it. Therefore, we've decided to head into the back mountain in 2 days to clear out a wave of these beasts and prevent them from gathering into a tide. Cheng Zhiyu's expression shifted slightly. He understood where this was going. Sure enough, Brother Zhang continued, but the base's official ability users aren't enough. So, we're recruiting some unaffiliated ability users. Cheng Zhiyu calmly asked, Brother Zhang, you've probably approached other ability users already. Brother Zhang nodded. Yes. Some of the more timid ones weren't willing to go, but of course, there are those who were. Our plan is to divide the area into zones, but we're still short on people. He looked at Cheng Zhiyu. So, are you all willing to help the base overcome this crisis? Qiuqiu didn't mind. He was quite curious about these so-called mutated beasts. Still, he figured they wouldn't be easy to deal with, or Brother Zhang wouldn't look so worried. He didn't agree, leaving the decision to Orange. Tian Manman was the same, he would listen to Brother Cheng. Cheng Zhiyu didn't agree immediately. Instead, he asked Brother Zhang, may I ask you a few questions? Brother Zhang nodded. Of course. Are the mutated beasts highly intelligent? Like humans? Cheng Zhiyu asked. Brother Zhang shook his head. How could they be? If they were as smart as humans, that would be terrifying. However, they are indeed a bit smarter than ordinary wild animals. Cheng Zhiyu continued then, based on what the base currently knows, are there many mutated beasts in that forest? It's hard to say if there are many or few, Brother Zhang said. After all, a single mutated beast is enough to cause a headache. The forest spans tens of thousands of acres. If they're spread out, some ability users might be assigned to an area with none at all, while an unlucky few might run into several. No one can say for sure. Brother Zhang had no intention of hiding anything. If he deceived people into going, only to have the timid and unreliable ones just run away, they would never clear out the mutated beasts. Rather than plant such a hidden danger, it was better to be honest and recruit some genuinely capable ability users. Cheng Zhiyu nodded, getting a clearer picture. Those mutated beasts were different from Xiao Hai. He then asked, what about the machine gun blueprints we agreed upon earlier? Don't worry, Brother Zhang replied. You can have them before you go to the back mountain. Cheng Zhiyu raised an eyebrow, thinking Brother Zhang was refreshingly straightforward. Getting the blueprints before they set out would be a significant boost to their strength. Also, any mutated beasts you encounter and deal with yourselves, you can keep the bodies and crystal cores, Brother Zhang added. The meat of a mutated beast may not be as valuable as a crystal core, but it's still good for ability users. One more thing. Well, issue a communication device to everyone. If you're in danger, you can contact each other, and other ability users nearby will come to help, Brother Zhang explained. But in the end, you still have to rely on yourselves. After all, people in other areas might not be willing to risk their lives to help. Cheng Zhiyu understood. All right, I have a general idea. But we need to discuss this among ourselves. I can't give you an answer just yet. Brother Zhang was understanding. You should certainly think it over carefully. How about this? Get back to me by 10 o'clock tomorrow night at the latest. Zhou Min can contact me. Cheng Zhiyu nodded. Okay. As they left, Zhou Min quickly followed. Brother Zhang started to call out to him, but the man had already scurried away. Brother Zhang sighed. Forget it. If Zhou Min's older brother were still alive, he would probably want his younger brother to live a happy life. He used to think that having Zhou Min join an official organization would allow him to look after him, but now he realized he had been too naive. Even if Zhou Min were by his side, he couldn't guarantee he could protect him. Well, let him be, he thought with another sigh. Brother Cheng, so are we going or not? Zhou Min asked, trotting eagerly behind Cheng Zhiyu. Cheng Zhiyu didn't answer, instead turning to the others. What do you all think? Should we go? Qiuqiu said, I'd like to see what a mutated beast is like. Cheng Zhiyu looked at Tian Manmen. Manmen, what do you think? Tian Manmen looked hopeful. Mutated beast meat. Is it delicious? The group couldn't help but chuckle. Zhou Min burst out laughing, slinging an arm over Tian Manmen's shoulder. Manmen, you and I are on the same page. I want to try it too. When you're alive, you've got to try different things, otherwise, what's the point of this whole journey? Qiuqiu clapped his hands. Well said. Cheng Zhiyu felt helpless. He had wanted to hear his teammates' serious opinions, but all these unreliable guys could think about was food. He had no choice but to turn to the only one he felt was dependable. Xiao Hai, what do you think? Should we go? Xiao Hai actually wanted to taste mutated beast meat too, but he noticed the look Cheng Zhiyu was giving the foodies. He immediately pretended to think seriously. I think we can go. Seeing that everyone was in agreement, Cheng Zhiyu smiled. Then let's go. However, he then turned to Zhou Min. Are you sure you want to go too? Zhou Min quickly said, my combat skills aren't great, but I can be a healer. If you guys get injured. Hey, knock on wood. Don't jinx it, Qiuqiu said, being particularly superstitious. Zhou Min had to oblige, spitting out a few pays before continuing anyway. I am useful, right? Do you know why I've never agreed to let you leave the base with us? Cheng Zhiyu asked. You have no ability to protect yourself. Zhou Min scratched his head. He couldn't argue with that. Honestly, I think you're better suited to staying inside the base, Cheng Zhiyu said frankly. Zhou Min seriously suspected he was being looked down on. He wasn't that bad, was he? Okay. Maybe a little. However, combat ability is something that can be gained through training, Cheng Zhiyu said with a smile, looking at Zhou Min. Want to give it a try? Zhou Min had a feeling this was a trap. Couldn't he just be a good healer? But as if possessed, he nodded, completely unaware that he would soon be crying his way through training. The next day, Cheng Zhiyu gave Zhou Min a dagger made from the husk of a vegetable that had grown next to Xiao Tie. It was sharp enough to cut through iron like mud. Tian Manmen, of course, got one too. Given his great strength, Cheng Zhiyu, after consulting with him, fashioned a large broadsword for him. Manmen was thrilled the moment he received it. Zhou Min also loved his new dagger, admiring it with delight. Brother Cheng, what is this dagger made of? It's so sharp, I don't even dare touch the blade. Cheng Zhiyu gave him a simple explanation, which left Zhou Min dumbfounded. That's amazing. When Brother Zhang learned they were willing to help clear out the mutated beasts, he readily sent over the machine gun blueprints. Cheng Zhiyu glanced at them, impressed. He immediately summoned the system and had it scan the blueprints to create Xiao Tai's third form. The system scanned the blueprints. Xiao Tai's third form is now being created. Please check back in 3 hours, host. 3 hours? That was quite fast. To be honest, Cheng Zhiyu was really looking forward to it. It was a gun. He had never even seen one before, let alone touched one. Tossing and turning, Cheng Zhiyu couldn't fall asleep. He kept opening the system panel to check on Xiao Tai's progress. After what felt like the 100th time, Xiao Hai couldn't take it anymore and swatted Cheng Zhiyu on the head with his paw. Go to sleep. The swat was gentle, without much force, but Cheng Zhiyu rubbed his nose and obediently closed his eyes. Did I wake you? Xiao Hai gave him a you know darn well you did look. Don't be noisy. You're affecting my growth. It was a lie, but Cheng Zhiyu believed him and didn't dare let his mind wander anymore. Fine, fine, he thought, I'll just look at it tomorrow. He slept soundly until dawn. The first thing he did the next morning was to check, and sure enough, the creation was complete. Cheng Zhiyu eagerly held out his hand. Xiao Tai. The words had barely left his mouth when a machine gun appeared in his hand. His first reaction was, it's heavy. His second reaction was, how do I use this? What if it misfires? Qiuqiu leaned in, his excitement palpable. Whoa, that's so cool. Let me see, let me see. He reached out and touched it. Seeing this, Tian Manman joined in, curiously feeling the weapon all over. Cheng Zhiyu was on high alert. Let's wait until we're in the forest to test it. I am afraid it might go off accidentally here. The main issue was that none of them had ever handled a gun before. Everyone was extremely cautious, urging Cheng Zhiyu to put it away quickly. They could always test it in the forest later. Just as he put the gun away, Zhou Min arrived. Tian Kaio gave him a look that screamed, you have no idea what you just missed, leaving the newcomer completely bewildered. After breakfast, they set out for the designated meeting point. They weren't early. When they arrived, a number of ability users were already there. Cheng Zhiya's group also saw Zhang He and Wu Mengting. They had met the couple on their way to Kang base, but hadn't run into them since arriving. Seeing them, Zhang He smiled and greeted them. I can't believe it's been so long. Are you guys also going to clear out the mutated beasts? Mengting and I have teamed up with a few others. Want to join us? Cheng Zhiyu glanced over and saw several other ability users with them. He shook his head. No thanks. Cheng Zhiyu was an ordinary person, so Zhang He's invitation wasn't really directed at him. However, since Cheng Zhiyu was willing to come along, Zhang He assumed he must have some capability. Besides, not everyone in the official organizations was an ability user. Many were pre-apocalypse soldiers who, despite being ordinary humans, were perfectly capable of dealing with mutated beasts. Soon, an official came over and handed out the communication devices. They looked like watches and were worn on the wrist. This will track your location in real time, making it easier for someone to come rescue you. If you encounter danger, press the button on the side. It will automatically send your location to others nearby. The ability users listened, but didn't place much hope in this feature. Would they themselves be willing to risk their lives to save complete strangers? Many of the people who had agreed to this operation were here for the benefits the base had promised. Plus, the fact that they could keep any mutated beasts they killed, whether to exchange for points or something else, was a powerful incentive. Others hoped to use this opportunity to stand out, get noticed by the officials, and join an official organization. Regardless of their reasons, they were all prepared for danger. It was something they had grown accustomed to. In the apocalypse, who hadn't risked their life before? Moreover, Even the private organizations outside the official ones had intricate connections to the authorities, making some missions impossible to refuse. Next, the officials deployed helicopters, transporting each team of ability users to their assigned area. Cheng Zhiyu's group was among the last to leave. By the time they were dropped off in their zone, it was almost dark. The officials were decent enough, though. They gave them each a boxed meal containing 3 dishes, one of which was meat. In the post-apocalyptic world, a meal with vegetables, meat, and rice was considered a feast. The portions weren't large, however, and the taste was just average. After finishing his meal, Zhou Min flopped onto the ground and wailed, "I am still hungry." Seeing that Cheng Zhiyu and the others had no reaction, Zhou Min looked on in confusion before turning his gaze to Xiao Hai. "Brother Cheng, why didn't you give Brother Hai any food?" The base distributed food based on a head count, so Xiao Hai naturally didn't get a portion. But it wasn't that Cheng Zhiyu wouldn't let him eat. It was that Xiao Hai had taken one bite and refused the rest. Since arriving, he had been eating Cheng Zhiyu's cooking, and his palate had become incredibly refined. Aside from the goat milk powder he drank at the very beginning, he had never eaten anything so disgusting. It was a blasphemy against food itself, and he wanted no part of it. Cheng Zhiyu chuckled. "Communal meals are always like this. The taste is actually decent. Just how much have you suffered in the past?" Xiao Hai retorted, implying that only someone who had endured terrible food could find this acceptable. Cheng Zhiyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. None of them were wasteful people, and besides, the boxed meal really wasn't that bad. Everyone ate until their containers were spotless. Qiuqiu rubbed his belly. "I am not full either." Zhou Min sighed. "Nothing to be done about it. We're in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by grass and trees. We can't just start gnawing on tree bark, can we? What do you guys want to eat?" Cheng Zhiyu asked. Qiuqiu immediately shot his hand up. "I want piglet under a blanket." Zhou Min stared at him. "Piglet under a blanket? Where are you going to find a pig, let alone a blanket?" Tian Manman was also craving it. "I want that too." Zhou Min laughed. "You guys sure know how to dream, huh? Where are we supposed to find food out here?" "Qiuqiu Manman, go find some rocks and mud," Cheng Zhiyu instructed. "Well, build a simple earthen stove." Then he turned to Zhou Min. "You go gather some firewood. Make sure it's dry." Zhou Min watched as Qiuqiu and Tian Manman moved to obey without a single objection. He hesitated for a moment, but still went off to collect firewood as told. As he gathered the wood, he wondered, can they really get a pig? Are they going to hunt one now? I wonder if there are any wild boars in this forest. Lost in thought, he soon had an armful of branches. If this forest had one thing in abundance, it was fallen wood. When he returned with the firewood, he saw that Cheng Zhiyu had somehow procured a large, flat slab of stone and was cleaning it with his water element ability. Zhou Min dropped the firewood. "Huh? Brother Cheng, I thought you didn't have an ability." "I don't," Cheng Zhiyu replied. That was Xiao Hai. Zhou Min had only thought Xiao Hai was smarter than the average dog. He never imagined the pup actually had an ability. No wonder Qiuqiu called him Brother Hai. He had just been calling him that for fun, but now he looked at Xiao Hai with entirely new eyes. Still reeling from the shock, he watched as Cheng Zhiyu pulled out a massive slab of pork. Holy crap, he just conjured pork out of thin air. Zhou Min blinked, his excitement palpable. "Brother Cheng, you have a storage space ability too." He had heard rumors that some people had space element abilities, but very few ever revealed them. After all, if people knew you had a storage space, wasn't that like broadcasting that you were carrying a ton of supplies? It made you an easy target. He also heard that space abilities were tiered, with different levels allowing for different storage capacities. He wondered just how much Cheng Zhiyu's space could hold. Cheng Zhiyu nodded. "Yeah. Come give me a hand." You got it, you got it." Zhou Min quickly set the firewood aside and scurried over to help. Although they had only requested piglet under a blanket, Cheng Zhiyu had no intention of making just one dish. He took out cucumbers and tomatoes to make a simple smashed cucumber salad. It was getting dark, and eating these two dishes would help keep them warm through the night. "Do you know how to make smashed cucumber salad?" Cheng Zhiyu asked. "That's easy, I can do it," Zhou Min immediately declared. Cheng Zhiyu handed the task over to him and started slicing the pork and kneading dough himself. Zhou Min knew the basics of cooking, but his culinary skills were mediocre at best. However, he was more than capable of being Cheng Zhiyu's assistant. The two of them worked on opposite ends of the stone slab. As Zhou Min smashed the cucumbers, he kept sneaking glances at Cheng Zhiyu. He assumed the cucumbers and tomatoes had just been picked. They looked incredibly fresh. But strangely, the pork was just as fresh, as if it had been carved from a pig moments ago. Cheng Zhiyu noticed Zhou Min's curious glances but said nothing, since Zhou Min didn't ask. Over on the other side, Qiuqiu and Tian Manman had gathered a large pile of rocks. The forest stones were all irregularly shaped, but they only needed to build a temporary stove, so their standards weren't high. They found a clearing and got to work, mixing dry grass stalks into the mud to act as a binding agent. Qiuqiu called out to Xiao Hai, "Brother Hai, we need some water over here." Xiao Hai sent a small stream of water into the pit they'd dug. "Thanks, Brother Hai," Qiuqiu said, immediately starting to mix the mud. With an indifferent flick of his tail, Xiao Hai turned his gaze back to Cheng Zhiyu, watching him without blinking. By now, Cheng Zhiyu had finished slicing the pork and kneading the dough. After a moment's thought, he pulled 2 chickens from his space. They were from the 4 that Tian Manman had given him, and these were the last 2. He worried they wouldn't have time to cook tomorrow, so he figured he might as well prepare the next day's meal tonight. His space had plenty of room and food containers. So Cheng Zhiyu began to chop the chicken, planning to make chicken and potato stew. They had dug up a lot of potatoes recently. Watching from the side, Zhou Min's mouth watered. To distract himself, he clasped his hands behind his back and said, "Brother Cheng, I am going to take a look around." Cheng Zhiyu figured it was probably safe nearby. If any strangers approached within a certain distance, the mutated beasts would have sensed them, and it wouldn't be this quiet. Still, he cautioned, "Don't go too far and remember our communication ID." The communicators given to them by the base could send simple messages to fixed IDs, making it convenient for team members to stay in touch. Zhou Min gave him an okay sign. His physical fitness was a bit poor, but he had recently started training based on Cheng Zhiyu's advice. The earthen stove was now complete. Cheng Zhiyu took a large wok out of his space. Everyone had a big appetite, so he had brought it along. If not for the limited space, he would have brought several more pots. He first heated some oil for the cucumber salad, then started on the piglet under a blanket. After browning the pork and adding seasonings, he covered the wok and let it simmer. Just as he finished washing his hands, Zhou Min's excited voice echoed from a short distance away. "Hey, come quick. Look what I found." Cheng Zhiyu wiped his hands. The pork was stewing in the pot and didn't need attention for a while. "Let's go see," he said to the curious Qiuqiu and Tian Manman. Qiuqiu stroked his chin. "Wonder what he found." "A mutated beast." Cheng Zhiyu picked up Xiao Hai, pausing for a moment before replying, "How could that be?" Mutated beasts are extremely territorial. If it were one, Zhou Min wouldn't be reacting like that. "Yeah, I was just guessing," Qiuqiu nodded. The 3 of them walked over and saw Zhou Min standing with his hands on his hips, craning his neck to look up into a tree. When he heard them approach, he turned. "You're finally here. Look. Are those wild chicken eggs up in that tree?" They all looked up. Sure enough, there was a nest of eggs. It was a good thing Zhou Min had sharp eyes. Otherwise, they would have easily missed it. But upon hearing this, Qiuqiu's face fell with disappointment. "Is that all?" "They're just eggs. If you want eggs, Orange has plenty in his space. No need to raid a pheasant's nest." Since joining them, Zhou Min had indeed been able to eat an egg every day. Hearing this, he agreed it wasn't necessary. Besides, the tree was quite tall, and climbing it would be a pain. Let's go, let's go. Tian Qiuqiu patted Zhou Min's shoulder and was about to leave when he noticed Cheng Zhiyu standing frozen in place. Orange, what's wrong? Tian Qiuqiu stopped and moved closer to look with him. Is it really necessary? It's just a few eggs. Let's leave them to hatch into little pheasants. He thought Cheng Zhiyu was simply operating on a principle of not letting any food go to waste. Cheng Zhiyu shook his head. Why would a pheasant lay its eggs in a tree? If not in a tree, then? Tian Qiuqiu began automatically, then paused. Oh, right. Don't pheasants lay their eggs on the ground, just like domestic chickens? Others might not know, but having grown up in the countryside, they knew this very well. It wasn't that they went around collecting pheasant eggs. The birds were protected animals, and they weren't short on eggs to begin with. Besides, finding pheasant eggs was pure luck. Although the birds could fly, they didn't build their nests in trees like other birds, where they would be easily visible once the leaves fell. Pheasants were completely different. In fact, they had never seen a pheasant's nest. So how did they know they laid eggs on the ground? Because pheasants chose to lay their eggs in crop fields, and the nests would be discovered during harvest. When they first saw the eggs in the nest, they had been influenced by preconceived notions, thinking the eggs looked too large to be from an ordinary bird. Now that Cheng Zhiyu had pointed it out, something felt wrong. Could these be bird eggs? Zhou Min shrank back a little. But what kind of ordinary bird lays eggs this big? They exchanged glances. A mutated bird. Those weren't pheasant eggs in the tree at all. They were mutated bird eggs. This realization silenced everyone. Zhou Min swallowed hard. Doesn't that mean the mutated bird lives here? If it comes back and finds us, will it attack? You bet, Tian Qiuqiu said bluntly. Tian Manman spoke up slowly. So, should we move to a different spot? It's just one bird, Xiao Hai scoffed. Cheng Zhiyu smiled. Why would we move? Aren't we in this forest to clear out mutated beasts in the first place? We didn't know this was a mutated bird's territory before, but knowing now is a good thing. We can be prepared, Cheng Zhiyu said. And it's all thanks to Zhou Min's discovery. Zhou Min scratched his head, embarrassed. It was just his foodie instincts at work. Hearing Cheng Zhiyu put it that way, everyone agreed it made sense. If they were alone, they would have to think twice about confronting a mutated bird. But with so many of them together, what was there to fear from a single bird? Besides, Tian Qiuqiu added, you're right. Even if we moved, who knows what kind of mutated beast's territory we'd end up in? It's better to just stay put. Everyone unanimously agreed. Zhou Min, ever focused on food, asked, so, what about these mutated bird eggs? Don't touch them yet, Cheng Zhiyu said. If that mutated bird comes back and finds its eggs gone, it might attack us recklessly. That wouldn't be good. Although the bird would probably attack them regardless of whether they touch the eggs, the intensity might be different. Everyone thought Cheng Zhiyu had a point, so they decided to leave the nest alone for now. Cheng Zhiyu looked away from the tree, wondering if mutated birds would hatch from mutated bird eggs. The farming instinct buried deep in his Chinese blood began to stir again. Let's go back, Tian Qiuqiu urged. Just as Cheng Zhiyu was about to nod, his nose twitched. I think I smell Sichuan peppercorns. Zhou Min took a deep breath. You're right. I thought I smelled something familiar just now. It must be Sichuan pepper. Sichuan pepper is great. Tian Qiuqiu exclaimed. Let's go pick some. What's Sichuan pepper? Xiao Hai asked. It's a type of spice, Cheng Zhiyu explained. It makes food taste delicious. As he finished speaking, Xiao Hai's interest was visibly piqued. Cheng Zhiyu told Tian Qiuqiu to come with him. Manman, you and Zhou Min head back and watch the fire. Keep it on a low simmer and don't let it go out. Zhou Min nodded, understanding the gravity of his mission. After all, everyone's dinner depended on it. The two headed back, while Cheng Zhiyu and Tian Qiuqiu went to pick the peppercorns. Xiao Hai hopped onto the ground, stretched languidly, and followed them. Based on the scent, they estimated the peppercorns were nearby. Sure enough, after walking a few dozen meters, they spotted several Sichuan pepper trees. The one in the center looked quite old, taller and larger than any they had seen before. Surrounding it were smaller trees, perhaps sprouted from the seeds of the parent tree. The peppercorns appeared perfectly ripe. Their outer husks were dry and cracked open, the black seeds inside already gone. Cheng Zhiyu took long-sleeved jackets and gloves from his storage space for himself and Qiuqiu to wear. The trees had thorns that could easily scratch their skin, so it was better to be well covered. There were so many peppercorns here. If they tried to pick them all, it would take a significant amount of time. Cheng Zhiyu produced a sack half as tall as a person. This should be enough. Just filling this one bag would last them a very long time. The two got to work. Stand back a bit, Cheng Zhiyu told Xiao Hai. Don't get pricked by the thorns. There might be some on the ground too. Xiao Hai glanced at his paws, then leaped onto a nearby tree, climbing onto a branch where he could lie down and watch them work. The two moved quickly, managing to fill the bag just before nightfall. Cheng Zhiyu took out a flashlight from his space and switched it on, instantly illuminating their surroundings. He looked at the lush, leafy Sichuan pepper tree and said, "Let's pick some of the leaves, too." Sichuan pepper leaves could be used to make fragrant steamed buns, carrying that distinct, delicious aroma. The moment Qiuqiu heard about Sichuan pepper buns, he eagerly started picking leaves. They didn't need many, just enough to chop up and mix into the flour. When they were finally done, Cheng Zhiyu took off his gloves. Xiao Hai jumped down from the tree, startling him. He rushed over to check on the little guy and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw he was fine. Still, he couldn't help but lecture with a stern face. Why would you jump straight down from that high? It looked like it was at least 3 or 4 meters. You're not a cat. What if you'd hurt yourself? Xiao Hai flicked his tail, thinking Cheng Zhiyu was overreacting. But when he heard the last sentence, his round eyes narrowed into crescents. So you think cats are better? Cheng Zhiyu was completely speechless. What does that have to do with anything? He gently tapped Xiao Hai's head. Be more careful next time, you hear me? I hear you, Xiao Hai relented. Anything to stop him from nagging. Xiao Hai cleaned off the dust and leaves that had gotten on Cheng Zhiyu, then leaped into his arms, expertly finding a comfortable spot to nestle in. Brother Hai, Qiuqiu started, can you help me too? Before he could finish, a jet of water shot out, much rougher than the gentle stream used on Cheng Zhiyu, and blasted him clean. Qiuqiu was already used to it. Xiao Hai wasn't targeting him specifically. He was impatient with everyone except Cheng Zhiyu. Let's go, let's go. Back to camp. The pork should be done by now, right? Qiuqiu said, swallowing hard. He was starving. The rations the base provided were hardly enough to fill his stomach. When they returned, they found Zhou Min peering around anxiously. His face lit up when he saw them. You're finally back. I was about to go looking for you. Cheng Zhiyu washed his hands, ready to start pulling the dough, only to find that it was already done and covered inside the pot. Oh, it's just pulling dough. Simple stuff, Zhou Min said, coming over to take credit. I saw you weren't back yet, so I went ahead and did it. How is it? Cheng Zhiyu took a look. The pieces were a bit thick, but it didn't matter. They weren't making noodles. As long as it cooked through, it was fine. He praised Zhou Min, it's great. You're more reliable than Qiuqiu. Being thrown under the bus, Qiuqiu immediately protested. Hey. What's that supposed to mean? I am plenty reliable, okay. So what if I can't cook? Ha. Zhou Min laughed. Even Tian Manman couldn't help but chuckle. Qiuqiu looked at his brother with a wounded expression. Manman, whose side are you on? This made Tian Manman too embarrassed to laugh at him anymore. All right, time to eat, Cheng Zhiyu said, breaking up the squabble. Weren't they the ones just complaining about being hungry? He handed out chopsticks and a bowl of steamed rice to each person, and they all gathered around the pot to eat directly from it. Zhou Min touched the rice container. Good heavens, it was still hot. He was certain Cheng Zhiyu hadn't steamed any rice just now. As he was pondering this, Xiao Hai took a bite of pork and found himself missing the taste of crayfish. He asked Cheng Zhiyu if there were any left. "There are," Cheng Zhiyu replied. "We prepared quite a few before." With that, he produced a large basin of crayfish. They were garlic-flavored, arm-length mutated crayfish that had been split down the back and topped with vermicelli and minced garlic. The aroma wasn't overpowering, but it was intoxicating enough to make one's head spin. "Whoa, where did this come from? Are these giant lobsters?" Zhou Min exclaimed. Qiuqiu loved seeing Zhou Min's country bumpkin reactions. Though he had been just as clueless at first, there was something satisfying about it. He put on a calm facade and said, "What giant lobsters?" "These are mutated crayfish. We ate these every day for a while. We're almost sick of them." "Mutated crayfish. Doesn't that mean they're ferocious?" Zhou Min asked instinctively. The others paused for a moment. Cheng Zhiyu shook his head. "No, the only difference between them and regular crayfish is their size." After saying that, he mused, "It seems there are currently two types of biological mutations. One kind develops abilities, and as the base says, they are aggressive. The other kind, like these crayfish, just grows larger, but is otherwise no different from before the apocalypse. Of course, their increased strength didn't count. After all, if their size changed, it was only natural for their strength to increase as well. If crayfish can get this big. I love oysters. If oysters could grow supersized. Oh man, I can't even imagine how happy it'd be." Zhou Min, the foodie, immediately thought of his favorite foods getting bigger. His words made Qiuqiu swallow. "Will we pass by the coast on our way back?" he asked Cheng Zhiyu. Cheng Zhiyu thought for a moment and nodded. "We will. We can catch some seafood to eat then." Clearly, they were all on the same wavelength. The apocalypse might be full of dangers, but there were happy moments too. As Zhou Min stuffed his mouth with garlic crayfish, he cried with emotion, "My God, I never ate this well even before the apocalypse." Xiao Hai had been eating at a leisurely pace, but seeing Zhou Min devour his food like a man possessed, he was struck with a sense of crisis and quickened his own pace. "Eat slowly," Cheng Zhiyu said with a helpless sigh. Xiao Hai wouldn't admit he was competing for food. That would be too embarrassing. He made up an excuse. "I am hungry." "Fine," Cheng Zhiyu thought. In the end, the cold-dressed red cucumbers were the first to disappear. The sweet, crisp cucumbers, simply seasoned, were refreshing and cut through the richness of the other dishes. Paired with sweet and sour tomatoes, the simple side dish was surprisingly addictive. Moreover, the red cucumbers and tomatoes were brimming with energy. While it didn't completely erase their fatigue, it certainly lessened it, and they all felt warm and revitalized after eating. The garlic vermicelli mutated crayfish was next to go, followed by the piglet tucked in a blanket. The stew was the last to be finished, simply because there was so much of it, an entire large pot. Even so, they polished off every last bit, even using the leftover gravy to mix with their rice, wasting nothing. Completely satisfied, the group rested for a while. Qiuqiu and the others voluntarily began to clean the pot and bowls. With a full stomach, Zhou Min was in high spirits. After a meal like this, it'd be happy to sleep in the forest tonight, right out in the open. Hearing this, Qiuqiu said, "Don't include me in that. I am not sleeping in the open." Zhou Min looked up at the sky, studded with countless stars. "If not in the open, where do you plan on sleeping? Besides, look at this starry sky. It's beautiful. You could never see this in the city." He patted Qiuqiu's shoulder, assuming he was having trouble accepting their current situation. "Don't worry," he comforted him. "I am pretty good at making hammocks. We can go find some vines later, and I'll rig some up for us." Qiuqiu thanked him for the kind offer. "But really, there's no need. You don't get it. Y'all see in a bit. You think we'd have to rough it like that when we're with Orange? Zhou Min was baffled. Don't tell me Brother Cheng carries beds around with him. That's not possible, right? Tian Qiuqiu shook his head mysteriously. It's more exaggerated than you can imagine. He repeated, "Y'all see in a bit." Zhou Min muttered to himself, he probably just brought a bed, right? Is Brother Cheng's space really that big? He had just discovered that the man's space also had a freshness preservation feature. If it was large enough to hold a bed, that would be too insanely overpowered. At that moment, Zhou Min couldn't have possibly imagined that Cheng Zhiyu hadn't brought a bed. He had brought the entire house. While they washed the pot, Cheng Zhiyu kept busy. He took out some of the Sichuan peppercorns they had just picked, washed them, and planned to make Sichuan peppercorn chicken and potato stew later. Then, he minced some of the peppercorn leaves and mixed them into a batch of dough. Once it rose, he could make Sichuan peppercorn flour rolls. However, the temperature was too low at night, and he worried the dough wouldn't rise well. He prepared a basin of hot water and placed the bowl of dough inside it to speed up the process. Seeing that Cheng Zhiyu was already preparing the next day's meal, Zhou Min stood to the side, showering him with compliments. "Brother Cheng, how could I ever live without you? I feel like I can't leave your side." Cheng Zhiyu chuckled. "Is it that dramatic?" "It's true." Before he could finish, he saw Xiao Hai glance over at him. That look wasn't exactly friendly. Haha, it must be my imagination, Zhou Min thought. Brother Hai is always like this. Xiao Hai, however, was thinking. What's this can't leave your side nonsense? How can he say something so mushy? And to Cheng Zhiyu, of all people. He felt inexplicably annoyed. While the dough was rising, the pot was scrubbed clean. Cheng Zhiyu went ahead and started cooking the Sichuan peppercorn chicken and potato stew, putting a lid on it to let it simmer slowly. They were in no rush to eat anyway. When it was time to steam the flour rolls, Tian Qiuqiu and the others came over to help. Shaping flour rolls didn't require much skill, and unlike steamed buns, there was no filling to spill out. Cheng Zhiyu did the hardest part, rolling up the dough, then cutting the log horizontally down the middle before slicing it into palm-length sections. All Tian Qiuqiu and the others had to do was pinch the cut ends of two pieces together to form a flour roll. Zhou Min's looked quite decent, but Tian Qiuqiu and Tian Manman were much clumsier. The rolls they made were bizarrely ugly, though they were clearly trying their best. The way they fumbled with the dough looked as though they were trying to tame newly grown limbs. They didn't have a proper steamer basket, but Cheng Zhiyu had brought a steamer rack. Placed inside the large pot, it could steam about a dozen rolls at a time. It was a bit tedious, but it wasn't late, and no one was in a hurry to sleep. They just had to swap out the batches every half hour. After 3 batches, the chicken in the other pot was cooked through. Cheng Zhiyu dished it out and placed it directly into his storage space, while the last batch of flour rolls steamed. Once all the work was done, everyone was feeling tired. Tian Qiuqiu went to check. The mutated bird still hadn't returned, but there was no telling if it would come back in the middle of the night. Zhou Min sidled up to Cheng Zhiyu. "Brother Cheng, where are we sleeping tonight?" Cheng Zhiyu glanced around. The main reason he had chosen this spot was that it was open enough to accommodate Xiao Qiang. The area was mostly covered in weeds and shrubs with no trees. They had already cleared the vegetation, so all he had to do was bring Xiao Qiang out. "Step back for a moment," Cheng Zhiyu said. Zhou Min scratched his head and obediently moved away. He then watched as Cheng Zhiyu muttered something under his breath, and a massive tree suddenly appeared in the clearing. Zhou Min's jaw dropped so wide it nearly dislocated. No wonder Tian Qiuqiu had said he wouldn't be willing to sleep out in the open. It turned out he had a giant tree. No, wait, it was a treehouse. He could see a door and windows. This was definitely more incredible than just carrying a bed around. When he followed the others inside the treehouse and saw the brightly lit interior, a thought suddenly struck him. I've absolutely thrown in my lot with the right person. Anyone else who came to the forest would undoubtedly suffer. But them. They hadn't suffered one bit. It was more than just not suffering. How was this any different from camping? No, there was a difference. Camping didn't offer conditions this good. Upon asking, Zhou Min learned that the treehouse was one of the magical plants Cheng Zhiyu had grown. He hadn't seen the others, aside from Xiao Tai, mainly because it hadn't been convenient back at the base. Wait a minute, aren't the vegetables we've been eating magical plants? Zhou Min asked, confused. Qiuqiu laughed heartily. Those are just ordinary plants. Zhou Min was speechless. You're telling me those are ordinary plants? How are the plant ability users back at the base supposed to feel about that? However, as he looked at the towering treehouse, he had to admit that compared to this, those vegetables really could only be considered ordinary. If the plant ability users at the base knew that the meager crops they cultivated with painstaking effort were considered ordinary in Cheng Zhiyu's group, their feelings would be complicated indeed. Besides, seeing how calm Qiuqiu and Tian Manman were, he was the one who seemed to be overreacting. The treehouse only has 2 rooms. Cheng Zhiyu thought for a moment. Qiuqiu and Tian Manman were taking the upstairs room. How about you share a room with me and Xiao Hai? After all, Xiao Hai was tiny and didn't take up much space. Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Hai spoke up. I am not used to sleeping with others. He was telling the truth. Cheng Zhiyu was simply the exception. Hearing this, Cheng Zhiyu was in a bit of a bind. He certainly didn't want to make Xiao Hai uncomfortable. Zhou Min quickly said no, that's okay. I've never shared a bed with anyone before. It would be weird. I can just sleep in the living room. This sofa looks like it can be turned into a bed, right? Cheng Zhiyu checked with him. Are you sure you're okay with the living room? What's not to be okay with? I was already prepared to sleep on the ground. This is more than good enough. Once Cheng Zhiyu was sure he wasn't just putting on a brave face, he nodded and showed him where the bathroom was, telling him he could take a shower. Zhou Min let out a series of amazed gasps. He couldn't believe the treehouse even had running water. It was too magical. Cheng Zhiyu explained with a smile, it's not running water from a pipe. There's a water tank inside the treehouse where we store water. Zhou Min nodded in understanding. So that was how it worked. Cheng Zhiyu took out a spare set of bedding from a cabinet for Zhou Min to set up, then finished tidying up and went back to his room. Xiao Hai hopped onto the bed, ready to sleep. Don't be in such a hurry, Cheng Zhiyu said, pulling out a scale from his storage space and asking Xiao Hai to stand on it. He had picked up the scale from a supermarket earlier. It was small, didn't take up much space, and he could use it to weigh Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai, not knowing what it was, walked over. What's this? It's for weighing you, Cheng Zhiyu said. I feel like you've gotten a little heavier. Xiao Hai thought he had gotten fat. His body stiffened in disbelief. How is that possible? He stepped onto the scale, and Cheng Zhiyu read the number. You've gained half a catty. Xiao Hai's world went dark. That much? In his current cub form, half a catty was nearly a fifth of his total body weight. What's wrong? Seeing Xiao Hai suddenly look so dejected, Cheng Zhiyu crouched down in front of him, confused. Xiao Hai said melancholically, from now on, put away all the mirrors. I don't want to see myself being fat. Cheng Zhiyu burst out laughing. Xiao Hai immediately turned around, presenting his backside to him. You silly thing, Cheng Zhiyu said. You're not fat, you're growing up. Who was it that told me they were about to start growing bigger? Time for bed, Xiao Hai mumbled. Cheng Zhiyu chuckled to himself. How does Xiao Hai manage to be so reliable at critical moments, yet so adorably clueless at other times? He looked at Xiao Hai, who was pretending to be asleep, and gently stroked his fur. Good night. Xiao Hai didn't respond, but his tail gave a soft little flick. The night was peaceful and quiet. The next morning, however, they were jolted awake by Zhou Min's scream. Cheng Zhiyu was instantly wide awake. He scrambled out of bed to see what was wrong, with Xiao Hai trotting close behind on his short legs. Qiuqiu and Tian Manman, had clearly heard the commotion too and were rushing down from the second floor. The group hurried outside to see Zhou Min sprinting back in, clutching his head and looking like he was fleeing for his life. Cheng Zhiyu frowned. What happened? Zhou Min sounded breathless. Don't even ask. He had woken up early, intending to make some porridge for everyone. Though he wasn't a great cook, making porridge was simple enough. Even he could handle that. Zhou Min had figured he needed to prove his worth so he could continue tagging along with Cheng Zhiyu's group. He was determined to stick with them. But just as he had poured the rice into the pot and put the lid on, a small, multicolored bird had fluttered over. It was gaudy, but admittedly quite cute. Zhou Min couldn't help but look up to get a better view. But then, the bird suddenly turned its rear towards him. He felt a sharp pain in his arm as a quill shot out and embedded itself in his skin, making him cry out in agony. He realized this colorful bird must be a mutated creature. Knowing he couldn't possibly defeat it, he had immediately turned and fled back to the treehouse. Cheng Zhiyu looked at his arm and saw a quill sticking out of it. On closer inspection, it was barbed. If they tried to pull it out forcefully, it would only cause more damage. Damn it, how can a bird be so treacherous? We didn't even do anything to it. Qiuqiu cursed angrily. While examining Zhou Min's wound, Cheng Zhiyu said, "We're in its territory. That's enough to provoke it." He frowned. "We need to deal with this quill immediately." "Wait, I'm feeling a little dizzy," Zhou Min said, his voice already sounding weak. "Oh crap, that quill must be poisoned." Qiuqiu exclaimed in alarm. No wonder mutated beasts were so hard to deal with. A creature like this bird could take down a full-grown man with a single quill. "Zhou Min, stay with me. You're the only one here with a healing ability," Cheng Zhiyu said, his expression turning serious. He gripped Zhou Min's other shoulder, his voice calm. "Can you still use your ability?" Zhou Min forced himself to focus. He didn't want to die. He tried to activate his ability. Thankfully, it still worked. Without needing another prompt from Cheng Zhiyu, he immediately used his healing ability on himself. "How is it? Are you feeling any clearer?" Qiuqiu asked anxiously. Zhou Min let out a breath. "I am okay. I can neutralize this poison." His voice was still weak, but this time it was from draining his ability. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It was a good thing his healing ability could counteract the poison. Otherwise, they would have been in real trouble, especially since they had no idea what kind of toxin the mutated bird carried. Cheng Zhiyu looked at Zhou Min and pressed his lips together. "I should have had everyone move after discovering a mutated bird's nest nearby yesterday." Qiuqiu knew him well. Cheng Zhiyu had always been like this, carrying an inexplicable sense of responsibility that sometimes made life exhausting for him. "What are you talking about?" Qiuqiu said. "How far would we have to go to get out of the mutated bird's territory? What if we ended up in the territory of another, more dangerous mutated beast?" Before Cheng Zhiyu could say anything more, Xiao Tie gently but firmly patted his head with a paw. "Don't overthink it." Cheng Zhiyu paused, surprised. It was the first time he had seen Xiao Tie act so domineering. "Brother Cheng, don't think so much," Zhou Min added. Cheng Zhiyu quickly recovered, letting out a breath. "Let's deal with this spine first. How are we going to get this out? Does it need surgery?" Qiuqiu asked, his face etched with worry. Zhou Min shivered, on the verge of tears. "No, please." Number Tian Manman watched him with a sympathetic expression. "It won't come to that," Cheng Zhiyu soothed him. "I think we can get it out with tweezers. It's not embedded too deeply." Zhou Min let out a sigh of relief. "Anything but surgery." With a serious expression, Cheng Zhiyu retrieved disinfectant iodine and a pair of tweezers from his storage space. After sterilizing the tool, he held the tweezers and hesitated, worried that the pain would cause Zhou Min to struggle. He looked at Xiao Tie. "Xiao Tie, can you make this area temporarily numb for him?" Cheng Zhiyu remembered that electric shocks could have an anesthetic effect. At his words, Xiao Hai generated a small spark of lightning. Zhou Min immediately felt the area around the spine ache less, replaced by a tingling numbness. Cheng Zhiyu glanced at Tian Qiuqiu and Tian Manman. Tian Qiuqiu got the signal and started talking to Zhou Min. "So, how big was that bird you mentioned? What did it look like?" Zhou Min thought carefully. "About the size of my palm, so not very big. It had a red face, like a monkey's butt, haha." Tian Qiuqiu was confused. "That small? How did it lay such a big egg?" Zhou Min didn't really understand either. "I know, right? I thought the mutated bird would be pretty big, so when it showed up, I didn't even consider that's what it was. Otherwise, I would run for it." He slapped his uninjured thigh with his other hand, filled with regret. Just then, Cheng Zhiyu's voice came from the side, full of relief. "Phew. Got it." Zhou Min turned his head to see a spine clamped in Cheng Zhiyu's tweezers, the very same one from the mutated bird. While he had been talking to Tian Qiuqiu, Tian Manman had come over to hold his arm steady, and Cheng Zhiyu had seized the opportunity to extract the barb. Now, only a small wound remained on his arm. Zhou Min healed it instantly with his ability, then flexed his arm. He made a fist with one hand and smacked it into the palm of the other, declaring dramatically, "Dr. Cheng, your hands work miracles." Seeing him full of energy again, Cheng Zhiyu broke into a smile. "Right, what do we do about the mutated bird?" Tian Qiuqiu asked. "Well, go take a look after we eat," Cheng Zhiyu replied. They were here to clear out mutated beasts, so naturally, that bird had to be dealt with. With so many people at the base, an excess of mutated beasts could easily threaten its safety. No one had any objections. Suddenly, Zhou Min yelped and ran outside. Confused, Cheng Zhiyu and the others followed, only to find him standing guard by the pot, cursing. "It's all that damn mutated bird's fault. My congee was perfectly cooked." The others couldn't help but laugh. Zhou Min's sudden alarms were startling. Taking advantage of the cool weather, after the congee was done, Cheng Zhiyu stir-fried 2 simple dishes to go with the steamed flour rolls from yesterday. Perhaps because it saw how many of them there were, the mutated bird never came to attack. Zhou Min muttered, so calculating. "It's definitely waiting for one of us to be alone before it launches a sneak attack." After their meal, they prepared to head toward the bird's nest, but they were suddenly confronted by a bird half the size of a person. Tian Qiuqiu shouted in alarm, "Damn, there's another mutated bird." After all, Zhou Min had said the bird was only palm-sized. Zhou Min was also stunned, but a sense of familiarity washed over him as he looked at it. "It's the same one," he said with certainty. "It can change its size," Cheng Zhiyu concluded. The words had barely left his mouth when a poisoned spine shot toward them. Tian Manman reacted the fastest, swinging his broadsword and knocking the spine to the ground. At the same time, Xiao Hai erected a wall of water in front of the group. The mutated bird was clearly surprised that its attack had missed. It tilted its head back and let out a high-pitched cry. Tian Qiuqiu saw something and his jaw dropped. Holy crap! A dense swarm of palm-sized birds had appeared out of nowhere, and countless poisoned spines rained down on them. The spines disintegrated the moment they hit the water wall. "These birds naturally have poison spines," Cheng Zhiyu observed. "That mutated bird's ability probably isn't the spines themselves." As if to prove his theory, Tian Qiuqiu suddenly screamed, "What the hell, Zhou Min, are you crazy?" Zhou Min was gripping his dagger and lunging at Tian Qiuqiu. Tian Qiuqiu dodged immediately, but Zhou Min didn't give up. With a vacant look in his eyes, he kept trying to stab him, muttering, "You damn bird, you stabbed me. See if I don't stab you to death." Tian Qiuqiu couldn't bring himself to attack back, so he dodged and retreated to Cheng Zhiya's side. "Damn, has this kid lost his mind?" "He hasn't," Cheng Zhiyu said. "He's probably being controlled by that mutated bird." Tian Qiuqiu shook his head. "Then how come I am not?" Before he could finish, a strange smile spread across his face. He conjured an ice arrow and fired it at Cheng Zhiyu. Cheng Zhiyu reacted in a flash, grabbing Xiao Hai and dodging. Tian Qiuqiu. Zhou Min. Tian Qiuqiu chanted, "You damn bird, trying to look like orange. I've been his brother for years. You think I wouldn't recognize him?" Cheng Zhiyu was speechless. Great, there's even a storyline. "Manman, are you okay?" Cheng Zhiyu asked while dodging attacks from both Tian Qiuqiu and Zhou Min. Thankfully, Zhou Min's fighting skills were poor, and Tian Qiuqiu wasn't fighting at his usual level. It was likely that those affected by the bird couldn't use their full strength, which was a good thing for him. Tian Manman nodded. Okay. A little dizzy." Xiao Hai frowned. "They're too weak." Cheng Zhiyu sighed helplessly and summoned Xiao from his space. Xiao was immune to the poison spines. Wherever the half-meter-tall fireball went, the ordinary spine-wielding birds were instantly turned into roasted snacks and fell to the ground. Even while being controlled, Zhou Min sniffed the air. "What's that smell? It's so fragrant." "Heh, once I kill you, bird, I am gonna have a whole roasted bird feast." Cheng Zhiyu didn't know what to say. Zhou Min and Tian Qiuqiu were now separated from them by the water wall, so he didn't have to worry about them for the time being. But while they were safe inside the barrier, it also worked both ways. He couldn't get out to deal with the bird either. Cheng Zhiyu looked at Xiao Hai, who received the signal and enveloped Cheng Zhiyu, himself, and Tian Manman in a thin layer of mist. Wielding his broadsword, Tian Manman moved with incredible speed, cutting down birds left and right. Xiao Hai unleashed a bolt of lightning that wiped out a huge swath of them, while Cheng Zhiyu took out the machine gun. He hadn't had a chance to test its power yet. The Xiao Tai brand machine gun was different from a normal one. It had unlimited ammunition. A single sweep of gunfire brought down another large flock of birds. Though he had no special training and his aim wasn't great, the birds were so densely packed that precision wasn't necessary. Seeing its minions nearly wiped out, the mutated bird let out a mournful cry to the heavens. Cheng Zhiyu's head suddenly swam, and he saw Xiao Hai appear a short distance away, yelling, "Be careful, the birds are right behind you." Cheng Zhiyu frowned, turning to see the mutated bird was indeed extremely close. "Don't just stand there. Kill it," Xiao Hai shouted. For some reason, Cheng Zhiyu hesitated. He looked at the mutated bird and found he couldn't bring himself to attack. Seeing him remain motionless, Tian Qiuqiu grew anxious. "Orange, what are you doing just standing there?" "Kill it." Zhou Min also chimed in, "Brother Cheng, don't space out. Listen to Brother Hai." Cheng Zhiyu's frown deepened. Something felt wrong. "Can you guys hear Xiao Hai talk?" Tian Qiuqiu answered as if it were the most obvious thing in the world, "Of course we can." Cheng Zhiyu closed his eyes for a moment, then looked at Xiao Hai. "How are you able to fly?" The fake Xiao Hai froze. Before it could react, Cheng Zhiyu suddenly raised the machine gun and fired at it. The creature immediately scrambled to escape, clearly not expecting the sudden attack. "Are you insane?" It shrieked in alarm. Cheng Zhiyu's vision blurred, and the frantically fleeing figure had reverted to the mutated bird. Unfortunately, his aim was off, and the bullets only grazed the bird's wing. "Zhiyu." The real Xiao Hai was beside him, his eyes full of worry. Seeing that Cheng Zhiyu had come to his senses, he breathed a sigh of relief. "I was about to knock you out with a lightning bolt." Cheng Zhiyu gently touched his forehead to Xiao Hai's. "I am fine now." "Your forehead is covered in sweat," Xiao Hai grumbled with disdain, but he didn't pull away. "What just happened?" Xiao Hai asked. Cheng Zhiyu looked at the panicked mutated bird in the distance. It probably couldn't understand how he had managed to break free. It was like it entered some kind of illusion, he explained. "It took on your appearance and told me to kill you." Hearing this, Xiao Hai's expression turned ugly. How dare that hideous bird disguise itself as him? While the mutated bird was still in a panic, a bolt of lightning as thick as a man's arm shot toward it. The bird flapped its wings and dodged, but just as it did, another lightning bolt the size of a large bowl appeared above its head. Xiao Hai sneered, "This is the one meant for you." With its wing grazed, the bird's flight speed was greatly reduced. It failed to dodge the second bolt and was struck directly. Its head was scorched black, and it fell to the ground, barely breathing. Cheng Zhiyu had Xiao Tie transform into a crossbow and fired an arrow, finishing the mutated bird off for good. He ignored the dead bird and immediately scooped Xiao Hai into his arms. As he suspected, he could feel that Xiao Hai was a bit weak. Cheng Zhiyu frowned, gently pressing his forehead against Xiao Hai's. Xiao Hai's tail flicked lightly. "I am fine," he said in a low voice. Cheng Zhiyu didn't say anything. Xiao Hai continued, "This way, it'll grow faster." It was true that exhausting one's abilities helped them improve, and since Xiao Hai wasn't a real cub, he needed to level up his abilities to grow. "But it's so uncomfortable for you," Cheng Zhiyu murmured. Xiao Hai awkwardly buried his head in Cheng Zhiyu's chest. "Don't be so sappy." Cheng Zhiyu sighed helplessly and let him rest in his arms. Qiuqiu and the others had already come to their senses and were dealing with the remaining spine-shooting birds. Without the mutated birds' leadership, they had descended into chaos, making them manageable for Qiuqiu and Tian Manman. Although Zhou Min's ability wasn't combat-oriented, he had a crossbow. It was an ordinary one, a bit smaller than Cheng Zhiyu's, and could only fire 5 bolts in succession before needing to be reloaded. However, his aim was surprisingly good. He missed at most once every 5 shots. Meanwhile, Tian Manman was in charge of swinging her sword to deflect the poisonous spines for them. With their coordinated efforts, the remaining spine-shooting birds were finally wiped out, their bodies littering the ground. "Whoa, what the hell just happened to me?" Qiuqiu asked, finally snapping out of it. He realized the mutated bird had created an illusion, and his face paled. He'd just been teasing Zhou Min about having a weak will, but when his turn came, he hadn't fared any better. "I finally get why nobody wants to mess with psychic types." "That was terrifying," Qiuqiu said, patting his chest. If it hadn't been for Cheng Zhiyu and Xiao Hai, they would have just killed each other. The mutated bird wouldn't have even needed to lift a finger. Cheng Zhiyu tucked Xiao Hai into his jacket to let him rest. Zhou Min felt a pang of guilt, then his eyes landed on Xiao. "Whoa, what's that?" Qiuqiu explained, "That's Xiao. It can turn into a fireball." With that, he waved a greeting to Xiao. But Xiao was exceptionally aloof and simply vanished on the spot, presumably returning to the system space. Qiuqiu rubbed his nose and changed the subject. "Can we eat these birds? It'd be a real shame if we couldn't, with so many of them." Cheng Zhiyu walked over to the mutated bird and dug a crystal core out of its head. The core was transparent and looked exceptionally beautiful in the sunlight. It was just what Xiao Huang needed. This mutated bird must have been level 2. With this crystal core, Xiao Huang should be able to advance to level 2 as well. He wasn't sure if this mutated bird could shrink, but Zhou Min was certain it was the same one he'd encountered before. The eyes are different. The other ordinary birds don't look as clever as this one anyway. It's definitely it. Before it died, the mutated bird had been half the size of a person, and it didn't shrink after death. Perhaps it could only control its size while it was alive. They found the area on the bird's rump where the poisonous spines grew, hidden beneath its beautiful feathers and hard to spot without a close look. Zhou Min, still focused on food, asked, "If we remove the poisonous parts, the meat should be edible, right?" Qiuqiu chimed in, "There's so much meat. It would be such a waste." Xiao Hai poked his head out and looked on curiously. Could that really be tasty? Tian Manman also stared eagerly. In her eyes, all she saw was meat. Cheng Zhiyu found it amusing. His team was full of foodies. "Let's clean out the poison glands and test it on an animal," he said. Zhou Min clapped his hands. "Right." They cleaned a few of the birds and tested the meat on an animal. Fortunately, it wasn't poisonous. Excluding the large mutated bird, there were over 300 of the smaller ones. They gathered them up and found a shady spot to process them. The normal spine-shooting birds were about the size of a palm, similar to a pigeon, and didn't have much meat. Their processing method was simple and crude. They only kept the meatiest part of the body. They had no choice. Processing each one carefully would have wasted too much time. The four of them formed a simple assembly line. Cheng Zhiyu decapitated them, Tian Qiuqiu gutted and cleaned the innards, Tian Manman plucked the feathers, and Zhou Min did the final rinse. As for Xiao Hai, he could be the supervisor. After they finished, Cheng Zhiyu prepared some seasonings, chopped the bird meat into chunks, and put it in a pot to stew with potatoes. While he and Zhou Min watched the pot, Tian Qiuqiu and Tian Manman used the communicators issued by the base to scan the mutated bird's former territory. The communicators also had this function. Once they finished scanning their assigned area, the base would be notified and send someone to pick them up. They needed to scan the areas they had confirmed were safe. While this couldn't guarantee 100% safety, after all, mutated animals could move. It was better than nothing. At least after clearing out one wave, the base would be safe for a while. Tian Qiuqiu and Tian Manman also took the opportunity to raid the nest of mutated bird eggs, eliminating any future trouble. When they returned, they were greeted by a rich aroma. Zhou Min had already stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth. "This bird meat is so tender," he mumbled. "It's delicious. You guys have to try it." Tian Qiuqiu and Tian Manman immediately came over. They each grabbed a large bowl, and after one bite, their eyes lit up. They began to eat ravenously. Xiao Hai looked on with disdain, eating his meat slowly and with exceptional elegance. It would have been a perfect picture, if not for the bib tied around his chest. He glanced at Cheng Zhiyu, who beamed at him. "So cute." "Xiao Hai." "Fine. Whatever." They were eating the normal spine-shooting birds. Cheng Zhiyu had stored the large mutated bird in a space. The meat of mutated beasts didn't taste good, but it contained energy that ordinary meat lacked, so it required careful preparation. In Cheng Zhiyu's view, since it was meat all the same, there had to be a way to make it delicious. That night, they decided to rest where they were. They had planned to set out in the morning, but after the encounter with the mutated bird, it was already late. They might as well continue their journey the next day. Cheng Zhiyu entered his space with the mutated bird's crystal core and went over to Xiao Huang. The plant, which was usually quite still, was unusually lively today. It kept rubbing its leaves against Cheng Zhiyu, as if trying to act cute. It made the corners of Cheng Zhiyu's lips curve up. He cleared his throat. "Don't be impatient, I'll bury the crystal core for you now." Xiao Huang paused, then gently tapped Cheng Zhiyu, seemingly urging him on. Cheng Zhiyu smiled, took a shovel, and carefully buried the crystal core next to Xiao Huang's roots. Xiao Huang swayed its branches comfortably, as if it had been struck by a pleasant jolt of electricity. He reached out to touch Xiao Huang, but the plant, perhaps annoyed, impatiently pushed him away with its leaves as if to say, "Go on, scat." "Cheng Zhiyu, why is it so two-faced?" He shook his head and went to check on his other plants. Besides Xiao and the others, the ordinary plants he cared about most were the wheat. The patch of wheat growing near Xiao Huang was a lush green. But to his surprise, the wheat planted near Xiao Qiang was a head taller than Xiao Huang's patch. Not only that, but its stalks were also incredibly thick, already as wide as one of Cheng Zhiyu's fingers. Did plants grown next to Xiao Qiang get bigger than ordinary ones? It seemed so for now. He didn't know what they would look like when they matured. Would the ears of wheat also become huge? Cheng Zhiyu felt a flicker of anticipation. The green beans next to Xiao and the eggplants by Xiao Tai already needed trellises. Cheng Zhiyu had prepared a large number of wooden stakes earlier, which he now used to build the supports. There were only a few plants, so he finished quickly. The pumpkins near Xiao Tai had already started to flower. As for the lettuce by Xiao Cheng Zhiyu looked at its lush red leaves and felt a craving. Lettuce leaves were tastiest at this stage. If they grew any longer, the leaves would become slightly bitter and less appealing. But picking the leaves now, could easily affect the lettuce's growth. In the end, Cheng Zhiyu couldn't resist the temptation. He hadn't eaten leafy greens in a long time. Chinese cabbage didn't count, so he was quite hungry for them. He plucked a large handful of leaves, planning to make stir-fried lettuce leaves with garlic tomorrow. It should be delicious. He placed the tender lettuce leaves into his storage space, his mood lifting. He decided to check on Xiao Juan next. Xiao Juan had entered its maturation period some time ago. He estimated it should reach level 1 maturity soon. Just as he was thinking this, before he even had a chance to look, he heard a system notification. Congratulations, host. Xiao Juan has reached level 1 maturity. The reward has been distributed. Please check for yourself. Hearing this, Cheng Zhiyu raised an eyebrow and happily walked over to Xiao Juan. He was a little curious about what kind of plant Xiao Juan would be. The moment it reached level 1 maturity, Xiao Juan began to transform. Cheng Zhiyu had already determined that Xiao Juan was a vine-type plant. At that moment, Xiao Juan's vines suddenly grew thicker and longer, but he didn't realize there was a problem yet. Not until a vine suddenly wrapped around his waist. Then his entire body was lifted into the air. That's right, flying, flung about by Xiao Juan's vine. Cheng Zhiyu couldn't help it. He truly hadn't expected Xiao Juan to have such a mischievous personality, so he was completely unprepared. The swinging made him dizzy. Xiao Juan, put me down. He yelled. Xiao Juan seemed confused. Doesn't Cheng Zhiyu like this? So it switched to a different swinging motion. Cheng Zhiyu, who was suddenly being swung like a pendulum. He said weakly, put me down. He didn't want to spend the whole day swinging in his space. Fortunately, Xiao and Xiao Tai suddenly floated over. One shot fire at Xiao Juan, while the other transformed into a kitchen knife and started chopping. With a clang, Xiao Juan was forced to let Cheng Zhiyu go. Cheng Zhiyu, who had landed hard on his butt. He got up, brushing the dirt off his pants, and saw Xiao and Xiao Tai frantically disciplining Xiao Juan. They were both level 3, so when they teamed up against Xiao Juan, the latter was naturally no match for them and tried frantically to dodge. Cheng Zhiyu felt like a father trying to break up a fight. All right, stop fighting. Xiao Juan knows it was wrong, right? Xiao Juan. Xiao and Xiao Tai were gracious enough to stop, but they didn't leave. They stood on either side of Cheng Zhiyu like two bodyguards. Cheng Zhiyu seized the opportunity to lecture Xiao Juan. Xiao Juan, what you just did was very dangerous, you know. You can't do that again. Xiao Juan was aggrieved and confused. It just wanted to play with Cheng Zhiyu. How was that dangerous? Falling from that high up is very dangerous, Cheng Zhiyu explained. What if you break a bone? His butt was still aching faintly, so he felt he had every right to speak on the matter. Xiao Juan still didn't quite understand. It would never have let Cheng Zhiyu fall. I know you didn't mean it, but look, didn't I just fall? Cheng Zhiyu emphasized sternly. Xiao Juan finally reacted. Guiltily, it gently wrapped a vine around Cheng Zhiyu's wrist, as if to apologize. Cheng Zhiyu resisted the urge to pull away, still a little traumatized from the experience. He smiled. It's good that you know you were wrong. Don't do it again, understand? Xiao Juan swayed its vines in a nod, then carefully pointed at the vigilant Xiao and Xiao Tai. Cheng Zhiyu said to them, Xiao Juan is just a little mischievous. I've already spoken to it. Thanks for your help just now, but you all need to get along peacefully from now on, you hear? Only then did Xiao and Xiao Tai return to their spots. Cheng Zhiyu pulled up Xiao Juan's information panel and saw that its attack was listed as strangulation. He didn't need to guess what that meant, and he patted his chest, his heart still pounding with lingering fear. However, after some serious thought, he figured Xiao Juan might be well suited for defense. The forest was still dangerous, not just because of mutated beasts, but also ordinary wild animals. Having some form of defense would be a great relief. So, Cheng Zhiyu asked Xiao Juan if it would be willing to stand guard outside the treehouse. Xiao Juan was very enthusiastic, joyfully wrapping its vines around Cheng Zhiyu. It gave him a scare, but thankfully, it didn't toss him into the air this time. Which was, well, a cause for celebration. Since Xiao Juan was willing, Cheng Zhiyu decided to give it a try. But before that, it was time to collect his system rewards. As usual, the system space expanded, now reaching 10x10 meters. It looked much more spacious. Next was the storage space, which had grown to 20 cubic meters, almost the size of a small warehouse. A lot of room had just freed up inside. Cheng Zhiyu was in a great mood. With the expanded storage space, he could now pack things away as he pleased. It had been nearly full before, and he worried he might have to start discarding items. Finally, there was another plant. He skillfully dug a hole with his shovel, planted the seed, and watered it. The plant's life status was still a pitiful 5%. He couldn't fertilize it yet. It needed time to acclimate to the soil. He carefully gave it a little more water. Observing the plant closely, he noticed it was different from the others in their infancy. It had no leaves, only a main body that was round and about the size of a soybean. Cheng Zhiyu immediately decided on a name. "I'll call you Qiuqiu." He had unknowingly spent quite a while in the space. When Cheng Zhiyu came out, everyone else was already asleep. Xiao Hai, however, was awake, seemingly waiting for him. Cheng Zhiyu's heart softened. He gently stroked Xiao Hai's fur. "You're still growing. If you're sleepy, just go to sleep. Don't wait up for me." Xiao Hai's mouth was the toughest part of him. "I am not sleepy." As he said it, he couldn't suppress a yawn. Cheng Zhiyu was speechless. He ignored the awkward moment and said, "I'm just stepping out for a second. I'll be right back to sleep." Xiao Hai wagged his tail and followed Cheng Zhiyu. As they passed through the living room, Zhou Min was sleeping sprawled out like a starfish, completely oblivious to their presence. Seeing Xiao Hai's mischievous look as he raised a paw to swat Zhou Min, Cheng Zhiyu quickly stopped him. "Xiao Hai, don't disturb someone who's sleeping." Xiao Hai smoothly retracted his paw, pretending nothing had happened, and trotted after Cheng Zhiyu. Cheng Zhiyu chuckled. He sometimes found Xiao Hai truly amazing. In critical moments, he was calm and reliable, but usually he was endearingly silly and a little naughty. He opened the door. The temperature outside the treehouse was much colder. Cheng Zhiyu could see the white puff of his own breath. They had plants that could warm them and the Xiao Qiang brand treehouse, so the low temperature didn't feel like a big deal. He wondered how other ability users were managing. Cheng Zhiyu shook his head and let Xiao Juan out, instructing it to take root in front of the treehouse entrance. He asked worriedly, "Will Xiao Juan be too cold?" Xiao Juan shook its vines, looking well-adjusted. Once Cheng Zhiyu was sure it could handle the cold, he relaxed. He saw Xiao Hai looking up at Xiao Juan with curiosity and called him back inside, noting how late it was. Just as Xiao Hai was about to head back with him, Xiao Juan grew restless again, attempting to wrap a vine around Xiao Hai. But before it could even touch him, Xiao Hai, as if he had eyes on the back of his head, summoned a bolt of lightning that hovered menacingly over Xiao Juan, itching to strike. Xiao Juan shivered and instantly cowered, retracting its vine. Only then did the lightning overhead disappear. Cheng Zhiyu didn't see any of this. He was truly exhausted. Back in his room, he washed up and flopped onto the bed, lying on his stomach. Xiao Hai came closer. "Why are you sleeping on your stomach?" Cheng Zhiyu mumbled drowsily. "Xiao Juan dropped me earlier. My butt hurts." "It only hurt a little, really." He figured he'd be fine by tomorrow. Xiao Hai suddenly regretted not striking Xiao Juan. He padded over to Cheng Zhiyu's backside and gently prodded it with his paw. The injury wasn't serious. Cheng Zhiyu didn't react. Xiao Hai, on the other hand, felt his paw grow hot, and a strange heat spread through his whole body. How strange. He should stay away from Cheng Zhiyu. Xiao Hai lay down at the foot of the bed to sleep. A short while later, however, he was curled up beside Cheng Zhiyu again. The next morning, Cheng Zhiyu woke up to find Zhou Min flying outside. That's right, flying. He was instantly wide awake and rushed out to see Xiao Juan holding Zhou Min with its vines, tossing him into the air, catching him as he fell, and then tossing him up again. Ah! Zhou Min screamed. A vein throbbed in Cheng Zhiyu's temple. Xiao Juan was just too mischievous. Xiao Juan, put him down now, he yelled. Fortunately, despite its naughtiness, Xiao Juan was obedient. It gently lowered Zhou Min to the ground, its movements almost reluctant, as if Zhou Min were a fun new toy. Cheng Zhiyu hurried over to Zhou Min's side. Are you okay? My legs are jelly. Tian Qiuqiu and Tian Manman heard the commotion and also came running out. Tian Qiuqiu stared at Xiao Juan. What is that thing? It's a newly matured plant, Cheng Zhiyu explained. It's a bit mischievous and likes to throw people into the air. You scared me to death. I walked outside and saw this thing, and then it just tossed me into the sky, Zhou Min said, his heart still pounding. Cheng Zhiyu felt apologetic. I put it by the door because I wanted it to act as a guard. I didn't expect it to. Tian Qiuqiu burst out laughing. Zhou Min, you have the worst luck. But I bet that was way more thrilling than one of those drop tower rides at an amusement park. Zhou Min retorted, thrilling. I felt like I was bungee jumping. Xiao Juan wiggled its vines as if it had been praised. Just as it was about to get happy, a bolt of lightning as thick as a bowl materialized above its main stalk. Xiao Juan froze, cowering and not daring to move. Cheng Zhiyu seized the chance to lecture it again. What did I tell you yesterday? Not me, not anyone else. You can't do that, understand? Xiao Juan shook its vines frantically to show it understood. Cheng Zhiyu patted Xiao Hai. All right, you can retract it now. Xiao Hai flicked his tail. A few crackles of electricity zapped Xiao Juan's stalk, making it tremble in fear before he finally withdrew the lightning. Zhou Min was incredibly moved. Brother Hai, you ray like a hero defending his damsel in distress. Xiao Hai. I never knew I was so important to you, Zhou Min continued dramatically. I am so touched. Xiao Hai thought, what does this have to do with you? He trotted over to Cheng Zhiyu and asked with concern, does your butt still hurt? Cheng Zhiyu was embarrassed. How did you know? You told me yourself, Xiao Hai replied. Cheng Zhiyu coughed lightly. It doesn't hurt anymore. It wasn't a bad fall yesterday. Seeing that he was walking normally, Xiao Hai was relieved. The night had been safe. With the mutated bird dead, Cheng Zhiyu had worried that other wild animals might take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, but nothing of the sort had happened, perhaps thanks to Xiao Juan being on watch. Either way, Xiao Juan had done its job, so Cheng Zhiyu told it to return to the space to rest. Instead, Xiao Juan shrank down until it was only a dozen centimeters long and wrapped itself around Cheng Zhiyu's wrist. At a glance, it looked like a uniquely shaped bracelet. Cheng Zhiyu raised an eyebrow and poked it. Not going back to the space. Xiao Juan rubbed against him affectionately, as if to say, "I'll protect you." Not wanting to take its word for it, Cheng Zhiyu asked the system, will there be any problems if a plant doesn't return to the space? After a moment, the system replied, number combat-type plants primarily level up through battle or by absorbing crystal cores. As long as it returns to the space to absorb crystal cores, it will be fine. Reassured, Cheng Zhiyu let it be. If there was no issue, Xiao Juan could stay on his wrist if it wanted. Xiao Hai, however, was very displeased. He snarled and bared his teeth at Xiao Juan. At first, Xiao Juan was a little scared, but it soon realized that as long as it was wrapped around Cheng Zhiyu's wrist, Xiao Hai was powerless against it. With that, Xiao Juan began to ignore him completely. Xiao Hai was speechless. This was so annoying. That morning, they successfully had sautéed lettuce leaves with garlic for breakfast. The leaves were blanched, then tossed with minced garlic and a little salt. No other seasonings were needed for it to taste delicious. There wasn't much, and eating it made them feel warm, so they didn't have a lot. Fortunately, Being in the forest meant the days weren't as hot as in the city. Cheng Zhiyu and the others continued on their way, scanning for safe areas as they went. They moved quickly and encountered no danger over the next 2 days. Mutated beasts weren't that common, after all. In just 2 days, they had already covered more than half of their assigned zone. Compared to the quiet first day, the third day was filled with frequent distress calls crackling through the communicator. However, a glance at the distances involved confirmed they were all too far away. They would be too late even if they rushed over, so there was nothing they could do. "I reckon this will be over the day after tomorrow," Zhou Min said, utterly exhausted. He was in the worst physical shape of the group, and the last 2 days had taken their toll. Every night, he was so tired he'd collapse into sleep the moment his head hit the pillow. Cheng Zhiyu nodded. "Yes. Let's hope everything goes smoothly." Qiuqiu muttered, "Aside from those mutated birds, we haven't run into any other mutated beasts. It's pretty boring." Just as he was speaking, he felt something wrap around his ankle. He looked down and chuckled. "Xiao Juan, can you stop fooling around?" Cheng Zhiyu glanced at the well-behaved Xiao Juan on his wrist, and his expression changed instantly. "Watch out." Thankfully, Qiuqiu reacted quickly. Just before the plant tightened its grip, he slashed it apart. "Damn it. And I was just saying we hadn't met any other mutated beasts." Zhou Min's heart was still pounding. "Is this a plant-type mutated beast?" "It should be," Cheng Zhiyu confirmed, nodding. They frowned and scanned their surroundings but found nothing. "Strain. It had to be nearby. In the tree." Xiao Hai barked. Cheng Zhiyu immediately looked up and met a pair of cold, inorganic eyes, a sight that sent a shiver down his spine. It was a grayish-brown snake, as thick as a man's wrist, flicking its forked tongue as it stared them down with predatory intent. "Damn, that thing gives me the creeps," Qiuqiu said, instantly launching an ice arrow at it. A lush green net materialized in front of the snake, blocking the arrow. Then the net shot toward them. "Xiao Juan." Cheng Zhiyu called out. Countless vines immediately shot out from Cheng Zhiyu's wrist, tearing the large net to shreds. Only then did they get a clear look. The net was covered in countless mouth-like appendages. If they had accidentally touched it, they would have undoubtedly been bit. The thought of so many mouths clamping down on them was horrifying. "God, that's disgusting," Zhou Min said with revulsion. Its first attack having failed, the snake tried a new tactic. The previously quiet and harmless plants on the ground suddenly went berserk, attacking them with frenzied aggression. Zhou Min immediately began hacking at them with his dagger, while Tian Manman swung her broadsword. "Qiuqiu!" Cheng Zhiyu shouted. The moment he spoke, all the plants beneath their feet were frozen solid, immobilized and rendered harmless. At the same time, a kitchen knife silently appeared behind the snake and swung down. The snake was currently locked in a struggle with Xiao Juan. As a strangler vine, once its tendrils wrapped around a target, the thorns would pierce the skin. These thorns had a paralyzing effect, rendering any struggle useless. The mutated snake didn't know the specifics, but it instinctively knew it couldn't let Xiao Juan latch onto it. It frantically dodged the coiling vines while trying to bite Xiao Juan in return. For a moment, they were at a stalemate. The mutated snake failed to notice the kitchen knife that had appeared behind it until it came chopping down. Only then did it sense the danger and try to dodge, but the blade still struck home. Cheng Zhiyu had predicted that Xiao Tai's blow would slice the snake in two. To his surprise, however, the knife only left a gash so deep the bone was visible. The mutated snake fell weakly to the ground. "Is it dead?" Qiuqiu asked, raising an eyebrow. Zhou Min let out a breath. "Look at it. It's not moving. It has to be dead, right?" Xiao Juan extended a vine, about to wrap around the snake and toss it to Cheng Zhiyu, when everything changed. The wrist-thick snake suddenly expanded, instantly swelling to the thickness of a man's embrace. It reared up its upper body, casting a massive shadow that blotted out the sun. Xiao Juan immediately tried to bind the mutated snake, but a blast of fire shot out, scorching the vine black. Cheng Zhiyu frowned. Xiao Juan, get back here. Xiao Juan didn't listen, continuing to wrap itself around the snake. Its poisonous thorns pierced the creature's skin, and the snake thrashed wildly to shake it off. Unfortunately, the mutated snake was now enormous. Even with the poison, it was only slightly slowed. Cheng Zhiyu quickly retracted Xiao Juan into his space, then brought out Xiao Tai in its machine gun form. A hail of bullets sprayed toward the mutated snake. Xiao also appeared. As a fire type itself, it was completely unafraid of the snake's flames. The mutated snake frantically dodged the bullets while also trying to avoid Xiao. Many bullets found their mark, and its body was scorched in several places by Xiao's attacks. Qiuqiu and the others weren't idle either. A volley of ice arrows flew toward it. The mutated snake tried to retaliate with fire. In a forest, fire was difficult to control once it started, but the snake was desperate, adopting a scorched earth mentality without any restraint. But every time it spat a ball of fire, a jet of water would extinguish it. It would spit another, and more water would douse it, infuriating the snake into a violent rage. Bolts of lightning also struck down from above intermittently, causing it so much pain it wanted to roll on the ground. With lightning, bullets, ice arrows, and fire, not to mention Zhou Min sneaking in for surprise attacks with his dagger, the mutated snake was overwhelmed. If it could speak, it would probably be cursing, wondering if it was suffering some kind of heavenly retribution. However, the mutated snake was incredibly tough, managing to stay standing despite the onslaught. The battle reached a stalemate. Just then, the snake felt a weight on its body. It sensed a life-threatening danger and tried to shake off the person climbing onto it. But Tian Manman was too fast, clinging tightly to the snake as she scaled its body. The snake had to dodge the attacks from all sides, which gave Tian Manman the opening to climb onto its head. It whipped its tail at her frantically. She took several hits but stubbornly held on, gritting her teeth. Then, she raised her broadsword and plunged it forcefully into the snake's head. The snake's scales were extremely hard, but thankfully, Tian Manman wasn't wielding an ordinary blade. Combined with her immense strength, she aimed specifically for the gash Xiao Tai had made earlier. With a sickening squelch, the broadsword plunged directly into the snake's brain. At the same time, lightning and ice arrows relentlessly hammered the wound. The machine gun in Cheng Zhiyu's hands transformed into a crossbow, and he fired an arrow straight at it. The snake had opened its mouth to roar in fury, and the arrow shot right through its throat. Tian Manman pulled out her broadsword and stabbed it in again. The wound was now a mangled mess. The snake collapsed, finally falling silent. Cheng Zhiyu ran over. "Manman, are you hurt?" Tian Manman grinned sheepishly. "I am fine." Qiuqiu saw the bloody welts on her arm and was on the verge of tears. "Still saying you're fine. Look at yourself. Are you stupid? We would have worn that snake down eventually." Tian Manman's face was a little pale. "I wanted to help." "Manman did great." Cheng Zhiyu patted Qiuqiu's shoulder, calming him down. "But we also don't want you to get hurt." Tian Manman scratched her head. "Okay." Zhou Min grimaced in pain. He'd been whipped a few times as well. "That snake was tough. My dagger barely left a scratch." Qiuqiu kicked the very dead snake. Who would have thought it had dual abilities? "Manman, come over here. I'll heal your injuries," Zhou Min said. He quickly healed his own wounds, then beckoned her over. "Right, I almost forgot Zhou Min is a healer," Qiuqiu said, quickly pulling Tian Manman over to him. Zhou Min placed his hand on her, and the raw, bloody welts on her body healed in an instant. Her skin became smooth and flawless, as if she had never been injured at all. Even though Cheng Zhiyu and the others had seen it before, it still felt miraculous. The only downside was that Zhou Min was visibly tired after using his ability and needed to rest. He didn't care about the dirt anymore and sat down on the ground. Staring at the snake, which was dozens of meters long, he mused, This should be edible, right? Everyone, including Xiao Hai, turned to look at Cheng Zhiyu. Cheng Zhiyu was speechless. First, let's skin it, he said. The hide has good defensive properties. We can make vests or something out of it later. Everyone agreed it was a good idea and immediately got to work skinning the snake. It took a lot of effort to skin a snake dozens of meters long. In the meantime, Cheng Zhiyu dug out the crystal cores from its head. A dual-ability beast had 2 cores. One fire and one plant. No one else could use them, so he gave one to Xiao and the other to Xiao Qiang. Xiao was currently level 3, and advancing to level 4 was difficult. It would likely require a lot of crystal cores. As for Xiao Qiang, this single core would probably be enough to get it to level 2. He was curious to see what changes that would bring. After skinning the snake, they chopped the meat into chunks. While the others were busy, Cheng Zhiyu thought for a moment. After confirming the meat wasn't poisonous, he decided to make a snake soup and some salt and pepper snake. He let the soup simmer slowly while he coated the other pieces in flour and deep-fried them in a pan of hot oil. Once they were golden brown, he scooped them out, sprinkled them with seasoning, and they were ready to eat. Xiao Hai, come try it. Cheng Zhiyu called out. Xiao Hai immediately trotted over on his short legs, his tail wagging unconsciously. The snake meat was boneless, perfect for biting into. Cheng Zhiyu placed a piece in Xiao Hai's mouth. He took a bite and clearly enjoyed it. The meat had been marinated beforehand, so there was no strange taste. The outside was crispy, and the inside was tender. Moreover, since it was a mutated beast, every bite was packed with energy. I want some. I want some. Zhou Min shambled over with his arms outstretched like a zombie, with Tian Qiuqiu and Tian Manman right behind him. Frying meat wasn't a highly technical job. It didn't matter if some pieces were a little more or less done. So they took turns frying, while Cheng Zhiyu squatted beside them, eating. When they had eaten their fill, they fried the rest and stored it directly in the storage space to eat as a snack later. Afterward, each of them had a bowl of hot snake soup, which instantly warmed their stomachs. The rich salt and pepper snake had started to feel a bit greasy, but the soup cut through it perfectly. A single sip was incredibly comforting. It felt like they hadn't eaten this well even before the apocalypse. They had been in the forest for several days now. They estimated that tomorrow or the day after, their mission would be over, and they could finally leave. After that, the group encountered a few more mutated beasts, but they were all easy to deal with, likely only level 2. Any one of them could have handled the creatures on their own. Zhou Min, however, had a slightly harder time. He was the weakest among them, but he had also made great progress. That's right, before they knew it, taking down level 2 mutated beasts had become effortless. They still remembered their first encounter with a level 2 zombie, back before Zhou Min had joined them. It had taken a considerable amount of effort to defeat it. The crystal cores from the level 2 beasts were useful to Tian Qiuqiu and the others, so they absorbed them. Xiao Hai had grown visibly larger. He seemed to change almost daily. Previously, Cheng Zhiyu would carry him everywhere, but he rarely did so now. Xiao Hai had gotten much heavier, weighing around 20 pounds, and was starting to look more like a medium-sized dog than a small one. Cheng Zhiyu wondered just how big he would get before he stopped growing. One day, they finally finished scanning their assigned sector and were about to notify the base to come pick them up. However, a distress signal suddenly appeared on their communicator. Many times before, such signals had been too far away for them to do anything, but this one was much closer, only a few kilometers from their position. Should we go? Cheng Zhiyu asked. Let's check it out, Tian Qiuqiu said. We can help if we're able to. Tian Manman and Zhou Min had no objections, and Xiao Hai was indifferent. So, following the coordinates on the communicator, they headed in that direction. At that moment, Zhang He was frantically sending the distress signal, while desperately fending off an attack from a pack of mutated wolves. His team consisted of his wife, Wu Mengting, and 2 other men, one with a wind ability, the other with lightning. Their combat strength was certainly not weak. The lightning user, in particular, was formidable. Most beasts they had encountered before were left half dead by a single bolt from him. They had also been relatively lucky, only running into level 2 beasts. The problem was the lightning user's overbearing attitude. Although he was the one who dealt the fatal blow each time, Zhang He felt that he and Wu Mengting had also contributed. Yet the man with the lightning ability had flatly declared that all the crystal cores belonged to him. As for the beast meat, he was willing to spare a little for Zhang He and Wu Mengting. Zhang He and Wu Mengting were furious. What did he mean, spare them a little meat? The one time he said that, the beast they had killed had flesh that seemed to have rotted. They had no idea what was wrong with it, but the meat was completely inedible. The crystal core was the only useful part of that beast, and it happened to be an earth element core that Zhang He could have used. But the lightning user refused to give it to him, saying he would take it back to the base to trade with someone else. To make matters worse, the lightning and wind users were brothers and presented a united front, leaving Zhang He powerless. Wu Mengting was so angry she wanted to fight, but Zhang He stopped her. Forget it. We're in the forest, surrounded by danger. If we fight and get injured, it'll be even more perilous for us. What Zhang He said made sense, so Wu Mengting forced herself to endure it. It finally dawned on them why these two hadn't teamed up with stronger people. It was because they were easy to bully. They had risked their lives to come to the forest, hoping to get a few crystal cores and improve their abilities, but it had all been for nothing. They had suffered the entire way. When they did encounter beasts with edible meat, they could at least fill their stomachs. But with no seasonings, their only option was to roast it plain. Worse, they had no water to spare. The water they carried was just enough for drinking, so they couldn't use it to wash the meat. They simply carved it off the carcass and threw it on the fire, blood and all. The taste was indescribable. All of them nearly threw up after eating it. Not to mention, they couldn't bathe. The days were scorching hot, and they inevitably sweated. After a few days, they reeked. Sometimes, blood from the beasts they hunted would splatter on them, and all they could do was give it a quick wipe. Now, none of them dared to lower their heads and take a deep whiff of themselves. The smell was beyond words. All of them, including the lightning user, looked utterly wretched. But they didn't think much of it. This was what it was like on a mission, right? Conditions were limited. Wasn't everyone else going through the same thing? Except for Zhang He and Wu Mengting, who were resentful for getting nothing out of it, the other two were quite pleased. They felt that being in the forest wasn't so bad. The meat tasted awful, but at least it was meat, full of energy and enough to keep them fed. We're almost done, the lightning user said, looking at the communicator and the small, unexplored area left in their sector. The wind user nodded, then glanced at Zhang He and Wu Mengting, muttering, "I doubt any other team has it as easy as you two." Wasn't that just a blatant jab at them for being carried? Zhang He nearly coughed up blood from anger, but could only hold it in. Wu Mengting was a level 2 fire user, and not weak, but Zhang He's earth ability was still on the cusp of leveling up from 1 to 2. With a powerful lightning user on the other side, he and Wu Mengting would only lose if they fought. As they neared the edge of their sector, they unconsciously let their guard down. The lightning user was the first to notice something was wrong. He spotted a wolf. It was much larger than a normal wolf, clearly a mutated beast. Without hesitation, the lightning user unleashed a bolt of lightning. Half of the wolf's body was charred black. The wind user quickly followed up with an attack, and the wolf collapsed instantly. "You're amazing, big bro," the wind user exclaimed. He then shot a look at Zhang He's group. "You two didn't help at all just now, so don't even think about getting any meat." Zhang He and his wife no longer cared. Even when they did help, they only got a tiny piece of meat. It wasn't worth the effort. But just as the wind user was about to step forward to dig out the crystal core, Zhang He cried out, "There are more wolves." Seeing his terrified expression, the wind user scoffed, "It's just one wolf. What's the big deal?" Then he heard his brother's voice tremble. "It's not just one. The wind user looked up and saw a whole pack of wolves emerging in the distance. The alpha leading them was exceptionally large. Just one look at it sent a powerful sense of oppression washing over him. That alpha wolf had to be a level 3 mutated beast. And behind it were more than 20 other wolves. Even a tiger would give a pack of normal wolves a wide berth, let alone mutated ones. Their glowing green eyes stared at the humans, sending a chill down their spines. Soon, the alpha wolf launched the first attack. The pack instantly surrounded them. The alpha must have sensed that the lightning user was the strongest, as it lunged directly for him. The lightning user scrambled to dodge, striking back with lightning, but he found that the alpha was incredibly fast. His attacks couldn't even touch it. While dodging, he was bitten by the alpha wolf, and his arm was instantly drenched in blood. Zhang He and the others were faring no better. Each of them was surrounded by several wolves. Zhang He's earth ability lacked offensive power, mainly due to his low level, and he nearly died several times. Fortunately, he quickly began coordinating with Wu Mengting. He used earth walls for defense while she attacked with her fire ability, successfully burning several wolves to death. However, their actions only enraged the pack further, and the attacks grew even more ferocious. Both Zhang He and Wu Mengting were injured. The wind user was in worse shape. One of his arms had been bitten off, brutally torn away by a wolf. His screams were horrifying. The lightning user's eyes turned red with fury, but he was too busy dealing with the alpha wolf to help. He could only shout, "Zhang He, send a distress signal, quick." Zhang He hastily freed up a hand to send the signal, but he held out little hope. It seemed their journey would end here today. In that moment of distraction, his earth wall was breached, and a wolf tore a chunk of flesh from his leg. Zhang He screamed in pain. The wolf lunged again, but thankfully, Wu Mengting drove it back with a burst of fire. However, the continuous use of their abilities had left them exhausted. Their powers grew weaker and weaker, and they were on the verge of collapse. Tears streamed down Wu Mengting's face, whether from the sweat stinging her eyes or from despair, she didn't know. She closed her eyes. "Xingxing, Mom is coming to join you." Suddenly, the sound of an arrow whistling through the air broke the chaos. A wolf that was pouncing on the wind user collapsed to the ground. A clear, strong voice called out from a distance, "Stay sharp." "Hold on." Cheng Zhiyu glanced at Zhang He. It was an acquaintance, he realized. But this was no time for pleasantries. His group immediately joined the battle. With their help, the situation was instantly reversed. Qiuqiu helped the lightning user fight the alpha wolf. The man was already quite powerful, and seeing reinforcements gave him a surge of spirit. No one wanted to die if they could live. Soon, the pack's numbers dwindled. The alpha wolf roared in fury and attacked with even greater ferocity. Seeing this, Tianmanmen came over to help. His speed was incredible, even faster than the wolves. With a single slash of his blade, he would injure a wolf. Before it could retaliate, Tianmanmen was already on the other side of the battlefield. After the last wolf in the pack fell, the alpha leader also collapsed in unwilling defeat, its life extinguished. Zhang He slumped to the ground, the pain from his wounds nearly making him pass out. The wind user was in a much worse state. Missing an arm, he had already fainted. The lightning user checked on his brother. Ability users had strong constitutions, and the bleeding had already stopped on its own. His life wasn't in danger. He breathed a sigh of relief. As long as his life was saved, his arm could be restored. He gently laid his brother down and turned to Cheng Zhiyu's group, speaking with sincere gratitude. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, we would have all died here today." Though the lightning user was arrogant, he wasn't a fool. He knew to be polite to those with strength. Qiuqiu recognized Zhang He, and since they were acquaintances, walked over to ask how he was doing. Zhang He shook his head and managed a weak smile. "I am fine. I won't die." Qiuqiu looked at the chunk of flesh missing from his thigh and felt a phantom pain just looking at it. He gently patted his shoulder. "Don't worry. We've already contacted the base. Someone should be here to pick us up soon. Zhang He nodded. The lightning ability user saw this and asked, "You know each other?" "Yeah," Cheng Zhiyu said. "We came to Kang base together." The lightning ability user's eyes flickered. He knew what he'd done before wasn't right. Seeing that Zhang He and the others didn't say anything, he breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, it was also because Zhang He didn't have the strength to speak. The lightning ability user said, "We owe you big time for this. All the crystal cores from these wolves are yours." As he said this, it felt like his heart was bleeding. Cheng Zhiyu didn't agree outright. After discussing it with Qiuqiu and the others, he said, "Well, take 2/3 of the crystal cores, and the same for the wolf pelts. The rest is yours." "How about that?" They didn't want the wolf meat. Their space was already full of mutated beast meat. As for the pelts, mutated beast pelts were good stuff, warm and offering a certain level of defense, so they naturally had to take them. The lightning ability user, whose heart had been bleeding, was instantly overjoyed. 1/3 of the crystal cores was still 6 or 7 of them. Add the pelts and the wolf meat, and it was enough to live very well at the base for quite a while. So he agreed. It was only then that the lightning ability user noticed that Cheng Zhiyu's group looked completely different from his own disheveled state. They were clean from head to toe and in high spirits. Anyone who didn't know better would think they had just arrived. In contrast, he was as wretched as one could possibly look. "I thought we were all supposed to be miserable like this." While waiting for the base to send a pickup, they started digging out crystal cores and skinning the wolves. They were all skilled at this, and they worked quickly. Perhaps because Zhang He knew Cheng Zhiya's group, the lightning ability user had a change of heart and was willing to split the crystal cores, wolf meat, and pelts evenly with them. Zhang He had recovered some of his energy by now, and a smile appeared on his face when he saw their haul. Qiuqiu noticed Wu Mengting taking care of Zhang He, her attitude completely different from what they'd seen before. His curiosity piqued. He couldn't help but steal a few more glances. But it was their family business, so he couldn't ask too many questions. Soon, the base's helicopter arrived. However, there were too many people to take in one trip. Cheng Zhiya's group let Zhang He, the wind ability user, and their team go first since they were injured. Before leaving, Zhang He said, "Little brother Cheng, little brother Tian, once I get back to the base and heal up, I'll definitely come to thank you in person. By the way, where are you staying?" Qiuqiu told him the location. "No need to thank us. We were just helping out since we were here." He didn't mention that they were planning to leave the base after resting for a night, as there was no need. Zhang He immediately insisted, I must. I'll come find you as soon as I get back." After the helicopter left, Zhou Min said thoughtfully, "Are you on good terms with that Zhang He?" Cheng Zhiyu shook his head. "Not really. We've just met a few times." Zhou Min let out a breath of relief. "That's good. You should probably stay away from him." Qiuqiu was curious. After all, besides his healing ability, Zhou Min had another power. He immediately asked, "Why do you say that?" Zhou Min couldn't quite put his finger on it. "I don't know, I just have a weird feeling about him." "Was he lying just now?" Qiuqiu asked. "No, not that," Zhou Min replied. "I just don't get the feeling he's a good person." Because of his ability to detect lies, over time, his subconscious would give him hints about people's good or bad intentions. He had an instinctive dislike for Zhang He just now. Qiuqiu shrugged. "Doesn't matter. We're leaving the base soon anyway. We probably won't see him again." Zhou Min thought about it and agreed, nodding. Soon, another helicopter arrived. Once they were on board, the topic of Zhang He was completely forgotten. Although they had arrived by helicopter, riding in one for the second time still felt novel. They quickly reached the base. As soon as Zhou Min got off the helicopter, he saw Brother Zhang and immediately walked over. "Brother Zhang." Brother Zhang saw that he was fine and in good spirits, and he breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Zhou Min was the only remaining family of his late comrade. After exchanging pleasantries with brother Zhang, Cheng Zhiyu's group handed over their communicators and learned that there would be an additional reward for each person who participated in the mission. 3,000 points, or a level 2 crystal core. The base wanted ability users to choose points, so they offered a more generous amount. Even though Cheng Zhiyu's group had quite a few level 2 crystal cores, they were still rare. This reward was quite good, especially since each person could choose one. Since Cheng Zhiyu and his team didn't plan to stay at the base, they naturally chose the crystal cores. Qiuqiu and the others all chose cores they needed. Zhou Min didn't want to expose his healing ability, and the type of crystal core he needed hadn't appeared yet, so he simply picked a water element one, which Xiao Hai could use. As for Cheng Zhiyu, after asking, he chose a plant element core. He had originally wanted a psychic one, but unfortunately, the base didn't have any. He had to settle for the next best thing. Right now, both Xiao Qiang and Xiao Juan needed it. This one was for Xiao Juan. Coiled around his wrist and hidden by his sleeve, Xiao Juan happily nuzzled against him, tickling him. Cheng Zhiyu had to press it down to keep it still. Xiao Hai. This stupid weed is so annoying. After they got back, Xiao Juan returned to the system space to absorb the crystal core. Cheng Zhiyu took out the crystal cores they had obtained over the past few days. They distributed the ones they could use among themselves. The remaining fire element ones were for Xiao while he planned to go out and trade the earth and wind element cores today. They had no use for those at the moment. While trading the cores, Cheng Zhiyu's group ran into Wang Li. She had been in much better spirits lately, mainly because that annoying Feng family was gone. Although new people had moved into the other 2 rooms, this time they were much more normal, and they were all getting along well. Wang Li was a little sad to hear that they were leaving. Unfortunately, she had nothing to give them, and she felt a bit guilty since they had given her so many things. After asking if she minded, they gave her all the temporary items in their rooms that they couldn't take with them. Cheng Zhiyu's group had good luck. They traded 2 earth element and 3 wind element crystal cores for 2 ice element, 1 speed element, 1 strength element, and another water element core. Lightning element crystal cores were hard to trade for. They were quite rare, and the zombies or mutated beasts with that ability weren't easy to deal with. Speaking of which, the reason they were able to trade their cores so quickly was thanks to the large number of ability users who had gone into the forest to hunt mutated beasts, which meant everyone had more cores they couldn't use. After they returned, Qiuqiu and the others went to their rooms to absorb the crystal cores. Zhou Min's place at the base wasn't with them, but he stayed over anyway. We're leaving tomorrow anyway. It's too much trouble to go back and forth. Of course, the main reason was that he didn't want to miss tonight's dinner. Cheng Zhiyu. Fine. Back in his room, he glanced at Xiao Hai, who was absorbing a crystal core, before entering the system space. He was soon pleasantly surprised to discover that both Xiao Qiang and Xiao Juan had leveled up to level 2 because of the plant element crystal core. At the same time, their upgrade caused the system space to expand to 12 by 12 meters. That was about the size of a large, single-floor apartment. Xiao Juan had grown a little bigger, but this time it didn't wrap around Cheng Zhiyu playfully. That was mainly because Xiao and Xiao Tai were watching, so it didn't dare. Cheng Zhiyu was more curious about Xiao Qiang's changes, but it was inconvenient to check while they were still at the base. He would have to wait until they left. Less than a day to go. Cheng Zhiyu clenched his fists. He was just too excited. But since the system space had expanded, he decided to take advantage of the downtime at the base to plant some more vegetables, mainly leafy greens this time. For leafy greens, he chose lettuce. He had lettuce seeds, but since they would turn red when planted near Xiao and make one's body heat up after eating, unsuitable for daytime consumption, Cheng Zhiyu planted them in the empty space next to Xiao Huang. This way, he could harvest the lettuce endlessly, just like cutting chives. Of course, the empty spots near Xiao Xiao Tai, and Xiao Qiang weren't left idle either. As for the area next to Xiao Juan, he gave it 1,000 warnings not to be mischievous before cautiously planting some chili peppers. He was running low on chili peppers in his storage space. While he was busy planting the chili peppers, Xiao Juan would poke him with its vine from time to time, like a bored child trying to get an adult's attention. Fortunately, it listened to Cheng Zhiyu's instructions and didn't disturb the spot where the chili peppers were planted. Cheng Zhiyu patted Xiao Juan and praised it. Good boy. Oh right, there was also Xiao Huang. It had reached level 2 earlier and had recently started to flower and bear fruit again. Cheng Zhiyu began to look forward to seeing what effects its fruit would have. After finishing his work, he went asleep. The next morning, the group packed their things, ready to leave Kang base. But unexpectedly, before they could leave, Zhang He and Wu Mengting showed up. They had come specifically to thank Cheng Zhiyu's group for saving them yesterday. Zhang He had only rested for one night, but his demeanor was completely different. The wound on his thigh must have been treated by a healing-type ability user, as there was no trace of it left. It's all thanks to the base, he said. They said if you get injured in the forest, they'll treat you for free and even contact a healing-type ability user. Otherwise, I would have been in pain for days. After all, healing-type ability users were hard to find. Hearing this, Qiuqiu nodded. The base is pretty good then. Zhang He hesitated for a moment before he couldn't help but ask, let me ask you something, and please don't be offended, but Kang base is a really rare and excellent base. Why aren't you willing to stay? Qiuqiu explained that they wanted to go home. After hearing this, Zhang He didn't know what else to say. Qiuqiu smiled and changed the subject. Hey, did you and your wife make up? Zhang He nodded. She went to a spirit medium and is finally willing to believe me. He didn't want to elaborate, but Zhou Min sidled up completely tactlessly and asked, a spirit medium. What for? Qiuqiu shot him a look. What are you doing? Why do you have to ask about everything? But Zhou Min acted as if he hadn't seen it and continued to ask Zhang He, did you have a relative pass away? Wu Mengting's expression soured. Just the mention of her Xingxing made her heart ache terribly. Zhang He patted her comfortingly and continued to smile. It's my daughter. Mengting misunderstood that I did something to Xingxing. Thankfully, we had the spirit medium, so the misunderstanding didn't continue. He looked like he didn't want to say more. Qiuqiu said awkwardly, don't mind him. There's something wrong with his head. Zhang He forced a smile. But Zhou Min, completely lacking tact, pressed on. So your daughter's death really had nothing to do with you? Zhang He's expression changed, and he replied instinctively, of course not. Wu Mengting had been quiet and withdrawn since Xingxing's death, but that didn't mean she had no temper. Zhou Min had offended her repeatedly, especially regarding her Xingxing, and she couldn't take it anymore. She tried to attack him. Zhou Min quickly dodged, his movements surprisingly practiced. He ducked behind Cheng Zhiyu, and once he felt safe, poked his head out. But you're lying, he said. I can feel it. You're lying. Seeing Zhou Min make one offensive remark after another, Qiuqiu wanted to slap him. What was wrong with him, acting crazy for no reason? It wasn't until Zhou Min suddenly said Zhang He was lying that Qiuqiu froze, finally understanding what was going on. Zhou Min was now hiding behind Cheng Zhiyu, clutching the other man's clothes and feeling quite secure. But when he glanced down, he saw Xiao Hai staring at him with a dark, intense gaze. Zhou Min cleared his throat and let go of Cheng Zhiyu's clothes. Meanwhile, Wu Mengting's movements faltered. She asked anxiously, what do you mean by that? Zhang He frowned and pulled at Wu Mengting. Mengting, don't listen to him. He doesn't know what he's talking about. But Wu Mengting stubbornly stared at Zhou Min. He cautiously poked his head out again. It's exactly what it sounds like. He said your daughter's death had nothing to do with him. I felt it. That was a lie. Wu Mengting whipped her head around to look at Zhang He, her eyes bloodshot and terrifying. Zhang He swallowed nervously. Wife, he said cautiously, you can't just believe everything people say. I know you care about Xingxing, but didn't we see a spirit medium? Xingxing said it herself. Her death had nothing to do with me. After speaking, he turned to Zhou Min with a dark expression. I don't know why you're trying to stir up trouble between my wife and me. If you weren't my savior's friend, I wouldn't be so polite. Zhou Min was displeased. What do you mean I am stirring up trouble? Am I secretly in love with you or something? I just can't stand seeing someone lie to my face. Go ahead, ask around. My ability lets me feel when you're lying. My track record is verifiable, you know. Zhang He frowned and tried to pull Wu Mengting away, but she yanked her hand free and walked to within a few steps of Zhou Min. What do you mean? He's lying. Does Xingxing's death have something to do with him? Zhou Min shrugged. How would I know? I only know he's lying. As for the rest, I can't read minds. Wu Mengting clenched her fists. So as long as he speaks, you can tell if he's telling the truth or a lie. On this point, Zhou Min could guarantee it. Of course. Tian Qiuqiu and Tian Manman moved closer to Cheng Zhiyu. What's going on? I don't know, Cheng Zhiyu replied. Let's just watch for now. It was clear they weren't going anywhere anytime soon. As if Shed made a decision, Wu Mengting walked up to Zhang He and stared at him. He swallowed hard. Mengting, don't just believe whatever anyone says. I'll ask, y'all answer. That's all, Wu Mengting said. Mengting. Zhang He began. I'll say it again. I ask, you answer. Wu Mengting raised her voice, her gaze fixated on Zhang He, unwilling to compromise in the slightest. Zhang He was helpless, growing more and more agitated. Did you bribe the spirit medium? Wu Mengting asked. Zhang He let out a sigh of relief. Wu Mengting looked at Zhou Min, who said, that's the truth. Wu Mengting frowned. Did you kill Xingxing? Zhang He turned his head away. Zhou Min's expression was full of disgust. A lie. Wu Mengting's fingers began to tremble. She tried to force herself to calm down, but it was impossible. She demanded Zhang He. Xingxing was your daughter. Why would you kill her? Do you have any idea how much she loved you? Every time you left, she would curl up in my arms and cry, saying she missed her daddy. As if a nerve had been struck, Zhang He retorted loudly, even if I did cause her death, it was an accident. It was unintentional. I regret it so much. Lie, 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 Zhou Min chanted. Every single word is a lie. As if afraid people wouldn't understand, he specifically explained, he did it on purpose. It wasn't unintentional, and he doesn't regret it one bit. Cheng Zhiyu and the others were speechless. They knew Zhou Min wasn't lying. Even a vicious tiger won't eat its own cubs. Tian Qiuqiu muttered under his breath, that's so strange. Why did the spirit medium say Xingxing claimed Zhang He didn't kill her? Cheng Zhiyu said, some victims might not even know the cause of their own death. Besides, like Wu Mengting said, Xingxing was deeply attached to Zhang He. After hearing that, Tian Qiuqiu had nothing more to say. He looked at Zhang He as if he were looking at an animal. Zhang He, you're a bastard. Wu Mengting shrieked, her whole body seeming to tremble. She lunged at him. Zhang He scrambled to dodge, shouting as he moved, Mengting, don't believe him. Xingxing was my daughter, too. How could I bear to harm her? Zhou Min clicked his tongue, adding fuel to the fire. Still lying. Zhang He finally snapped. He yelled and glared viciously at Zhou Min. Why are you spouting so much bullshit? What does our family's business have to do with you? Zhou Min huffed. Can I stand up for justice when I see it? Zhang He gritted his teeth. Meddlesome bastard. Before his words had faded, a hard, sharp chunk of earth shot toward Zhou Min, clearly aimed to kill. Zhang He had spent the previous night absorbing every crystal core he could, and he was now a level 2 earth ability user. The clod of earth was even harder than rock. However, a broadsword swung down and smashed into it, and the earthen chunk instantly disintegrated. Tian Manman held her broadsword, glaring fiercely at Zhang He. She didn't care about anything else. All she knew was that Zhang He had dared to attack her friend. He was courting death. Cheng Zhiyu's face also turned cold. Zhang He, are you trying to pick a fight with us? The sentence was a blatant show of protection for Zhou Min. If Zhang He tried to attack him again, they wouldn't hold back. Zhang He's expression turned ugly. Brother Cheng, I am just trying to help you. With a troublemaker like him on your team, aren't you afraid of getting burned one day? That's our business, Cheng Zhiyu said. You don't need to worry about it. Zhou Min was extremely touched. Wah, I love you guys so much. Xiao Hai scoffed, tossing around the word love so easily. How frivolous. Cheng Zhiyu found it amusing. Seeing He Di hit a wall with Cheng Zhiyu, Zhang He turned to Wu Mengting. Mengting were husband and wife. Are you trying to kill me? How can you be so cruel? Wu Mengting's eyes were crimson. Then let me ask you, why were you so cruel to Xingxing? She was a good actress. She put on an innocent act, but she was cunning as hell. Zhang He had given up all pretense. Since Wu Mengting already knew, he decided to let out everything he'd been holding back. Wu Mengting was incredulous. Xingxing was only 5 years old. How can you say that about her? Am I wrong? Zhang He said impatiently. If it weren't for her, would my son have died? She was afraid my son's birth would take away her share of affection, so she was cruel enough to cause his death. He demanded, Wu Mengting, you go on and on about loving Xingxing, but what about our unborn son? Didn't you love him? Wu Mengting was speechless for a long moment. Zhang He muttered to himself, if it weren't for her, my son would be a year old by now, right? We're both ability users, so he definitely would have been one too. Our family could have been happy, but it's all her fault. My mom said she asked an experienced auntie, and that baby was definitely a boy. When you were pregnant, she ran off and made you search for her all day. I think she did it on purpose to make you miscarry. Xingxing got lost by accident. That day I asked you to look for her, but you refused, so I had to go alone. Have you ever considered that my miscarriage had something to do with you? Wu Mengting had been heartbroken when she miscarried, but she knew it wasn't Xingxing's fault. It was Zhang He's behavior as a husband that had made her heart go cold. Their daughter was lost, and he didn't even care. It was because of that incident that Wu Mengting always suspected Zhang He was responsible for Xingxing's death. And another thing, Zhang He, don't think I don't know. The time Xingxing got lost, your mother was the one who took her out. Your mom wanted to abandon Xingxing. Wu Mengting had always known her mother-in-law disliked Xingxing because she was a girl. She'd been suspicious about that incident but had no proof. Since her mother-in-law didn't live with them, Shed had to let it go. But the matter had always been a thorn in her heart. Your mother killed our unborn child. Can you blame my mom? Zhang He shot back. He had been influenced by his mother's thinking for years and had long since accepted the misogynistic theory of valuing sons over daughters. If Xingxing hadn't thrown a tantrum about not wanting a little brother, making you even consider getting an abortion, would my mom have done that? He could dote on Xingxing, but only on the condition that he would also have a son. When Xingxing became an obstacle to his son's birth, he couldn't accept it. Wu Mengting sneered. So you finally admit it. She deserved to die, Zhang He said coldly. As long as she was alive, you wouldn't have had another child. And after the apocalypse started, I went home to find my mother dead, but she was still alive. She killed my mother too. She's a demon. That wasn't it at all. His mother had ignored Xingxing's pleas and insisted on going outside to look around, only to be bitten by a zombie. After being bitten, she was clearly turning. She pounded on the door, trying to get inside. Xingxing, seeing her grandmother about to become a zombie, didn't open the door. Wu Mengting didn't think Xingxing had done anything wrong. Before leaving, she had instructed her daughter not to open the door no matter what happened. Honestly, if it weren't for the apocalypse, she would never have allowed her mother-in-law and Xingxing to stay in the same room. Seeming to have calmed down, Wu Mengting looked at Zhang He and asked, how did you kill Xingxing? She was bitten to death by a zombie, Zhang He retorted. What does that have to do with me? Zhou Min was furious. He's lying. Wu Mengting's fingers trembled. You pushed her into the horde of zombies on purpose, didn't you? Zhang He didn't answer, changing the subject instead. Mengting, isn't it enough that the two of us are alive and well? In the apocalypse, life and death are normal. If you want a child, we can just have another one. At the mention of this, Zhang He's hatred for Zhou Min intensified. He had only recently managed to placate Wu Mengting by suggesting they have another child. What if, he had argued, Xingxing could be reborn into their family? Of course, it was all a lie, but for a mother who had just lost her child, such an argument was easy to fall for. All he really wanted was a son. Wu Mengting remained silent, simply staring at Zhang He. He sensed something was wrong, but by the time he realized it, an exceptional heat was already surrounding him. Flames engulfed him completely. Whoa! Zhou Min breathed. To be honest, the scene was terrifying, especially Wu Mengting's expression. She watched the ball of fire with a strange, eerie smile on her face. An ordinary person would die instantly when consumed by fire, but Zhang He was an ability user. He was still alive, the searing pain of his burning skin worse than death. He writhed and shrieked in agony as he heard Wu Mengting say, I wonder if Xingxing was in this much pain. Help! Zhang He screamed. Somebody! Save me! The area was bustling with people, and soon, a crowd noticed the commotion, recoiling in shock at the sight of the burning man. An ability user ran over, intending to put out the fire, but Wu Mengting warned, whoever dares to save him, it'll burn you too. Wu Mengting looked mentally unstable, which made the other ability users hesitate. No one wanted to provoke a lunatic. Zhang He's agonizing screams continued. The enhanced constitution of an ability user only served to prolong his torment. The pain was unbearable. He wished for the release of death. He had never imagined his life would end like this. For some reason, he suddenly remembered the desperate look in Xingxing's eyes as he led her into the zombie horde, as their teeth tore at her flesh. She had cried, Daddy, come save me, I am begging you. Save me. Xingxing hadn't even understood how she'd become surrounded by zombies. Until her last breath, she believed her father would come back to save her. The screams from the ball of fire ceased, and soon, all that remained was a pile of ash. A faint smile touched Wu Mengting's lips as she looked up at the sky. She raised a hand, intending to strike herself and end her own life. Cheng Zhiyu sighed. Xingxing wouldn't want you to do this. Wu Mengting's hand froze. Tears, which she had held back this entire time, finally began to fall. She remembered what the spirit medium had told her, what Xingxing had said. Mommy, Xingxing wants you to live a good life. As long as you're alive, Cheng Zhiyu added, at least there's still someone in this world who remembers Xingxing. Zhou Min cleared his throat. We should run. Killing someone inside the base is a pretty serious offense. The officials had probably already sent people to arrest her. Wu Mengting was still in a daze. Tian Qiuqiu urged her, don't think about it too much. Let's get out of here first. Are you willing to get caught for this piece of scum? His words snapped Wu Mengting back to reality. She offered them a solemn word of thanks before sprinting toward the base exit. She carried her most precious possession with her, so there was nothing else she needed to grab. Her hand tightened around the small urn. Xingxing, Mommy has avenged you. Soon, base personnel arrived. Zhou Min took one look and realized it was a coincidence. The man leading the team was one of Brother Zhang's subordinates. Zhou Min hurried over. Brother Feng, what are you doing here? Seeing a familiar face, Brother Feng's expression softened slightly. We got a report that an ability user was attacking someone. Where are they? Zhou Min pointed at the scorched pile on the ground. Right there. Brother Feng glanced at it and immediately ordered his men to collect the remains. He then turned back to Zhou Min. And the attacker? Zhou Min patted his chest. I am an eyewitness. Let me tell you what happened. Brother Feng gave him a look. You know the attacker, don't you? Trying to buy her time. It's useless. The main gate has already been notified. She can't escape. Zhou Min was speechless. Let me tell you the story. Yao'll definitely think this guy deserved to die. Zhou Min pulled Brother Feng aside and whispered the whole sordid tale. Brother Feng's expression shifted multiple times, clearly infuriated by what Zhang He had done. Zhou Min patted his arm. So what do you say? How about you turn a blind eye? But Brother Feng replied, the base has its rules. Rules are rigid, but people are flexible, Zhou Min pressed. Brother Feng glanced at him. Without rules, there's no order. If the rules can be bent for any reason, what authority would the base have left? Zhou Min was at a loss for words. Brother Feng's communicator beeped. The base now had an internal communication system. Seeing the call was from the main gate, he answered it. Have you caught her? Security at the gate was tight. Brother Feng was confident she would have been apprehended. But the voice on the other end replied, she never came this way. Wu Mengting hadn't gone to the gate at all. Zhou Min was genuinely surprised. He exchanged a look with Cheng Zhiyu and the others. Brother Feng frowned. Search the area. She must be hiding somewhere. He hung up and looked at Zhou Min. Don't do anything stupid. Harboring a criminal in the base is an equally punishable offense. I am just as curious as you are about where she went, Zhou Min said, his face a mask of innocence. Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, and with a search to conduct, Brother Feng gave a few more instructions before leaving with his men. Once he was sure they were gone, Zhou Min sidled up to Cheng Zhiyu's group. Where do you think she's hiding? None of them knew. All they could be sure of was that Wu Mengting had seen the heavy security at the gate, decided against forcing her way through, and found a place to hide instead. They discussed it and decided to stay in the base for one more day, leaving early the next morning. Before they left, Zhou Min made a point to ask around. He heard that Wu Mengting still hadn't been found, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. No news was good news. Maybe Wu Mengting has some special escape skill and already got away, Zhou Min said with an optimistic smile. Whatever the case, they wished her the best. Zhang He had been so monstrous that none of them felt Wu Mengting was in the wrong for burning him to a crisp. What kind of person, what kind of moral compass, could a man who would harm his own 5-year-old child possibly have? Let's go. It's time to leave, Cheng Zhiyu said. He glanced down at Xiao Hai, who had grown a bit more. He used to only reach the middle of Cheng Zhiyu's calf, but now he was a little taller. He had grown so much since they first entered the base. Worried that someone might notice something was off, Cheng Zhiyu had kept him away from strangers ever since they left the forest. Now that they were leaving, he had Xiao Hai stay in his backpack. The little pup looked reluctant. The bag was cramped and certainly not comfortable. Cheng Zhiyu gave him a placating kiss. Be good now. It's just for a little while. It'll be over soon. Is Xiao Hai the best little dog? He could. Xiao Hai hopped into the backpack. Childish. Cheng Zhiyu chuckled and zipped up the bag, carefully leaving a small gap for air. As if remembering something, Xiao Hai suddenly emphasized, I am not a dog. All right, you're not a dog, Cheng Zhiyu said. So what are you? Xiao Hai fell silent. He was afraid the truth would scare Cheng Zhiyu. Seeing that Xiao Hai wasn't going to answer, Cheng Zhiyu didn't press the matter. He shouldered the backpack, and they set off. If only the system space allowed Xiao Hai inside, he thought. Then he wouldn't have to be cramped up like this. The system space would be much more comfortable than a backpack. Thankfully, they left the base without any trouble. Xiao Hai immediately stuck a paw out, followed by his head popping out of the bag. His fur was a little messy, and he shook his head, preparing to jump down. Zhou Min sidled over. Here, Haiji. Jump into my arms, I'll catch you. He watched Xiao Hai with puppy dog eyes, scheming to sneak in a good pat if the little guy jumped into his arms. However, Xiao Hai just glanced at him and leaped down on the other side. Zhou Min was left hanging. Cheng Zhiyu found it amusing and even offered an excuse for Xiao Hai. He doesn't like being touched by people. Fine, Zhou Min thought. A few days later, Qiuqiu patted the side of an SUV, his eyes shining. This one's nice. Cheng Zhiyu walked around it, confirming there were no visible problems, and agreed. They had been using motorcycles up until now. While convenient, the daytime temperatures had become nearly unbearable for travel. After some discussion, they decided to switch vehicles. An SUV had much higher ground clearance than a regular sedan and was more durable, making it their top choice. Moreover, they had managed to get a map from Kang Base and had planned the most direct route home. Much of this route crossed through wilderness, for which an SUV was perfectly suited. Plus, with Cheng Zhiyu's upgraded storage space, he could even store the vehicle in a pinch. Qiuqiu found the keys. "I'll take it for a test drive," he said eagerly. Me next, me next." Zhou Min queued up behind him. Tian Manman stood beside Cheng Zhiyu and scratched his head. He didn't know how to drive. Qiuqiu got in, started the engine, and took the SUV for a spin. He climbed out reluctantly. "The car's fine." Zhou Min also took it for a loop and came to the same conclusion. "Then let's get in. We might make it to the coast by nightfall," Cheng Zhiyu said, a hint of anticipation in his voice. Part of their planned route would take them past the ocean. Having grown up inland, Cheng Zhiyu had never seen the sea before. He'd always thought that once he started working and earning money, he'd take his family to the beach. He never imagined the apocalypse would come first. The others grew excited at the thought and couldn't wait to get in the car. Cheng Zhiyu patted Xiao Hai. "Get in, Xiao Hai." In just a few days, Xiao Hai had shot up as if his growth had been suppressed and was now finally unleashed. He'd gone from being just above Cheng Zhiyu's calf to almost reaching his waist. Sometimes, Cheng Zhiyu would wake up to find Xiao Hai had grown another size overnight. He had completely shed his previous cute puppy appearance and become majestic. His black fur was like silk, and his expression naturally carried a look of regal disdain, reminding Cheng Zhiyu of a black panther. He had the air of a king. But who would have thought that this big dog had been feeling down lately? The reason for his gloom was that he'd grown too big for Cheng Zhiyu to hold him. His paws were almost as big as Cheng Zhiyu's hands. Cheng Zhiyu wanted to hold him, but it was a burden too heavy for one man to bear. He'd be crushed. Xiao Hai looked at Cheng Zhiyu. "You first." Cheng Zhiyu did as he was told and got in the car. Xiao Hai jumped in after him. Thankfully, the SUV was spacious, with a full 8 seats. Otherwise, it might not have fit him. Xiao Hai naturally settled with his upper body resting in Cheng Zhiyu's lap while his lower half remained on the seat, his tail wagging happily. Cheng Zhiyu stroked Xiao Hai's thick paws, then rubbed and fiddled with his springy ears. Xiao Hai didn't seem bothered by being petted and prodded, but when he'd had enough, he would press Cheng Zhiyu's hand down with a paw. It was quite amusing. Sitting in the front, Zhou Min would turn his head to look back from time to time, his expression longing. He wanted to pet Xiao Hai too, but Xiao Hai was extremely vigilant and wouldn't let anyone but Cheng Zhiyu get close. So frustrating. The SUV drove quickly, and soon they could smell the salty, damp sea breeze. They were almost at the coast. Along the way, Cheng Zhiyu discovered a wonderful new use for Xiao Juan. It started when Xiao Juan, feeling bored, stretched out a vine to dangle outside the vehicle. Cheng Zhiyu thought this was dangerous. What if there's an obstacle ahead? You could easily get hurt. Xiao Juan. Hurt. Just then, a large boulder appeared ahead, blocking the road. Zhou Min, who was driving, was about to stop so everyone could get out and clear the obstruction. But then, Xiao Juan suddenly extended countless vines. Each one wrapped around a large stone, flinging it far away and creating perfect parabolic arcs through the air. Zhou Min's eyes widened. Holy cow, we don't have to get out of the car. Brother Juan, you're awesome. Qiuqiu exclaimed. He had no qualms about calling anyone he found impressive brother. Xiao Juan was smug, wiggling a short vine in front of Cheng Zhiyu as if to say, "See. Aren't I amazing?" Cheng Zhiyu found it amusing and was about to speak when Xiao Hai, with his eyes half open, swatted a paw at Xiao Juan. Not one to back down, Xiao Juan's vine instantly sprouted poisonous thorns. It brandished them threateningly, as if to say, "Bring it on. You think I am scared of you." But Xiao Hai was completely unfazed. He swatted his paw down again, slapping Xiao Juan flat against the seat. Cheng Zhiyu frowned and quickly grabbed Xiao Hai's paw, asking with concern, "Are you okay? Xiao Juan's thorns are poisonous. Did any of them stick you?" Upon closer inspection, Xiao Hai's paw was perfectly fine. The pads were smooth and soft, without a single scratch. Xiao Juan, on the other hand, was drooping limply, its thorns all bent out of shape. Seeing Cheng Zhiyu's concern, Xiao Hai's tail wagged happily. He glanced at Xiao Juan, his eyes seeming to say, "Stupid thing." Cheng Zhiyu cleared his throat, shot Xiao Hai a glare, and then asked Xiao Juan solicitously, "Are you all right?" As expected of a high-energy plant, Xiao Juan soon lifted its vine again and shook it vigorously, trying hard to prove it was fine. But it was clearly a little scared of Xiao Hai now. After all, it had never met a creature that wasn't afraid of its thorns. Xiao Juan had now classified Xiao Hai as the most dangerous creature in existence, bar none. It didn't dare get close to Xiao Hai anymore. Keeping its distance, it extended another vine outside. Cheng Zhiyu, like a worried father, said, "That's really dangerous. What if you run into a zombie?" Before he could finish his sentence, they actually encountered a zombie. The zombie tried to attack the car, but Xiao Juan wrapped a vine around it and squeezed its head right off. Just as it was about to toss the head, Cheng Zhiyu's brow twitched. "Don't throw it." He could tell it was a level 1 zombie, which meant it had a crystal core in its head. Besides, a zombie could survive with just its head. Qiuqiu and the others were dumbfounded. Damn, Xiao Juan is amazing. But don't throw the head, there's good stuff inside. Xiao Juan paused. It didn't quite understand why humans liked this thing, but it was very considerate. It wrapped the head in its vine and was about to toss it to Cheng Zhiyu. "Don't," Cheng Zhiyu said. He quickly called out Xiao Tai, who transformed into a cleaver and split open the head Xiao Juan was holding. Then a ball of water entered the zombie's skull, dug out the crystal core, washed it clean, and handed it to Cheng Zhiyu. Seeing that the rest was useless, Xiao Juan tossed it away like a rubber ball. After throwing it, the vine started to retract back into the car, wanting to get close to Cheng Zhiyu to show off. But it still had zombie brains dripping from it. Cheng Zhiyu quickly had Xiao Hai rinse Xiao Juan clean, then finally let out a sigh of relief. Qiuqiu and the others were incredibly excited watching Xiao Juan's series of actions. If Zhou Min hadn't been driving, they would have crowded into the back seat for a better look. Even so, his mouth didn't stop moving. "Damn, Brother Juan is a beast. We're just sitting in the car doing nothing, and Brother Juan goes and snags a zombie's crystal core. Does it get any more awesome than that?" "No way." Qiuqiu sighed. "I remember how much effort it used to take to kill a level 1 zombie, and now Brother Juan handles it with ease. Man, if only Brother Juan had been around back then." Tian Manman joined in on the fun, clumsily giving a thumbs up. "Amazing." Xiao Hai flicked his tail. "These people used to praise me just like that." "Tusk." Xiao Juan seemed to understand their praise and was absolutely delighted. Its vines swayed back and forth, gently wrapping around each person who had praised it. Cheng Zhiyu watched, amused. Still, Xiao Juan is really good for defense. At least when they encountered zombies below level 2, they wouldn't have to waste effort dealing with them. Even though they could handle level 1 zombies easily now, it still took time. Cheng Zhiyu thought for a moment, then asked Xiao Juan, "Can you cover the car with your vines?" Xiao Juan seemed to ponder this for a moment. Then, several vines crawled up the exterior of the car. Cheng Zhiyu raised an eyebrow and asked, "Will this cause any problems?" Xiao Juan wiggled one of the vines that had snaked inside. It seemed very cheerful, so it looked like there were no problems. With Xiao Juan, even if there were zombies outside, ordinary and level 1 ones could be dealt with easily. For stronger zombies, a warning from Xiao Juan would allow them to react quickly. Cheng Zhiyu took the crystal core from the zombie Xiao Juan had killed and distributed them according to their ability attributes. Qiuqiu grinned from ear to ear. "Heh, I guess we're freeloading off Brother Juan now." "If you've got nothing else to do, go ahead and absorb the crystal cores," Cheng Zhiyu said. Both Qiuqiu and Tian Manman were now on the verge of advancing to level 3, about to break through. Unfortunately, Zhou Min's ability was special, and he couldn't find any crystal cores he could use. He could only level up by expending his ability's power. Zhou Min didn't really mind. His ability was more of a healer role, so it was more important to improve his own combat strength. He looked at the azure coastline ahead, his voice growing cheerful. "We're at the beach." The car stopped by the shore, and everyone eagerly got out. Cheng Zhiyu bent down, picked up a handful of sand, and smiled. A sea breeze blew past, lifting his spirits. "We'll here. Ocean, here I come." Qiuqiu went wild, kicking off his shoes and running across the sand like an excited puppy before splashing into the water. Cheng Zhiyu watched, not forgetting to remind him, "Be careful." I know, Qiuqiu called back. Then he called out to Tian Manman and Zhou Min, "How about we build a castle?" "Yeah," Zhou Min said. "My undergraduate major was architecture." "Everyone follow my lead." "What's a castle?" Tian Manman asked. "Y'all know once we've built it," Qiuqiu replied. "Orange, you wanna join?" Cheng Zhiyu wasn't interested. He found a lounge chair from somewhere and was relaxing comfortably on it. Xiao Hai's head was resting in his lap, his eyes half closed. Stroking the dog's head, Cheng Zhiyu couldn't have been more content. With such a beautiful view, it was best to enjoy it in peace and quiet. He closed his eyes and was just about to doze off when Qiuqiu's boisterous voice came from a short distance away. "Didn't you say you studied architecture? How did it collapse halfway through?" Zhou Min shot back, not to be outdone, "It has nothing to do with me. I told you to lay a proper foundation, but you just slapped it together. It's your fault it collapsed." "I did exactly what you said, okay." Qiuqiu retorted indignantly. "Bullshit. Don't think I didn't see you cutting corners." Zhou Min staunchly refused to admit it was his fault. The two parted on bad terms, their flimsy friendship temporarily shattered. Tian Manman. Building the castle was a bust. Since they were at the beach, they might as well catch some seafood. They asked Cheng Zhiyu for some fishing gear, ready to catch something. Cheng Zhiyu offered to help, but Qiuqiu told him to rest. "We'll be relying on you to cook later. Just leave this to us." Zhou Min nodded in agreement, swallowing hard. "I am going to catch a king crab." You couldn't catch king crabs from the shore, but luckily, they found a fishing boat they could take out to sea. Seeing this, Cheng Zhiyu didn't stay lounging on the chair anymore. He decided to go with them on the boat. And if he was going, Xiao Hai naturally had to follow. Fortunately, the fishing boat had enough power. After they all boarded, it was still able to move. They placed bait in their fishing nets, tossed them into the sea, and hoped some fish would willingly take the bait. However, after waiting for a long time, the net remained motionless. Cheng Zhiyu rubbed his chin. "Should we try herding the fish over?" "How are we supposed to do that?" Qiuqiu asked. Cheng Zhiyu called Xiao Hai over and explained the plan. Xiao Hai looked out at the ocean, and soon, the water in the distance began to churn. The fish in the sea must have sensed danger, as they all started swimming in their direction. Before long, one of the nets hanging off the side of the boat began to shake. "We've got fish." "Quick, pull it up and see what we caught," Zhou Min said, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Tian Manman gave the net a powerful tug, and several lively, flopping fish landed on the deck. Qiuqiu leaned in for a closer look and pointed at an ugly-looking one. I know this one. It's a grouper. They're delicious. Hey. What's this? Zhou Min picked up one of the fish. In his hands, it quickly began to inflate, becoming round and pudgy in an utterly adorable way. It's a pufferfish. Kinda cute, isn't it? Cheng Zhiyu took it, examining it with curiosity. It was his first time seeing one in person. He'd only ever seen them in videos and thought they were fun. Xiao Hai offered a sharp critique. What's so cute about it? It looks like a ball. That's what makes it cute, that it's all round and pudgy, Cheng Zhiyu laughed. Hearing this, Xiao Hai lowered his head, glanced at his own sleek physique, and fell into a moment of self-doubt, his thoughts a mystery. Are you done playing with it? It's my turn, my turn. Qiuqiu reached out expectantly, like a child fighting over a toy. Cheng Zhiyu handed him the pufferfish. Pufferfish. Feed me peanuts. Tian Manman poked it curiously before quickly retracting his hand. He was more concerned with other matters. Is this good to eat? Qiuqiu thought for a moment. I think you can eat pufferfish, but aren't they poisonous? Orange, do you know how to prepare it? Cheng Zhiyu replied, You're overestimating me. It'd just end up making you a pot of poison. Qiuqiu's smile faltered. Then let's forget it. The moment Tian Manman heard it wasn't edible, he lost all interest. In his mind, what use was something you couldn't eat? He turned his attention to the other fish. After he had his fun, Qiuqiu released the pufferfish back into the sea. After all, they couldn't eat it. They had cast 2 fishing nets in total. Just then, the other net began to shake violently. Zhou Min rushed over. Manman, hurry. There must be a big fish in this one. With his great strength, Tian Manman could haul the net up the fastest. Hearing that another tasty fish had been caught, he quickly walked over and started pulling. However, when the net was finally on board, everyone was dumbfounded. There was nothing inside. That's impossible, Zhou Min said. I swear I saw the net shaking like crazy just now. There's a huge hole torn in it right here. Cheng Zhiyu pointed to a section of the net. The hole was massive, looking as if something had bitten through it. He was certain the net had been intact just moments before. Look! That's a huge crab. Qiuqiu suddenly shouted. Following his finger, Cheng Zhiyu and the others looked over and felt goosebumps rise on their skin. The crab was enormous. It was as big as half a person. Not even a king crab could grow to that size. That must have been what they had caught in the net. Logically, it should have fled immediately, but it hadn't. Instead, it was lingering near their boat. What's it trying to do? Zhou Min wondered. Qiuqiu said dazedly, It's not planning to get revenge on us, is it? The moment the words left his mouth, a sharp piece of metal came flying toward their boat. Cheng Zhiyu immediately summoned Xiao Tai, who blocked the projectile. This giant crab was a mutated beast, and it was trying to attack their boat. If the hull was breached, they would all be done for. Seeing its first attack fail, the giant crab launched more metal shards at the vessel. Zhou Min scrambled to start the engine and dodge the projectiles, while Tian Manman used his broadsword to deflect them. Qiuqiu conjured ice blades and sent them flying at the crab. However, the giant crab's shell was exceptionally hard. The ice blades couldn't even scratch it. Xiao Tai, in his cleaver form, swung down on one of the crab's legs. The leg snapped off instantly. The shell there wasn't as tough as the one on its body. A crab leg! Zhou Min exclaimed. Cheng Zhiyu was speechless. This is hardly the time for that. He summoned Xiao Juan, who immediately wrapped around the severed crab leg and brought it over. When Xiao Juan then tried to entangle the crab itself, Cheng Zhiyu quickly tried to stop it. Don't! But it was too late. One of Xiao Juan's vines was snipped in 2 by the crab's massive claw. Cheng Zhiyu immediately checked on it, frowning. How is it? Are you okay? Xiao Juan was fine, just a little listless. Cheng Zhiyu told it to return to the system space, but it stubbornly refused, its vines twitching, itching for a sneak attack on the giant crab. Helpless, Cheng Zhiyu could only give it a worried warning. Be careful. It was unclear if Xiao Juan took it to heart, but it waved a vine as if to say it understood. Oh my gods, look. The crab's leg grew back. Zhou Min's sharp eyes noticed it at once. The newly grown leg was a lighter color than the others, its shell not yet hardened. Can it heal itself too? Qiuqiu was shocked. Zhou Min shook his head. I don't think so. It works differently from my ability. Maybe it's regeneration. I can't even imagine how happy it'd be if I had a crab with infinitely regenerating legs. The others instantly got what he meant. Are you a monster? But then they glanced at the crab leg Xiao Juan had retrieved. It was nearly as thick as an arm, and it was truly hard not to be tempted. Having lost a leg, the giant crab was thoroughly enraged. Its attacks grew more ferocious, churning up the seawater and causing their small boat to rock violently. Whoa, I'm getting dizzy, Qiuqiu said, grabbing the side of the boat. Cheng Zhiyu frowned and fired several shots from Xiao Tie's machine gun form. The crab managed to dodge most, but one bullet pierced its shell. However, the wound healed over almost immediately. How are we supposed to fight this? Does this thing have infinite health regeneration? Zhou Min watched, stunned. Cheng Zhiyu shook his head. That's impossible. It was clearly slower this time than the last. It could heal, but it wasn't invincible. Even so, it was still a difficult opponent. Cheng Zhiyu estimated that this giant crab was level 3, and as a dual-element beast, its strength was already approaching level 4. Let me try my new ability. After striking the crab a few times with lightning, Xiao Hai stood up, his gaze finally turning serious. A new ability. Cheng Zhiyu looked at him. Sensing the eyes on him, Xiao Hai gave a reserved nod. He fixed his gaze on the giant crab and narrowed his eyes. He flicked his tail uncomfortably and asked, "Are there any powerful creatures in the sea?" Cheng Zhiyu thought for a moment. A great white shark. Xiao Hai didn't know what a great white shark looked like, so he asked Cheng Zhiyu to describe it. Cheng Zhiyu had seen them on television before, so he recounted the features he knew. He saw Xiao Hai close his eyes and didn't dare to disturb him, instead working with Qiuqiu and the others to fend off the crab's attacks and wear down its stamina. Just then, they saw a massive shadow appear beneath the waves, far larger than the giant crab. The shadow moved without a sound, and the crab was completely unaware of the approaching danger. The shadow alone was incredibly intimidating. Even knowing that its appearance was Xiao Hai's doing, Cheng Zhiyu and the others couldn't help but feel a surge of pressure. The giant crab finally sensed the danger, a threat it couldn't handle. It decided to retreat, but the shadow wasn't about to let it escape. A great white shark broke the surface, its massive maw opening to reveal rows of sharp, triangular teeth that glinted coldly in the sunlight. Without hesitation, it bit down on the giant crab. The group clearly heard the cringe-inducing crunch of the crab's shell being crushed. The crab was severely injured and momentarily incapacitated. As if on command, the great white shark carefully delivered the crab onto their boat. Seeing the shark's head so close to him, Qiuqiu swallowed hard and restrained himself from attacking. After dropping off the crab, the shark flicked its tail and swiftly swam away. I can only control a creature like that for 5 minutes at most right now, Xiao Hai explained. Within those 5 minutes, he had to make the shark leave, or it would turn on them. Cheng Zhiyu stroked Xiao Hai's head, telling him to rest. With the giant crab now heavily wounded, they finished it off with ease. I can't even imagine how delicious a crab this big will be, Zhou Min said, drooling as he began to butcher it. Then you're a coward because I can imagine it, Qiuqiu said, wiping his mouth. He grinned foolishly as he chopped off the crab legs. When Tian Manman heard how tasty the crab was, he worked with extra vigor, a strange, unnerving smile on his face. Cheng Zhiyu left them to their work and walked over to Xiao Hai. Just as he was about to ask how he was feeling, Xiao Hai spoke first. Is crab good? Cheng Zhiyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's delicious. I want some then. Xiao Hai took the opportunity to curl his tail around Cheng Zhiyu. He wanted to do this ever since he saw Xiao Juan do it, but he had been too small back then, his tail too short. Now he finally could. So what if Cheng Zhiyu can't hold me anymore? This has its perks too. All right, I'll cook it for you as soon as we get back to shore. Cheng Zhiyu indulged Xiao Hai's affectionate display, his heart softening. Are you tired? He asked, stroking Xiao Hai's head, his heart aching for him. So many times, it was because of Xiao Hai that they had escaped danger. Xiao Hai flicked his tail lazily. I am fine. Even if I hadn't acted, that ugly thing wouldn't have beaten you. But the cost might have been great, and Cheng Zhiyu could have been hurt. I don't want him to get hurt. The feeling of having his abilities completely drained was uncomfortable, but he didn't mind. It was a common occurrence back when his royal father forced him to train. The only difference was, now he had someone who cared about him. Xiao Hai's tail restlessly rubbed against him. Cheng Zhiyu caught the large tail as it tried to sneak under his shirt. Stop fooling around, that tickles. Xiao Hai struggled awkwardly. He didn't use much force, mainly because he felt a little guilty. On some strange impulse, his tail had just. It wasn't his intention at all. Cheng Zhiyu grabbed Xiao Hai's tail. The fur was a bit long and felt incredibly soft, and he couldn't resist stroking it from the base all the way to the tip. A shiver ran through Xiao Hai's entire body. He instinctively tensed, flipping Cheng Zhiyu onto the deck of the boat. Lying on his back, Cheng Zhiyu had one of Xiao Hai's large paws pressed against his chest, yet he was still smiling without a hint of alarm. What's wrong, Xiao Hai? Can't I even touch your tail? Xiao Hai flicked his tail restlessly. Looking at Cheng Zhiyu's smiling face, he felt an urge to bite him. His damp nose touched the man's cheek. No. He didn't know what he was doing. He just wanted to be close to Cheng Zhiyu, as close as possible. Hey, Cheng Zhiyu said, the touch tickling him. He laughed and complained, so stingy. Back on shore, the group skillfully set up a large iron pot, ready to prepare the ingredients they had caught that day. They had extracted 2 crystal cores from the giant crab. One was a metal-type core, which went to Xiao Tai. The other was similar to Zhou Min's healing ability, so it was given to him. Zhou Min was thrilled to receive the crystal core. Finding one he could actually use was incredibly lucky, but he didn't rush to absorb it. Instead, he eagerly sidled up to Cheng Zhiyu. Brother Cheng, let me help. The sooner he helped, the sooner he could eat. Cheng Zhiyu assigned Tian Qiuqiu and Tian Manman the simpler task of prepping the ingredients. Zhou Min, being a capable cook, was given a slightly more difficult job. You handle the batter. We're going to coat some of the crab meat in it and deep fry it. You got it. Zhou Min chirped. Cheng Zhiyu planned to use part of the crab to make spicy fried crab, coating it in flour, and steam the rest. Although the giant crab was a mutated beast, he had inspected the meat and found it was quite similar to that of a normal crab. It was probably just a difference in species. Besides the crab, their menu included pan-fried grouper and stir-fried octopus. Worried they wouldn't be able to finish everything, he only cooked half of the giant crab. With the storage space to keep it fresh, there was no need to worry. Not far away, Xiao Hai watched sullenly as Zhou Min bustled around Cheng Zhiyu. His own tail drooped. He had been trying to do the same thing earlier, but because he was too big now, Cheng Zhiyu had said he was in the way and shooed him off. He was so frustrated. He looked down at his paws. When will I finally be able to take human form? Just then, the sizzling aroma of food being stir-fried in hot oil wafted over. Xiao Hai couldn't help but stand up. It smelled so good. Tian Manman was wielding the spatula while Cheng Zhiyu crouched, controlling the fire of the earthen stove. When the time was right, he announced it's ready. The spicy crab was first, followed by the steamed crab, braised grouper, and stir-fried octopus. Cheng Zhiyu looked over at the eagerly waiting Xiao Hai and called out, "Come and eat." Xiao Hai immediately padded over and sat beside Cheng Zhiyu, gently rubbing his head against his arm. Cheng Zhiyu had grown accustomed to Xiao Hai's clinginess and didn't mind. He patted the large head and placed a piece of spicy crab in Xiao Hai's bowl. As Xiao Hai lowered his head to eat, he felt a strange warmth spreading through his body. He didn't pay it much mind. After all, he always felt warm all over whenever Cheng Zhiyu touched him. The flour-coated spicy crab was both numbingly spicy and fiery hot, making it incredibly addictive. The grouper was tender and flavorful, and the stir-fried octopus was so delicious you couldn't stop eating it. But what satisfied them most was the steamed giant crab. The legs were nearly as thick as a person's arm. After cracking open the shell and dipping the meat in a sauce Cheng Zhiyu had prepared, one bite was pure bliss. The crab was also full of rich roe, which Cheng Zhiyu planned to use for noodles the next day. Just half of the crab meat was more than enough to stuff them all. Usually, eating crab meant painstakingly picking out tiny morsels of meat. This giant crab was completely different. It was like eating pork. You could take a huge bite without much effort at all. Why, it's so good. Zhou Min was moved to tears. It was worth getting injured for a taste of this. He had been howling in pain earlier when the crab had gashed his arm, but now he was saying things like this, a classic case of forgetting the pain once the wound has healed. Yet, his sentiment was met with unanimous agreement. How could anyone who hadn't tasted it understand the sheer, redemptive power of this delicious crab? By the time they finished their satisfying meal, the sky had already darkened. The group enjoyed the sea breeze for a while before Cheng Zhiyu released Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu had now leveled up to level 2. Compared to before, it looked much sturdier, and the most noticeable change was that the interior had become more spacious. On the first floor, in addition to Cheng Zhiyu's master bedroom, there was now another room, which Zhou Min had already moved into. The second floor also had an extra room. Previously, Tian Qiuqiu and Tian Manman had shared a room, but now they could finally have one each. Similarly, there was now a second bathroom, a very welcome and humane upgrade. But none of these changes were what pleased Cheng Zhiyu the most. What excited him most was a new function Qiuqiu treehouse had gained. Concealment. Just as the name implied, unlike before when the treehouse would draw attention from afar the moment it was released, the current Qiuqiu could now change its appearance to that of a very ordinary-looking tree. It bore no resemblance to a treehouse, and no one would ever suspect people were living inside. While this function might not be foolproof against zombies, it would definitely work against humans. Cheng Zhiyu chose a spot where it wouldn't look out of place. Once they were all inside, he activated the concealment function. From the outside, it now looked like a common type of seaside tree. It was so convincing that even seabirds were fooled, landing on its branches and chirping away. Inside, Cheng Zhiyu took a shower and returned to his room feeling refreshed, only to find Xiao Hai lying sideways on the bed, already occupying more than half of the 1.8-meter-wide mattress. Cheng Zhiyu paused. Maybe it's time to get a bigger bed. Seeing him enter, Xiao Hai's tail began to sway back and forth. Cheng Zhiyu smiled and climbed into bed. The moment he lay down, Xiao Hai rested his head on his chest. Cheng Zhiyu froze. I can't breathe. He tried to get Xiao Hai to move. Xiao Hai, want you be uncomfortable resting your head like this? Hearing Cheng Zhiyu's concern, Xiao Hai's mood brightened. It's very comfortable. Cheng Zhiyu's scent was wonderful. Cheng Zhiyu was at a loss. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to tell the truth. You're not that tiny little thing anymore. You're crushing my chest. Big Black. Big Black lifted his head to look at him. From that furry face, Cheng Zhiyu could see an expression that seemed on the verge of crumbling. I suppose I really shouldn't call you Xiao Hai anymore, Cheng Zhiyu said guiltily. But he really couldn't bear the weight. He was afraid he'd be crushed to death. Big Black slowly moved his head off Cheng Zhiyu's chest, his expression devastated. You've started to dislike me. That's not it at all, Cheng Zhiyu quickly explained. Big Black remained silent. Really, I haven't. Cheng Zhiyu hurried to console him, hugging him and planting a kiss on his head. Sweetheart, how could I ever dislike you? Even if you don't use my chest as a pillow, I can still hold you while we sleep. Xiao Hai's gloomy mood lifted slightly. He said resentfully, growing up is no fun at all. Cheng Zhiyu found this incredibly endearing and couldn't help but laugh. He hugged Xiao Hai's head and kissed him firmly. How is it not fun? When you were so small, I couldn't even hug you properly. It's so much more satisfying to hold you now. It was like cuddling a giant stuffed animal. Xiao Hai's tail immediately wrapped around Cheng Zhiyu's waist, his eyes sending a clear message. Hug me. Amused, Cheng Zhiyu threw his arms around the big creature, burying his face in his soft fur. He took a deep breath. He smelled wonderful. Xiao Hai was very clean and frequently groomed himself, so his fur carried the scent of sunshine. Cheng Zhiyu closed his eyes. Big Black, are you going to get even bigger? Xiao Hai answered honestly, yes. Don't you dare dislike me for it. Cheng Zhiyu chuckled. Silly, how could I dislike you? I can't get enough of you. Xiao Hai's heart fluttered. Who is this blissful member of the winged clan? Oh right, it's me. Cheng Zhiyu's breathing quickly evened out as he fell asleep, but Xiao Hai couldn't seem to drift off. That feeling of warmth coursing through his body had returned. It must have been because Cheng Zhiyu was holding him. Carefully, Xiao Hai licked the tip of Cheng Zhiyu's ear. The man must have felt a tickle as he burrowed deeper into the fur, frowning and murmuring, so noisy. What's so noisy? Xiao Hai wondered. Oh, it's my heart. How strange. Why is it beating so fast? It's all Cheng Zhiyu's fault. As he thought this, he hugged Cheng Zhiyu even tighter. The next morning, when Cheng Zhiyu woke up, he found Zhou Min and the others were already outside. He gently pushed away Xiao Hai, who was clinging to him and refusing to let go, and stepped out of the treehouse. What are you guys doing? Zhou Min was incredibly excited. Foraging on the beach. We can catch a lot of seafood and store it in your space. We won't have to worry about food later, hee. Before the apocalypse, Cheng Zhiyu had seen videos of people gathering seafood at low tide and had always been itching to try. Now that he finally had the chance, he wasn't going to miss it. He immediately rolled up his sleeves. I am in. Perhaps because no one had been to the beach in so long, they easily gathered a large amount of seafood. They didn't eat any of it, instead putting it all into Cheng Zhiyu's storage space. For breakfast that morning, they had noodles with crab roe. The hand-pulled noodles were perfectly chewy, and paired with the savory roe, each person devoured an entire bowl. For the next few days, they were busy catching seafood. They didn't encounter another mutated beast as powerful as the giant crab, which was understandable. Mutated beasts were limited in number, and one that was nearly level 4 like the giant crab was even rarer. They did, however, run into some level 2 and ordinary level 3 beasts, all of which they dealt with. They also encountered a level 3 zombie that attacked them. It was quite clever, hiding in the rear and sending level 1 and level 2 zombies to the front lines. It kept its distance, but in the end, Cheng Zhiyu took it down with a single shot. Soon, they decided it was time to leave the coast. The storage space was nearly full of seafood. It was time to move on. Tian Kaio drove the car, humming a tune. We're more than halfway there, right? Cheng Zhiyu glanced at the map and nodded. Yeah, more than halfway. He was, of course, talking about the road home. If they didn't have any delays, they would be home in 2 months at most. In Cheng Zhiyu's arms, Dahai's head kept shifting positions, as if he were uncomfortable. Cheng Zhiyu put the map away and stroked him. What's wrong? You uncomfortable. Dahai felt a little restless. It's stuffy in the car. I'll get out and run alongside it. Cheng Zhiyu agreed. All right, go ahead and run for a bit. After all, the car was small, and dogs needed daily exercise, right? It was evening and not hot outside. With his thick fur, Dahai wouldn't be cold. Dahai nodded, jumped out and started running alongside the vehicle. Cheng Zhiyu rested his head on the edge of the window. Can you keep up? Zhang He felt like Cheng Zhiyu was underestimating him. I can keep up. Seeing him run so effortlessly, Cheng Zhiyu relaxed. Okay, that's good. Brother Cheng, look at Xiao Juan, Zhou Min said, pointing at the vine that kept poking him, tattling to Cheng Zhiyu. Poking was one thing, but it was also deliberately tickling him. Zhou Min was laughing so hard his stomach hurt. Xiao Juan would have loved to bother someone else, but harassing Cheng Zhiyu would earn it a stern lecture. Qiuqiu was driving and couldn't be disturbed. As for Tian Manman, she didn't seem to have a single ticklish spot and showed no reaction at all. After a while, Xiao Juan got bored. And as for Zhang He, that went without saying. It didn't dare. Cheng Zhiyu felt helpless, like a preschool teacher mediating conflicts between children. Xiao Juan, stop bothering Zhou Min. Xiao Juan was reluctant. It was bored. Be good, Cheng Zhiyu said. Don't cause trouble. Xiao Juan wrapped itself around Cheng Zhiyu's wrist, acting cute. Amused and exasperated, Cheng Zhiyu said, acting cute won't work. You still can't harass people just because you're bored. In a fit of pique, Xiao Juan whipped a nearby oblivious zombie with a vine, sending it flying. Cheng Zhiyu shook his head. Quite the temper. Outside, noticing that Cheng Zhiyu's attention had been diverted for a long time, Zhang He's slightly relaxed mood turned restless again. That stupid vine, why is it so dramatic? Cheng Zhiyu, Zhang He called out. Suddenly hearing his full name, Cheng Zhiyu immediately looked out the window at Zhang He. What is it? Do you want to ride me? Zhang He asked. That sounded a bit strange. Cheng Zhiyu cleared his throat, reminding himself not to overthink it. Zhang He was just a big dog. It'd better not, Cheng Zhiyu politely declined, afraid he would be too heavy for Zhang He. After all, he was a grown man, weighing well over 100 pounds. Zhang He was heartbroken. Why? Don't you like me? Cheng Zhiyu didn't know how the conversation had taken this turn. Afraid of hurting the child's feelings, he quickly explained, I do like you, of course I do. Then why won't you ride me? Zhang He pressed. Is riding in the car more comfortable than riding me? How would I know? I've never ridden you, Cheng Zhiyu thought. But he still explained aloud, I'm afraid it'll crush you. Hearing this, Zhang He's mood brightened. I am not afraid. You're not heavy at all. Come on, get on. Fine if the kid insists. So he told Qiuqiu to stop the car. The big black dog lowered its body slightly, an elegant and powerful posture. If you ignored the furiously wagging tail. Cheng Zhiyu carefully straddled Zhang He's back and asked, Am I heavy? Very light, Zhang He's voice was cheerful. Cheng Zhiyu raised an eyebrow. The great beast beneath him stood up straight and broke into a run. He quickly grabbed onto Zhang He's fur, but afraid of hurting him, he bent down and hugged him instead, pressing his body against Zhang He's back. It was completely different from riding in a car. It was thrilling. After getting used to it for a moment, Cheng Zhiyu tentatively sat up straight. Zhang He's speed was about the same as the SUV's, and Cheng Zhiyu could tell he was deliberately holding back. He could definitely go faster. As the thought crossed his mind, Cheng Zhiyu said it out loud. Zhang He puffed up like a peacock, spreading its tail. Of course I can. This is slow. Cheng Zhiyu's heart was beating a little fast. He found it exciting. Can you go faster then? His eyes were sparkling. Zhang He hesitated. You might get hurt. Cheng Zhiyu immediately lay flat, hugging Zhang He. Not if I do this. Then hold on tight, Zhang He said. Hem. Cheng Zhiyu hugged him tighter. Instantly, he felt the wind whip sharply past his ears. He vaguely heard Zhou Min shout something, but it was too faint, scattered by the wind. Everything around them blurred into afterimages, flying backward at high speed. To be honest, the physical sensation wasn't great. The wind stung his exposed cheeks and ears, and Cheng Zhiyu didn't dare open his mouth, afraid the wind would rush into his lungs. But it was so exhilarating. His adrenaline was pumping. Though his body was a little uncomfortable, his mind felt incredibly satisfied. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang He slowed down until he came to a complete stop. Cheng Zhiyu sat up and noticed a patch of beautiful, unnamed flowers by the roadside, emitting a sweet fragrance. The temperature was low at night, but thanks to the plants he'd eaten that grew near Xiao, Cheng Zhiyu didn't feel the chill. The air in the wild was exceptionally fresh. This area was sparsely populated, with no zombies in sight. It felt wonderful. Cheng Zhiyu tried to get off Zhang He's back, but the beast wouldn't let him. He had to give up and turn to look behind them, a little worried. Will Qiuqiu and the others be able to find us? I ran in a straight line, Zhang He said. That reassured Cheng Zhiyu. It was just that Zhang He had been so fast. He had no idea how long it would take the others to catch up. He glanced around and took out the Qiuqiu treehouse. They had been on the road all day. It was time to rest. Cheng Zhiyu didn't feel like cooking today, so he took out some ready-made meals from his storage space. He and Zhang He ate first. After growing bigger, Zhang He's appetite had increased again. He used to eat about as much as Cheng Zhiyu, but now he ate 3 times as much. Cheng Zhiyu had stored plenty of reusable food containers that he could wash and use again. He had expected Qiuqiu's group to catch up quickly, but he had already finished eating and taken a shower, and they still hadn't arrived. Cheng Zhiyu started to worry, afraid they might have gotten lost or run into danger. The latter was unlikely. They hadn't encountered any mutated beasts or zombies along the way. Besides, Qiuqiu and the others could handle anything below level 4 now. As he worried, he turned his head and saw Zhang He rolling around on the ground. He couldn't help but find it amusing. Why are you rolling around now? Zhang He didn't know either. His body felt uncomfortably hot again, a sensation he'd been experiencing frequently lately. And Cheng Zhiyu hadn't even touched him this time. Could it be? He was about to turn human. He used to be able to take human form before he was injured. Now that he had recovered some of his strength, it wasn't entirely out of the question. But Zhang He didn't know how to explain this to Cheng Zhiyu, so he just gave a vague grunt in response. Fortunately, at that moment, voices sounded from outside the treehouse. Zhou Min exclaimed boisterously, "My God, you guys were too fast. All I saw was a blur, and whoosh, you were gone." Cheng Zhiyu opened the door. "Come on in." He hadn't felt it that clearly himself since he'd been lying flat on Zhang He's back. Still, the fact that the SUV, which was already fast, had taken so long to catch up was proof enough of Zhang He's incredible speed. As people came in, Zhang He immediately sat up properly. He would never roll around in front of anyone other than Cheng Zhiyu, no matter how uncomfortable he felt. Seeing that he had stopped rolling, Cheng Zhiyu just assumed he had been playing around and didn't think much of it. "Orange, you have no idea. I had the pedal to the metal, and I couldn't even catch a glimpse of Haiji's tail," Qiuqiu said, plopping down on the sofa. As soon as he said it, Zhang He glared at him. "Why are you looking at my tail?" Qiuqiu flinched. "It's just a figure of speech." "I didn't see it either," Tian Manman chimed in foolishly. "Zhang He." Zhou Min gazed at Zhang He with starry eyes. "Haiji. You're so cool, so awesome. The most handsome in the entire universe." Zhang He showed no reaction. Zhou Min could shower him with a mountain of compliments, but it wouldn't mean as much as a single "You're amazing" from Cheng Zhiyu. He lay there lazily, letting Zhou Min praise him until his mouth went dry. When Zhou Min felt he'd buttered him up enough, he made an audacious request. "So Haiji, can I have a ride too?" Cheng Zhiyu glanced at Zhang He. Although his face was covered in fur, Cheng Zhiyu could have sworn his expression had turned grim. "Tell him to get lost," Zhang He's voice echoed in his mind. Only Cheng Zhiyu could communicate with him. He looked at the hopeful Zhou Min and said tactfully, "Zhang He isn't very fond of physical contact with people." Zhou Min was devastated. "Nuo Haiji Haiji. I'll be your loyal servant." You want a noble member of the winged clan to be your mount. Zhang He narrowed his eyes, and a bolt of lightning the thickness of a bowl appeared right above Zhou Min's head. Sensing the danger, Zhou Min froze. His scalp tingled. He quickly forced a laugh. Haha, I was just kidding. Actually, I meant you could ride me. It must have been a slip of the tongue, haha. Zhang He slowly retracted the lightning bolt, his tone full of disdain. I am not lacking for mounts. Cheng Zhiyu suppressed a laugh and didn't translate that for Zhou Min, afraid he'd be heartbroken. Zhou Min shrank back, his heart still pounding. Beside him, Qiuqiu gave him a thumbs up. You actually dared to ask to ride Haiji. You've got guts. Zhou Min scratched his head. Well, you've gotta have dreams, right? What if one comes true? Qiuqiu had to hand it to him. That was just how Zhou Min was, incredibly bold. Cheng Zhiyu brought out their food, then went back to his room with Zhang He. Once they were alone, he said, Zhang He, you don't like other people riding you, do you? I got to experience it today, and that was wonderful enough. In the future, don't force yourself if you don't like it. Zhang He was speechless. How was I forcing myself? Seeing that Cheng Zhiyu was done talking, Zhang He simply wrapped his tail around him, tossed him onto his back, and scratched the floor with his claws. You're different. I like it when you ride me. Cheng Zhiyu was taken aback. Who wouldn't love being treated as someone special and unique? He bent down and gave Zhang He a firm kiss on the head. I get it. You see me as your master. But you shouldn't think like that. You're not an ordinary dog. We're equals. What? Master. Zhang He was so depressed, he didn't want to speak. Seeing Zhang He remain silent, Cheng Zhiyu assumed he'd taken it to heart and slid off his back. If you're tired, go to sleep early. I am heading into the system space for a bit. Zhang He gave a perfunctory nod, his mind racing. What had gone wrong? What did he mean, master? He wasn't a real dog, damn it. Why would Cheng Zhiyu even think that? Had his brain broken? This was so infuriating. Inside the system space, Cheng Zhiyu was completely oblivious to Zhang He's sulking. He made his usual rounds, checking on the condition of his plants. The second crop of watermelons had ripened. Cheng Zhiyu tapped them, then snipped the vines and moved them into his storage space. 2 were ready, with a few more still growing. Each one weighed around 20 pounds, which meant they would have watermelon to eat tomorrow. Next, he saw that the peppers had started to fruit. The lettuce was already edible. They'd been eating it for the past few days. The eggplants, pumpkins, lettuce stems, and green beans had been planted earlier than the peppers and lettuce, and something was ripening every day, so Cheng Zhiyu had to come in daily to harvest them. After picking the vegetables, Cheng Zhiyu hurried over to check on the wheat growing beside Qiuqiu. The patch near Xiao Juan was already turning yellow and would be ready to harvest in a couple of days. But when he looked at Qiuqiu's side, the stalks were still a vibrant green. This wheat, however, was completely different from the wheat he remembered. It was as tall as a person, and a single grain on the ear was half the size of his palm. He had initially thought that planting wheat in such a small plot was pointless since it wouldn't yield much flour. But now, seeing how the wheat next to Qiuqiu had mutated, his previous worries were entirely unnecessary. A single stalk of this mutated wheat could probably be ground into a small bag of flour. Cheng Zhiyu smiled, gently stroking the mutated wheat with an affectionate gaze. Grow well, he thought. He'd heard back at Qiuqiu base that such mutated plants could adapt to the current climate. It occurred to him that he could try planting them when he got home, though he'd have to assess the situation then. He had already started consciously saving seeds. Once he finished tending to the space, Cheng Zhiyu stretched and returned to his room. Zhang He's eyes were closed. Assuming he was asleep, Cheng Zhiyu tiptoed inside. The moment he appeared, however, the creature's ears twitched and his eyes opened. Cheng Zhiyu quickly washed up and walked over. Did I wake you? I wasn't asleep, Zhang He said. He couldn't sleep at all. An irritable heat coursed through his body, affecting his mood. He felt this way right before he transformed into a human in the past, so he was almost certain it was about to happen again. He felt a pang of apprehension, unsure how Cheng Zhiyu would react when he saw him as a human. The man had always thought of him as a dog, and even if he considered the possibility of a transformation, he wouldn't have expected it so soon. This unpredictability made Zhang He even more anxious, his tail flicking back and forth restlessly. Cheng Zhiyu climbed into bed and buried his face in Zhang He's fur, letting out a soft sigh. "What's wrong? Are you in a bad mood?" "It's nothing," Zhang He replied, his voice listless. Cheng Zhiyu rubbed his furry head worriedly. "Are you feeling unwell somewhere?" Let's just sleep," Zhang He said. Seeing that he wouldn't say any more, Cheng Zhiyu didn't know what else to do. Filled with concern, he closed his eyes. If Zhang He didn't want to talk, he couldn't very well force him. He'd try to ask again tomorrow when he had a chance. Zhang He opened his eyes and looked at Cheng Zhiyu. The man's breathing was steady. He was likely already asleep. A large paw gently pressed against his cheek. "Don't you dare hate me," Zhang He mumbled. Obviously, Cheng Zhiyu didn't respond. Zhang He continued, speaking to himself, "I'll take your silence as a yes." Just then, Cheng Zhiyu frowned slightly and muttered in his sleep, "Zhang He, don't mess around." Zhang He's expression soured. That one didn't count. He tried again. "Your silence now means you agree." "Excellent." This time, Cheng Zhiyu was quiet. Satisfied, Zhang He's tail swayed gently and curled around the waist of the person in his arms. When the tip of his tail brushed against smooth skin, he felt his entire body burn even hotter. Sleep was impossible. Utterly impossible. Cheng Zhiyu was sleeping soundly when he faintly heard birds chirping outside. He figured it must be just past dawn and that he could sleep a little longer. Wait a second. What he was holding didn't feel right. It wasn't the familiar sensation of fur, but human skin. And what was his face buried in? Why was it rising and falling like that? Cheng Zhiyu's eyes flew open to the sight of a massive, muscular chest, so close that his face had just been buried in it. "Ola!" He shrieked, kicking the person clean off the bed. Cheng Zhiyu instantly summoned Xiao Tai, his guard up as he stared at the strange man he'd just kicked out of bed. Having been kicked to the floor, the man woke up. His face, so handsome it hardly seemed real, was etched with displeasure and a hint of inexplicable panic. Cheng Zhiyu glanced around the room. Zhang He was gone. Looking back at the strange man, an unbelievable theory began to form in his mind. A moment later, his theory was confirmed. The man looked at him resentfully. "Cheng Zhiyu, why did you kick me?" In truth, he hadn't been asleep at all. How could he have been? He had been pretending, waiting anxiously for Cheng Zhiyu to wake up so he could see his reaction. He never expected to be sent flying off the bed with a kick. He felt utterly wronged. "Zhang He." Cheng Zhiyu froze. "You're Zhang He. Who else would I be?" Zhang He stood up. He looked very tall, probably around 6'3", and he loomed over Cheng Zhiyu. "That kick really hurt, you know." Cheng Zhiyu knew he should be serious right now, but he was sitting on the bed, and when the man stood up, that thing of his was right at eye level. Only then did he notice that the man was completely naked. His stunning pecs and 8-pack abs looked like they were from a 3D model. Paired with that unbelievably handsome face, he looked even more like a computer-generated character. Ordinarily, the sight would have been a huge shock, but at this moment, his little Zhang He was making its presence known far too powerfully. Cheng Zhiyu squeezed his eyes shut and exhaled. "Could you please put some clothes on first?" "Don't you close your eyes." Zhang He yelled, reaching out and prying Cheng Zhiyu's eyes open with his fingers, forcing him to look. "Am I ugly? Why are you closing your eyes?" Cheng Zhiyu, whose eyes were now being held open manually, was speechless. Forget it, he thought. Zhang He had just turned human. His thought process probably wasn't the same as a normal person's. He might not realize what was wrong with being naked. Besides, the guy looked like he was about to shatter. With a soft sigh, Cheng Zhiyu tried his best to ignore the fact that the proximity between them meant that little Zhang He was now touching him. He fought to keep his composure. "You're very handsome, but we humans are used to talking with our clothes on." I closed my eyes out of courtesy. The first part of the sentence made the corners of Zhang He's mouth curve up. "Oh, is that so? Don't worry about courtesy. I make the rules for myself. If you want to look, you can look all you want." God help me, Cheng Zhiyu thought. He was now certain. This was definitely Zhang He. The man smiled at him, and that face, which had been as perfect as a 3D model, now looked endearingly silly, giving him a touch more humanity. "You should still put on some clothes," he said helplessly. "I am just used to talking to people who are dressed." Zhang He reluctantly accepted. "Fine. It's not that I don't want to. I just don't have any clothes." It finally dawned on Cheng Zhiyu. "Wait a minute, I'll find some clean clothes for you." Zhang He followed him closely. "Are they your clothes?" he asked. This was a very important question. Cheng Zhiyu nodded. Zhang He was satisfied. "Oh. Then they don't have to be clean." Cheng Zhiyu was at a loss. "What are you even saying?" Of course, he wasn't going to give him dirty clothes. But the clothes he had were all ones he'd worn before, washed spotlessly clean. Considering Zhang He's build, he picked out 2 loose-fitting items. As for underwear, Cheng Zhiyu really couldn't bring himself to give Zhang He a pair he'd worn. He'd just have to go commando for now. He handed the clothes to Zhang He and sat down, his mind in a daze. He wasn't that quick to adapt. Yesterday, he'd had a big dog. Today, he had a man taller and broader than himself. His head was still spinning. He had wondered before if Zhang He might turn human, but wondering and it actually happening were 2 different things. And why so fast? In his mind, even if it did happen, it would have taken a very long time. Besides, he had always imagined that if Zhang He became human, he'd be a child. Where exactly had things gone wrong? Zhang He took the clothes, but didn't put them on right away. He turned them over and over in his hands. "You've worn these, haven't you? I remember seeing you in them." "Yeah," Cheng Zhiyu answered distractedly. The outfit had been a bit too big for him, so he'd only worn it once. Seeing Zhang He's continued questioning, he thought the man found them distasteful for having been worn. "Just make do for now. I don't have any unworn clothes here. I'll find you some new ones later." But as soon as he finished speaking, Zhang He buried his face in the fabric. "It smells so good. Do you always smell this nice, Zhiyu?" Cheng Zhiyu felt a flush creep over his entire body. "That's the smell of laundry detergent." He snapped. "And are you a dog, sniffing around like that?" Well, yes, he actually is, Cheng Zhiyu thought, taking a deep breath and deciding not to argue. "Just put the clothes on." He blurted out. "Aren't you cold?" In fact, the sun was up, and it wasn't cold at all. "Oh. You don't have to be so fierce when you talk," Zhang He grumbled unhappily. Cheng Zhiyu had never been this harsh with him before. "I'm not being fierce," Cheng Zhiyu said through gritted teeth. "Just a little agitated." Zhang He didn't say another word, and finally put on the clothes. Cheng Zhiyu had given him a loose-fitting sweatsuit, but on Zhang He, loose became skin-tight. He looked at the t-shirt stretched taut across the man's torso, the tight fabric revealing just how well-built he was. He pressed his lips together. "Help me." Even though Zhang He's face and body perfectly matched his tastes, he had to stop himself. Absolutely do not have any improper thoughts. He had always felt that Zhang He was very innocent. Having any other kind of thoughts about him felt far too sinful. Fortunately, although the shirt was tight and his lower body was a bit constricted, it wasn't too noticeable. Zhang He moved his arms. "It's so tight. Uncomfortable. I don't want to wear it anymore. I'll ask Qiuqiu if he has any looser clothes in a bit," Cheng Zhiyu said. Qiuqiu was a bit taller and broader than him. "No," Zhang He refused, frowning. "I don't wear clothes other people have worn." He added, if it's tight, it's tight. At least there are your clothes. Cheng Zhiyu was speechless. Unbelievable. Anyway, how did you suddenly turn into a person? Cheng Zhiyu tried hard to change the subject. I don't know either. All right then. Cheng Zhiyu asked again, then how old are you? How could he suddenly turn into such a tall, large man? De Hai rubbed his nose. Oh, I guess I just came of age. In truth, he was 99 and a half. That sounded ancient, and he didn't want Cheng Zhiyu to know he was that old. The winged clan had a lifespan of several thousand years, and they only came of age at 100. He really wasn't far from adulthood, so. It wasn't exactly a lie. Among the winged clan, he was indeed still a child. 18. Cheng Zhiyu shot De Hai a skeptical look. Honestly, the guy didn't look 18 at all. It wasn't that De Hai looked old, but rather mature. He had strong, defined features and, well, those tended to make one appear more mature. He had originally thought De Hai was only a year or two old. Now that he heard he was 18, that made more sense. No wonder he could transform into such a big guy. Cheng Zhiyu smiled. I am 24, so you have to call me brother. The 99-and-a-half-year-old De Hai fell silent. He couldn't bring himself to say it. All right, I'm going to get changed, Cheng Zhiyu said. He was still in his pajamas. De Hai's cheeks flushed. Oh. Seeing him stand there motionless, Cheng Zhiyu reminded him, I am getting changed. You should head out first. De Hai hesitated for a moment before nodding and leaving. Cheng Zhiyu let out a sigh of relief. His mind was a complete mess as he grabbed a random set of clothes and changed into them. Help me, how did he get so big? He really had no idea how to act around De Hai anymore. Especially when he remembered all the times he'd kissed him before. Hola. Who are you? Qiuqiu's wary voice came from outside the door. De Hai was sitting sprawled on the sofa. Though he was technically looking up at Qiuqiu, he gave off a commanding, almost condescending air, a complete contrast to his attitude with Cheng Zhiyu. He looked like a total cool guy. Qiuqiu immediately conjured an ice arrow and shot it at him. The man just raised his hand and waved, and the ice arrow instantly shattered into pieces. Qiuqiu's scalp prickled. What did you do to Orange? Fuck, I'll kill you. Seeing that Qiuqiu was quite concerned about Cheng Zhiyu, De Hai's expression softened slightly. He conjured a ball of water and splashed it in Qiuqiu's face. Qiuqiu blinked. Not very harmful, but extremely humiliating. He was about to charge over and fight De Hai, but Tian Manman and Zhou Min held him back. Why are you stopping me? Qiuqiu yelled. I think he looks a little familiar, Zhou Min said. Familiar before Qiuqiu could finish, Cheng Zhiyu hurried out of the room. He's De Hai. Qiuqiu froze. Hi. Hi, Ji. De Hai gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. Ignoring the stunned reactions of the others, he walked to Cheng Zhiyu's side and complained in a low voice. These pants are really uncomfortable. Are they too tight? Cheng Zhiyu asked. No, it's It keeps swinging around and hitting my thigh, De Hai said. Cheng Zhiyu was at a loss for words. Just make do for now, he said, feeling mentally exhausted. All right, De Hai conceded. Is he really Haiji? Qiuqiu's jaw dropped so wide it nearly dislocated. He was in utter shock. Just last night, Haiji was a dog. How did he suddenly turn into a person? Yeah. My God, that was so sudden, Zhou Min commented. I think it's sudden too, Cheng Zhiyu thought. Shock was one thing, but they still had work to do. After breakfast, they had to get back on the road. Cheng Zhiyu started cooking while the others took care of other tasks. De Hai stuck close to his side. I'll help you cook. De Hai was in a good mood. Cheng Zhiyu seemed to have accepted his transformation and wasn't showing any resistance. Cheng Zhiyu smiled. Do you know how to cook? No, but I can learn. Following him around like that, he really was like a big puppy. Cheng Zhiyu assigned him the task of chopping vegetables. Zhang He held the knife, his handsome face etched with seriousness. He frowned slightly, let out a breath, and started cutting. He was chopping an eggplant. Cheng Zhiyu planned to make braised eggplant, which only required cutting it into chunks, no real skill needed. "I am done," Zhang He announced. Cheng Zhiyu took a look and said, "Not bad." Zhang He beamed happily. He found cooking with Cheng Zhiyu to be very interesting. For breakfast, they had braised eggplant, stir-fried green beans with meat, red braised mutated bird, and a tomato and egg soup. Zhang He sat right next to Cheng Zhiyu to eat, just like before. His thigh pressed against Cheng Zhiyu's, making the latter feel uncomfortable, so he scooted over a little. "Cheng Zhiyu, why are you deliberately moving so far away from me?" When Zhang He was unhappy, he liked to call Cheng Zhiyu by his full name. Seeing the others looking over with gossipy expressions, Cheng Zhiyu cleared his throat. "It's a little hot." Zhang He's expression softened. He used his water ability to create a cool breeze around Cheng Zhiyu, and the temperature instantly dropped. Satisfied, he pressed against him again. "There, it's not hot anymore." Cheng Zhiyu fell silent. Zhou Min, who was watching from the side, snickered and said deliberately, "Hey, Haiji, I am hot too." Zhang He gave him a cool glance. "Then stay hot." Tian Qiuqiu slapped his thigh and roared with laughter. Zhou Min was speechless. After the meal, the others cleaned up while Cheng Zhiyu took out a map to study it. Zhang He sat down next to him. Cheng Zhiyu tried to ignore his presence, but suddenly, Zhang He wrapped his arms around him. "Zhiyu, what are you looking at?" Cheng Zhiyu struggled out of his embrace and coughed lightly. "Looking at the map." "You don't like me anymore," Zhang He said suddenly. Cheng Zhiyu didn't know what to say. When he didn't respond, Zhang He felt very wronged. "You used to hug me all the time. Why won't you let me hug you now? Who was it that used to hold me and say they liked me?" Cheng Zhiyu felt utterly helpless. He really wanted to travel back in time and strangle his past self. But since that obviously wasn't possible, he could only explain weakly, "That's not it." "Then why won't you let me hug you?" Zhang He stared at him. Having reached his breaking point, Cheng Zhiyu gave in. "Fine. Hug. You can hug me, all right." Zhang He's mood brightened instantly. He immediately pulled Cheng Zhiyu into an embrace, nuzzling him gently like a big dog. "All right, I understand if you're not used to it at first. Y'all get used to it later." Get used to it later. Cheng Zhiyu closed his eyes. He couldn't even imagine it. Zhang He was a full size bigger than him and could completely envelop him in his arms. Surrounded by a distinctly masculine scent, Cheng Zhiyu felt a little numb. "Zhiyu, why is your heart beating so fast here?" Zhang He reached out and touched Cheng Zhiyu's chest. "Don't just touch me wherever you want." Zhang He retracted his hand, muttering, "If you don't want me to touch, I won't." "Why are you so fierce? You used to touch me all the time." Cheng Zhiyu was speechless again. "I am checking to see if there are any cities nearby," he said, changing the subject. "We're running low on some supplies anyway, and we can look for some clothes for you. Especially boxers." Zhang He couldn't go commando forever, right? Cheng Zhiyu had to admire his own self-control. He could still think straight at a time like this. He finally found a city about 50 kilometers away. He pointed at it. "This one is the closest. Let's head there." The map wasn't very detailed. It only gave them a rough idea of direction and distance, showing where the cities were and the general routes. There were no specifics, but it was enough. He quickly discussed it with the others. No one had any objections. They weren't short on food, but they were low on seasonings and some daily necessities. A trip to the city was definitely necessary. After packing everything and confirming the route to the nearby town, they set off. Cheng Zhiyu announced that he would drive. If he sat in the back, Zhang He would definitely hug him. No way. He needed to cool down. Since Cheng Zhiyu was driving, Zhang He had no choice but to sit in the passenger seat, the closest spot to him. He still felt the distance was too great and rested his hand on Cheng Zhiyu's thigh. Satisfied, Cheng Zhiyu gripped the steering wheel tighter. You're distracting me from driving. He could only reluctantly withdraw his hand with a soft sigh. In the back, Zhou Min wore a mysterious smile. He patted Tian Qiuqiu and Tian Manman and gave them a meaningful look. Tian Qiuqiu completely missed the point. Seeing Zhou Min's expression, he asked in confusion, "What's up with you? Is your eye twitching? Are you not feeling well?" The simple and honest Tian Manman asked with concern. "You should get more rest." "Go ahead and rest." Zhou Min sighed. This is no fun at all. He had no choice but to turn back and look ahead. Who would have thought that He would suddenly turn around and ask them, "Am I ugly?" The three of them were speechless. "Bro, are you humble bragging? Asking if you're ugly with a face that looks like it was computer generated." In fact, He was asking in all seriousness. He didn't really understand the aesthetic standards of Earthlings. "Hi Ji, you're already so handsome. Asking a question like that, are you trying to make the rest of us feel bad?" Tian Qiuqiu was exasperated. He considered himself a good-looking guy, but He's face was unfairly handsome. Zhou Min said dryly, "Are you trying to humble brag?" "What's Versailles?" He frowned, looking at Tian Qiuqiu. "Did you and Zhiyu grow up together?" His tone was tinged with jealousy. Tian Qiuqiu didn't notice. "Yeah, we've been inseparable since we were kids." "Was your family poor? Why did you have to be inseparable from Zhiyu?" He asked, his brow furrowed. It's an expression. It means we're really close," Tian Qiuqiu explained. He pinched the bridge of his nose. "All right. Then you should know Zhiyu pretty well. Do you think he likes the way I look?" The SUV suddenly lurched. Cheng Zhiyu, whose hands had trembled on the wheel, was speechless. "Hello? Am I invisible?" Tian Qiuqiu didn't catch He's meaning and scratched his head. "I mean, who wouldn't want to look like you?" He mulled this over and decided to take it as a yes. His mood instantly improved. It seemed Cheng Zhiyu didn't find him ugly. Maybe he had just been distracting him from driving. Zhou Min snickered quietly. "Hey." Tian Qiuqiu and Tian Manman heard him, but had no idea what was so funny. Zhou Min clapped them both on the shoulder. "You're obviously straight guys. It's normal for you not to get it." The two of them just looked confused. The 30-kilometer drive passed quickly. Once they entered the city, the roads became difficult to navigate, clogged with abandoned cars and all sorts of debris. They had no choice but to get out and leave the SUV where it was. The small town was desolate, seemingly long abandoned. Any survivors had likely already left, leaving only wandering zombies behind. Cheng Zhiyu frowned as he dispatched a zombie, skillfully digging out its crystal core before cleaning it and putting it away. Soon, there was no time to bother with digging for cores. They ran into a horde of zombies. Fortunately, the highest level one among them was only a level 3, and He simply made it kill itself. "Damn, Brother He, you're incredible," Tian Qiuqiu praised while hacking at a zombie. "Does that mean you can control anyone you want?" Hearing this, He subconsciously glanced at Cheng Zhiyu. Seeing that he wasn't looking, He pressed his lips together. "No, I can only control things with low intelligence." He raised a hand, unleashing a torrent of lightning and a barrage of water blades that instantly wiped out a large swath of zombies. "These things are so annoying," he muttered. "Tell me about it," Zhou Min chimed in. "Zhiyu is so focused on killing zombies, he doesn't even have time to look at me," He added. Zhou Min was speechless. This guy is unbelievable. Even more zombies were falling around Cheng Zhiyu. He had Xiao Tai, and Xiao Juan with him, and each was a formidable fighter in its own right. A half-meter-tall fireball could incinerate a huge group of them, while Xiao Juan tossed zombies around for fun, digging out their crystal cores as it went. Cheng Zhiyu held Xiao Tai in its machine gun form, mowing down zombies in wide sweeps. Tian Qiuqiu's ability had improved significantly. He could now conjure more than 10 ice arrows at once, felling a dozen zombies with each volley. Tian Manman's method was far more direct and brutal. He zipped through the horde at high speed, his broadsword swinging. With each slash, a zombie's head would roll to the ground, cleaved in two. Zhou Min wielded a custom-made crossbow from Cheng Zhiyu, a quiver of arrows on his back. He fired 3 in rapid succession, and 3 zombies fell. Then, he would swiftly draw 3 more from the quiver. If he encountered any that weren't quite dead, he'd finish them off with his dagger. The horde of several hundred zombies was dealt with easily. As he dug out crystal cores, Zhou Min exclaimed, "Holy cow, we've struck it rich." They could probably fill a whole bag with crystal cores alone. Cheng Zhiyu was also pleased. The higher the level of the plants in his space, the more cores they required to upgrade. This many should be enough to get them to the next level. After digging out all the cores, they piled the zombie corpses together and set them on fire. A pile of bodies left to rot could easily cause new problems. They rested for a bit before setting out to find a supermarket. This used to be a small town, so it wasn't very big. They should be able to find one quickly. Though they had just cleared a horde, the group remained vigilant. Cheng Zhiyu frowned. It was too quiet here, eerily so. "Hey, is that a person over there?" Zhou Min, who had sharp eyes, pointed into the distance. Just as Cheng Zhiyu looked over, Zhou Min cried out, "There's a zombie next to him." Cheng Zhiyu's heart sank. He saw it too, a person with a zombie right beside them. The degree of decay on this zombie was far less than any they had seen before. That meant it was definitely above level 3. Seeing that the zombie was about to bite the person, Cheng Zhiyu acted, ordering Xiao Juan to retrieve them. Xiao Juan was rough. It wrapped a vine around the person's waist and yanked them over, dropping them unceremoniously on their butt. Cheng Zhiyu cleared his throat and looked at the person. "Are you okay? Did it bite you?" The person's hair was a bit long and their head was lowered, obscuring their eyes. They just shook their head. Cheng Zhiyu scanned them and, seeing no bite marks, turned his attention back to the zombie. "Is that zombie stupid? It hasn't attacked us at all," Qiuqiu muttered. The next moment, however, a fiery mass hurtled toward them. Xiao Juan quickly wrapped its vines around the group and pulled them out of the way. A massive explosion rocked the spot where they had just been standing. When they looked back, a huge, deep crater had appeared. It looked to be dozens of meters in radius. The group's expressions turned grim. This zombie was far more powerful than the near level 4 ones they had encountered. It probably wasn't even a level 4. It might even be a level 5. How could a level 5 zombie appear in such a small town? Zombies had a hard time leveling up, and higher level ones were exceedingly rare. The strongest they had met on their journey so far was only approaching level 4. But they didn't have much time to wonder. The zombie attacked again, giving them no time to breathe. Thankfully, with Xiao Juan tossing them around, they were able to dodge while looking for openings to attack. However, whether it was ice arrows, crossbow bolts, or bullets, the zombie dodged them all. Dahai's lightning managed to strike it, but the zombie was so tough that it barely had any effect. Cheng Zhiyu, on the other hand, was grazed by one of the powerful fireballs. In an instant, a large patch of his arm was scorched. The others also sustained minor injuries. "Zhiyu." Dahai's eyes turned red. "Damn this zombie." Sweat beaded on Cheng Zhiyu's forehead from the pain. He gritted his teeth and grabbed Dahai's arm. "Don't rush in. I am fine." He was terrified Dahai would charge in recklessly and fight it head-on. A massive, condensed ball of water hurtled toward the zombie. The level 5 zombie was fast, but without Xiao Juan to help it, it was still partially hit. As a fire element zombie, its greatest weakness was water. It instantly felt its power weaken. The zombie was furious. It couldn't believe someone had managed to injure it. It had no way of knowing that Dahai was extremely dissatisfied with his current strength. At his peak, he could have crushed this low-level creature with ease. Zhou Min quickly healed Cheng Zhiyu's arm. In a flash, the scorched skin was as good as new. There was no time for words. They had to keep fighting. The battle reached a stalemate. Thanks to Xiao Juan, they could evade the zombies' attacks, but they couldn't inflict much damage in return. Fortunately, the zombies' attacks weren't limitless. Each fireball, which was as powerful as a bomb, took a heavy toll on its energy. Especially after being hit by De Hai's water sphere, it needed a moment to recover. De Hai's eyes were bloodshot. He unleashed lightning bolts as thick as bowls and condensed water spheres, hurling them at the zombie as if they were free. Worried that everyone's abilities would run out, Cheng Zhiyu told them to absorb crystal cores while they fought. The zombie grew exceptionally agitated. While the others couldn't hurt it much, their sheer numbers were a problem. A single drop of rain might not leave a mark on hard ground, but what about tens of thousands or tens of millions? Banking on their ability to absorb crystal cores, Cheng Zhiyu's group fought as if they had an endless supply of energy. The man Xiao Juan had rescued seemed to have recovered. He stood up and looked at the somewhat battered zombie in the distance, a flicker of what seemed like disdain in his eyes that vanished just as quickly. "Thank you for saving me." Qiuqiu, frantically launching ice arrows, yelled, "What's the point of saying that now? Can't you see what's happening? If you can help, then help." Although the situation seemed deadlocked, Qiuqiu felt like he was at his limit. His head was about to split open. Even with crystal cores to replenish his energy, he wasn't a machine. He needed rest. Even a machine needed to be shut down after running for too long. The others weren't much better off, except for Cheng Zhiyu and De Hai. Cheng Zhiyu was holding up because he wasn't relying on his abilities to fight, so he was only physically tired. De Hai, on the other hand, was used to completely depleting his energy. Hearing this, the man thought for a moment and joined the fight. An unknown amount of time passed. Everyone was on the verge of exhaustion when the zombie suddenly stopped attacking. Zhou Min started daydreaming. Is it about to die? Please just die already. But in the next instant, countless basketball-sized fireballs rained down on them. This time, even Xiao Juan couldn't move them all to a safe location. De Hai grabbed Cheng Zhiyu and dodged a fireball. Tian Manman was fast enough to get out of the way too, but the others weren't so lucky. Zhou Min's arm was charred, and Qiuqiu was worse off. He was hit in the stomach. If he hadn't been wearing the clothes made from the mutated snake skin, the fireball would have likely gone straight through him. The man they had rescued was also slightly injured. Meanwhile, the barrage of basketball-sized fireballs continued to fall from the sky. De Hai created a barrier of water, temporarily blocking the fireballs. Qiuqiu. Zhou Min. How are you guys? Cheng Zhiyu stumbled over to them. Qiuqiu tried to get up but couldn't move. Fuck, it hurts like hell. Zhou Min was surprisingly optimistic. It's fine, it's fine. As long as we're alive, there's hope. He used his ability to heal the others, but his face quickly turned pale as he exhausted his power. Their injuries weren't fully healed, but they were at least a little better than before. Zhou Min was too tired to speak. Qiuqiu looked up at the fireballs, constantly crashing down. What do we do now? We're not all going to die here, are we? He gritted his teeth. If it comes down to it, I'll take it down with me. We can't all just die here. Zhou Min said with difficulty, if anyone's going to do that, it should be me. I am not much use anyway. His combat strength was the weakest, and he felt like he was always holding them back. Cheng Zhiyu frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? If it weren't for you, my arm would be useless. He then looked at Qiuqiu. You too. Don't talk nonsense. Tian Manman, who had been silent, finally spoke. I am the fastest. I'll blow it up. What they meant by taking it down with them was sacrificing themselves by self-destructing to kill the zombie. Cheng Zhiyu's face turned cold. We haven't even lost yet, and you're already thinking about dying. I am telling you, I won't allow any of you to do that. He snapped. If any of you dare, It'll desecrate your corpse even after you're dead. Qiuqiu laughed nervously. Orange isn't that a bit too harsh? Will there even be a corpse left? Zhou Min muttered. How would you? Shut up. Cheng Zhiyu barked. Zhou Min fell silent. Honestly, even though Cheng Zhiyu was usually good-tempered, he was pretty scary when he was truly angry. That's just our last resort if things get desperate, Qiuqiu explained. If there's another way, who wouldn't want to live? Zhou Min and Tian Manman both nodded. Seeing this, Cheng Zhiyu's expression softened slightly. Zhang He looked up at the water barrier, which was already starting to crack. This barrier won't last much longer. He could protect Cheng Zhiyu, but not the others. And he knew Cheng Zhiyu would never abandon his friends. I have something to say, if you're willing to listen. The man who had been silent this whole time suddenly spoke up. Cheng Zhiyu looked at him. What is it? The man looked at Cheng Zhiyu and gave a slight smile. I know that zombies' weak spot. Qiuqiu was confused. Aren't all zombies weak spots in their heads? The man shook his head. Low-level ones, yes. But as they level up, zombies learn to protect their heads. You all tried just now, didn't you? Its head is incredibly hard. Bullets couldn't even leave a scratch. So cunning. Qiuqiu grumbled. So where is its weak spot? Cheng Zhiyu asked, his voice urgent. The man replied, its back. The weak point is on its back, 3 inches below the shoulder blades. Cheng Zhiyu looked at the man. Are you sure? The man nodded. Of course. You saved me, why would I lie to you? Cheng Zhiyu had no other choice. He had to trust him. He turned to Zhang He and gripped his hand. Zhang He, I need your help. Zhang He's face was cold. I haven't even said what it is yet. Zhang He looked at him, his eyes red with fury. You want to go behind the zombie alone, don't you? Do you have any idea how dangerous that is if you're discovered? I can't accept you taking such a risk alone. Cheng Zhiyu sighed helplessly. We don't have any other choice. Then I'll go, Zhang He said. Cheng Zhiyu shook his head. You're too powerful. The zombie is clearly treating you as its primary target. The moment you make a move, it'll notice. If it catches on, we won't get a second chance. He looked into Zhang He's eyes, squeezing his hand. Promise me. Zhang He's eyes were bloodshot. Cheng Zhiyu leaned in and whispered something in his ear. If I wasn't confident, I wouldn't be taking this risk. Zhang He suddenly pulled him into a hug, holding him so tightly it felt as if he wanted to merge him into his very bones. He whispered, it's because I am useless. Cheng Zhiyu smiled and patted his head. You're already amazing. You are not allowed to get hurt, Zhang He commanded. Cheng Zhiyu sighed softly. I'll definitely come back in one piece. Did you forget I have something to protect myself? He had his system space. At a critical moment, he could use it to save his life. This was the only reason Zhang He was willing to agree. Otherwise, he never would have let him go. The zombie finally broke through Zhang He's defense, only to find that after a short rest, Zhang He had suddenly become much stronger, attacking it with reckless abandon. The zombie vaguely sensed someone slipping away. Its not-so-bright brain thought for a moment and decided to ignore it. It was just a weak human, probably taking the chance to run away. After all, that human couldn't harm it in the slightest. It was powerful enough to be that confident. Meanwhile, Cheng Zhiyu moved as fast as he could, carefully sneaking behind the zombie. He raised Xiao Tai in its machine gun form and aimed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He knew he only had one chance. Just moments ago, he had received a system notification. Xiao Tai had leveled up to level 4. Level 4 wasn't about changing forms anymore. It was elemental attacks. Xiao Tai's bullets were no longer ordinary. They were imbued with elemental energy. Ordinary bullets might not inflict a fatal wound on the zombie, but bullets with elemental energy were a different story. What's more, Xiao Tai was now level 4, and it was capable of attacking enemies above its level. Cheng Zhiyu let out a breath, took aim at the zombie's weak spot, and pulled the trigger. In the next instant, a very unusual bullet shot towards the zombie's back. The zombie seemed to sense something and tried to dodge, but Zhang He's relentless attacks completely blocked its path of retreat. The bullet pierced its back. The zombie let out a roar and hurled a massive fireball behind it. A single bullet, and it thought it could kill it. Wishful thinking. But this reckless human had still managed to enrage it. Cheng Zhiyu. Zhang He charged recklessly toward the fireball, watching in horror as it slammed into Cheng Zhiyu's position, creating a massive crater. His mind went completely blank. At the same time, the zombie's body suddenly exploded without warning. Amid the explosion, Zhang He stumbled to where Cheng Zhiyu had been, his eyes crimson. In that moment, it felt as if his heart had died too. Just then, a warm hand grasped his wrist. Zhang He spun around to see Cheng Zhiyu, his face covered in soot, smiling at him. Before Cheng Zhiyu could say a word, he was pulled into a tight embrace. Zhang He growled fiercely, "Cheng Zhiyu, do you have any idea how you scared me to death?" Cheng Zhiyu's heart softened. "You forgot I have the space. How could anything happen to me?" The instant the bullet fired, he had been on guard. Sure enough, the zombie hurled a fireball at him, and he immediately ducked into his space. Zhang He didn't say anything. In that moment, he had been on the verge of losing his mind. He hadn't had the capacity to think about anything else. Cheng Zhiyu patted Zhang He's back, knowing he must have been terrified. From a distance, Qiuqiu's joyful voice rang out. "Orange Yurei awesome. Hehehe cough cough cough." The kid was shouting his head off before his injuries had even healed. Cheng Zhiyu smiled. "Let me see if Yurei hurt." Zhang He suddenly remembered and began frantically checking Cheng Zhiyu over. Cheng Zhiyu's chest was padded, his stomach was prodded, and he couldn't help but tense his abs. Seeing Zhang He's hands about to move lower, he quickly grabbed them, his face burning. "Stop touching me, I am not hurt." "No, I have to check carefully," Zhang He insisted, meticulously patting down Cheng Zhiyu from head to toe. "I am going to melt," Cheng Zhiyu thought. Once he was certain there were no injuries, Zhang He was satisfied. He said, aggrieved, "You really scared me to death." Cheng Zhiyu patted the big dog's head. Zhang He suddenly cupped his face and gave him a kiss. The soft touch landed on his cheek, and Cheng Zhiyu froze. "You don't just kiss me like that," Cheng Zhiyu stammered, coming to his senses and frantically touching the spot on his cheek. Zhang He was displeased. "Why? You used to kiss me all the time. Why can't I kiss you?" Cheng Zhiyu looked at Zhang He's handsome face and felt like he was on fire. "It's different." Before, he had no improper thoughts about his big dog. But if Zhang He kept this up, he was afraid he might make a mistake. "How is it different?" Zhang He asked, not happy. "It just is, so stop asking." Cheng Zhiyu clamped a hand over his mouth, manually muting him. Zhang He fell silent, though he thought fine. "It's not like I agreed to stop anyway." Cheng Zhiyu dug out the zombie's crystal core and was stunned. It was bigger than his palm and looked like a magnificent ruby. After the battle, everyone was a mess. They found a nearby house to rest in for the time being. "Man, Yurei really something, daring to come here alone," Qiuqiu said, striking up a conversation with the rescued man. The man's skin was fair, almost unnaturally pale, and his face was so handsome he hardly looked real. Qiuqiu clicked his tongue. "Why is everyone so good-looking?" The man said, "I was just looking for some supplies. I didn't expect to find such a powerful zombie here." He looked at Cheng Zhiyu. "Thank you for saving me." Cheng Zhiyu replied, "It was nothing, just a small effort. Besides, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't have known the zombie's weak spot." The man slowly broke into a smile. "My name is Sang Nian." As he spoke, he extended a gloved hand. Just as Cheng Zhiyu was about to shake it, Zhang He intercepted, gripping Sang Nian's hand first. "I am curious, how did you know its weak spot?" Sang Nian withdrew his hand, still smiling. "Just lucky, I guess." He clearly didn't want to say more. Zhang He pressed close to Cheng Zhiyu, as if to whisper in his ear. He didn't speak aloud, instead sending a telepathic message. I think something's off about this Sang Nian. Cheng Zhiyu looked at Zhang He. He gives me a very uncomfortable feeling, Zhang He continued. Be careful. Compared to the newly met Sang Nian, Cheng Zhiyu naturally trusted Zhang He more. He nodded. Zhang He was satisfied. Zhiyu was willing to trust him, and that put him in a good mood. Cheng Zhiyu took a few more glances at Sang Nian. The man was darkly handsome, exuding a mysterious aura that others couldn't quite decipher. As he was looking, Sang Nian suddenly turned his head. You're the first person to show me any kindness, he said. Cheng Zhiyu glanced at Zhou Min, who had his eyes closed, resting after overusing his ability. He looked back at Sang Nian. There are still plenty of good people in the world. Sang Nian scoffed, as if he found the statement ridiculous. Plenty of good people. It was the first time he'd heard such an interesting remark. To be honest, the moment he first saw Cheng Zhiyu, he had been captivated by the man's eyes, which were as clear as lake water. He licked his canines. A pity, he thought, that zombies' eyes were always so murky. With an outsider present, Cheng Zhiyu couldn't risk revealing his system space. Once everyone had rested enough, they headed to the supermarket. Perhaps because this small town was teeming with zombies, who had no interest in food, most of the goods in the supermarket were still intact. Unfortunately, the apocalypse had been going on for too long. The small store's backup generator had died long ago, and much of the meat had spoiled. What was still edible were things like rice, flour, and dried vegetables. Cheng Zhiyu gathered some rice, ham, cured meats, and dried vegetables, deciding to make a simple claypot rice. He found a portable stove and gas canisters in the supermarket, which was enough to cook a meal. Zhang He brought over a bag of potato chips. Zhiyu, can I have a bag? He asked. Cheng Zhiyu laughed. It's just one bag of chips. Go ahead and eat it, you don't have to ask me. He could see Qiuqiu, and the others were already ravenously stuffing themselves with snacks. The previous battle had taken a huge toll on their energy. Zhang He frowned. You don't want to manage me anymore. Of course I'll manage you, Cheng Zhiyu said with a sigh. Why wouldn't I? Go on, eat. Just one bag, though. We'll be having a proper meal soon. Hearing this, Zhang He was content. Qiuqiu walked over, munching on a spicy gluten strip. Brother Hai, why do you like being managed all of a sudden? You were just asking me to help you hide potato chips before. Zhang He glanced at Cheng Zhiyu and immediately distanced himself from Qiuqiu. I did no such thing. Qiuqiu was speechless. Wait, why does this feel so weird? From a short distance away, Zhou Min's weak voice drifted over. I want some too. Coming. Qiuqiu replied instantly. What do you want? Your big brother will get it for you. I want jello, Zhou Min said. It's been so long since I've had any. Qiuqiu burst out laughing. Why are you acting like a kid? Here you go, a jello cup as big as a basin. Eat your fill. Zhou Min refused. He didn't want to eat too much. There was still claypot rice to look forward to. Claypot rice was simple to make, and Cheng Zhiyu didn't ask for their help. He prepared the rice and vegetables, put them in the pots, and just had to let them steam. A potato chip was suddenly placed in his mouth. Zhang He was sharing with him. Try this. It tastes good. Cheng Zhiyu tasted it. It was cucumber-flavored, quite refreshing, but he wasn't a huge fan. He still preferred proper meals. Seeing his lack of interest, Zhang He stopped feeding him and didn't eat any more after finishing the bag. An idea occurred to Cheng Zhiyu. He cleared his throat and said to the others, keep an eye on the pots. Zhang He and I are stepping out for a bit. Okay, you two go ahead, Qiuqiu readily agreed. I'll watch things. Sang Nian saw the two of them leave and started to follow, but Zhou Min stopped him. Hey, aren't you hot? Why are you wearing such thick gloves? Sang Nian glanced at Zhou Min, then sat down nearby. My hands are injured. I don't want to fright anyone. Zhou Min nodded, his gaze lingering on the man's gloves for a few extra moments. The two fell silent. Sang Nian lowered his eyes, lost in thought. Outside, Dahai followed Cheng Zhiyu, his mood bright. He took Cheng Zhiyu's hand and held it tightly. His hand was a size larger, enveloping the others and making his heart flutter with joy. Cheng Zhiyu tried to pull away, but Dahai wouldn't let go. Don't you dare pull away from me. Cheng Zhiyu looked at him. Don't you think this is weird? I don't, Dahai retorted. You used to love grabbing my paws and kneading them. Did I ever say anything? Cheng Zhiyu was speechless. He couldn't argue with that. But it really was different. How could soft, fluffy paws be the same as a large hand with well-defined knuckles? Still, he couldn't break free, so Cheng Zhiyu resigned himself to it. Why did we come out here? Dahai asked, leaning close to Cheng Zhiyu. Feeling a bit flushed from the heat, Cheng Zhiyu answered, to find you some clothes. And underwear. The small supermarket in town didn't usually sell clothes, so they had to find a dedicated clothing store. They didn't go far, just to a shop diagonally across from the supermarket. Before leaving, Cheng Zhiyu had specifically told Tian Qiuqiu to be wary of Sang Nian. At this distance, if anything happened, they would hear Tian Qiuqiu's shout. Cheng Zhiyu cleared his throat. Are you still uncomfortable? Yes, Dahai frowned. It's chafing and very uncomfortable. As he spoke, he reached down to pull off his pants and show Cheng Zhiyu. A vein throbbed on Cheng Zhiyu's forehead. He quickly grabbed Dahai's hand. Ahem, you don't need to show me. Oh, Dahai said. Cheng Zhiyu couldn't help but add, and stop trying to take your pants off at the drop of a hat. Dahai nodded with a knowing look. I'll only take them off for you. Cheng Zhiyu was speechless. They entered the clothing store. Without power, the interior was dim. After confirming there were no zombies inside, Cheng Zhiyu found the men's section. The clothes were covered in dust, having been neglected for a long time. Knowing Dahai's fastidious nature, Cheng Zhiyu decided to look in the storeroom instead. He found it easily. The clothes here weren't hanging neatly, so they had to rummage through piles. Cheng Zhiyu stood with his hands on his hips, directing Dahai. Pick out something you like. Dahai took a shortcut, using his water ability. Water enveloped the plastic-wrapped clothing packs and tossed them out. He found a few plain, patternless outfits. There weren't any famous brands in a small town like this, so Cheng Zhiyu tried to pick clothes made of better fabric. The styles weren't great, but Dahai was a walking mannequin. He looked good in anything. However, the man was picky and refused to even try on clothes unless they were clean. Thankfully, his water ability made it easy. He washed the clothes, then used his power again to dry them completely. Cheng Zhiyu pointed to a nearby fitting room. Go on, try them on. Dahai examined the clothes again. Zhiyu, I'd rather just wear yours. Why? Cheng Zhiyu asked instinctively. He regretted it the moment the words left his mouth. Sure enough, Dahai replied, these clothes don't have your scent. They don't smell good at all. Cheng Zhiyu's ears burned. My scent. He gritted his teeth and emphasized, that's the smell of laundry detergent. If you don't think they smell good, I can wash them for you with laundry detergent. He shouldn't have even asked. With this guy's whining, he should have just used brute force. Dahai was about to say something else, but Cheng Zhiyu snapped, hurry up and change. But I don't have any underwear yet, Dahai said innocently. Cheng Zhiyu froze. He'd forgotten to look for any. Fortunately, underwear was easy to find. There was no need to be picky about style. Plain boxers would do. Cheng Zhiyu cleared his throat and pointed to a pile in front of them. Pick your size. Dahai asked, which one is the largest? He actually managed to brag about that, Cheng Zhiyu thought, exasperated. Then again, recalling what he'd seen earlier, it was probably true. Wait, what was he even thinking? Cheng Zhiyu shook his head vigorously and tossed several of the largest pairs to Dahai. Now he could finally try on the clothes right. Hai inspected them critically, confirmed they were clean, and then simply stripped off the clothes he was wearing. Cheng Zhiyu, caught completely off guard, was speechless. He squeezed his eyes shut. Didn't I tell you to go to the fitting room? Why bother with all that trouble? Hai mumbled. He then walked over and pried Cheng Zhiyu's eyes open, looking displeased. Why are you doing that again? You're not allowed to be disgusted by me. Cheng Zhiyu couldn't take it anymore. Ugh. Just hurry up and put on your clothes. If Hai's face or body weren't so perfectly to his liking, he could have remained as calm as still water. But as it was, he just felt so terribly corrupt. Damn it, the guy's physique was genuinely incredible. Hai finally, painstakingly finished changing. Without even looking in a mirror, he leaned in and asked Cheng Zhiyu, well, do I look good? Cheng Zhiyu cleared his throat. Yes, you look good. Then do you like it? Hai pressed. You're picking clothes for yourself, not for me. Why are you asking me? Cheng Zhiyu said. If you don't like it, I won't take this one. Cheng Zhiyu was at a loss. Do you like it? Hai asked again. Unable to lie to his conscience, Cheng Zhiyu conceded. Yes, I like it. Now stop asking. Completely satisfied, Hai picked out a few more outfits, asking for Cheng Zhiyu's approval on each one. Only when he confirmed that Zhiyu liked them all did he have them put into the storage space. Then, he changed back into the clothes he had borrowed from Cheng Zhiyu. Cheng Zhiyu shot him a look. Why aren't you wearing the new ones? He instantly regretted asking. These clothes still have your scent on them, Hai said. It smells nice. Cheng Zhiyu couldn't resist pinching him, but the man's muscles were rock solid. He gritted his teeth. I'll say it again. It's the smell of laundry detergent. Hai didn't feel any pain at all, a blissful smile spreading across his face. All right, it's the smell of laundry detergent. Cheng Zhiyu was somehow even more infuriated. When they returned, the claypot rice was ready. Qiuqiu and the others gathered around like eager puppies. Can we eat? Can we eat? Zhou Min, who had been listless just moments ago, was now brimming with energy. Cheng Zhiyu had made 6 claypots in total, 1 for each person. Go ahead, eat up, he said, letting them grab their own. As the others rushed to get their food, Cheng Zhiyu glanced over at Sang Nian, who was sitting in a corner, his expression obscured by the shadows. He thought for a moment, then carried a pot over and placed it in front of him. Everyone else is over there. Why didn't you join them? Here, eat. Sang Nian looked up, stunned. I thought there wouldn't be any for me. There's a lot of food here, Cheng Zhiyu said. Everyone gets a share. Sang Nian didn't reply. The people he met before would only snatch things from him, even if they already had more than he did. Not far away, Hai called out to him again. Cheng Zhiyu smiled. Hurry up and eat. There's more if you're still hungry. Sang Nian remained motionless for a long time, watching Cheng Zhiyu walk away, his thoughts unreadable. He lowered his head and looked at the pot of claypot rice. Its color was incredibly tempting. It had to be delicious. Too bad he couldn't taste anything. A short distance away, Hai grabbed Cheng Zhiyu's hand and complained, I told you to stay away from him. It wouldn't be good to be too obvious about it, Cheng Zhiyu explained. Hai glanced at Sang Nian. He really didn't like the way the man looked at Cheng Zhiyu. So is he better looking, or am I? You are. Then who do you like more? You. Hai was satisfied. Tusk, as if he could compare to me, he thought. With an outsider present, they decided to sleep in the small supermarket for the night. Hai naturally settled in next to Cheng Zhiyu, wrapping an arm around him as if it were the most normal thing in the world. Cheng Zhiyu struggled a little, but Hai only held him tighter. It's cold at night. He couldn't risk exposing the existence of his system space, so he couldn't take out any of his special plants. Cheng Zhiyu felt his entire body heat up. Hai was like a furnace, his warmth seemingly seeping through his skin and into his very bones. Qiuqiu and the others were right beside them, and he couldn't help but feel awkward. Just then, Qiuqiu's voice drifted over. Hee, let's huddle up too. It'll be warmer. Zhou Min replied, I think I can tough it out. I don't want to either, said Tian Manman. You grind your teeth and snore. Qiuqiu yelped, Tian Manman, you've gotten mean. Tian Manman looked innocent. He was just telling the truth. Listening to the commotion nearby, Cheng Zhiyu relaxed slightly. They were just trying to stay warm. It was normal. Suddenly, however, Zhang He reached out and pressed his face against his chest. Cheng Zhiyu's first reaction was, so soft. His second reaction sent a flush creeping up his neck. His face burning, he immediately tried to pull his head back, only for Zhang He to press him back down. The man whispered in his ear, Zhiyu, you were staring at me here all day. You like it, don't you? Cheng Zhiyu's mind screamed. When did I stare? I just took a few extra glances, that's all. It was so soft. With his face pressed against it, Cheng Zhiyu had no idea what to do. What was going on with Zhang He? Cheng Zhiyu couldn't figure it out. Was he truly this clueless, or was he doing it on purpose? He looked up and met Zhang He's innocent eyes. Cheng Zhiyu reached out and manually shut the man's eyes for him. So annoying. A part of him almost hoped Zhang He was doing it on purpose. Zhang He leaned close to his ear again, his voice a low murmur. Zhiyu, do you want to touch it? I'll let you squeeze it. What in the world are you saying? Cheng Zhiyu found that ever since Zhang He had become human, he was losing his composure more and more easily, and his head was constantly spinning. Do you want to? You can squeeze as much as you like, Zhang He said, sounding a little shy. His voice was soft. You can squeeze hard too. Cheng Zhiyu's vision went dark as he fought the very real urge to take him up on the offer. Go to sleep. Are you sure you don't want to squeeze them? Cheng Zhiyu felt a wave of irritation. He reached up and pinched Zhang He's lips shut. I'm tired, so be quiet. Or I am sleeping by myself. Zhang He blinked. Cheng Zhiyu finally closed his eyes, exhausted. His mind was a mess, and he no longer had the energy to care if Qiuqiu and the others had overheard anything. So what if they did? I am powerless to stop this. Zhang He frowned, feeling troubled. He didn't get it. Cheng Zhiyu had clearly been eyeing his pecs several times, so why was he unwilling to touch them? Had he misunderstood? Did he not like them? He was totally dejected. In the dead of night, a dark figure approached the spot where the two were sleeping. Zhang He's eyes snapped open, completely devoid of sleepiness. He carefully eased Cheng Zhiyu out of his arms, stood up, and looked at Sang Nian. Noticing his gaze, Sang Nian smiled. You can't kill me. Zhang He tilted his head and gave a sinister grin. He raised a hand. Want to test that? Sang Nian glanced at the sleeping Cheng Zhiyu, his expression softening slightly. I mean no harm. Oh, but I can't stand the sight of you. Zhang He contemplated whether he should just gouge the man's eyes out. Sang Nian chuckled. Let's not. The timing isn't right. The instant Zhang He moved to strike, Sang Nian vanished. Zhang He lowered his hand with a click of his tongue, but ultimately decided not to give chase. Sensing something, Cheng Zhiyu stirred and mumbled Zhang He. Zhang He immediately lay back down, pulling Cheng Zhiyu into his arms and deliberately resting the man's cheek against his own chest. It's nothing. Go back to sleep. Cheng Zhiyu unconsciously snuggled closer, letting out a small, contented sound that betrayed his thoughts. Hee. Zhang He paused. The next morning, Zhou Min asked, when did that Sang Nian guy leave? Zhang He saw Cheng Zhiyu sit up with a perfectly straight face, and the corners of his lips curled up. He was in a great mood. He left last night. Qiuqiu was annoyed. It's a good thing he didn't do anything. We didn't sense a thing. Cheng Zhiyu frowned slightly. Zhiyu woke up, but I lulled him back to sleep, Zhang He said. The rest of you didn't react at all. The others fell silent. Qiuqiu tried to save face. Who knows what kind of person he is? I am usually very alert. Me too, Zhou Min chimed in. But we really didn't wake up, Tian Manman pointed out. It seems like nighttime defense is still very important, Cheng Zhiyu said seriously. Everyone else nodded in agreement. With Sang Nian gone, they no longer had to hide anything. They gleefully began to gather supplies. There wasn't much of anything else here, but there was plenty of rice and flour. Cheng Zhiya's storage space had run out, so this was perfect. As for the wheat growing in his planting space, he decided that apart from what he needed for replanting, he would save the rest as seeds. Once they got home, he'd see if he could plant it in the fields there. The group worked tirelessly, gathering all the useful supplies. They left anything they couldn't use, just in case someone else came by and needed it. Whoa, I found one of those old projectors and a bunch of discs. We can use these to kill time back home, Zhou Min said in pleasant surprise. Once material needs were met, it was only natural for people to seek some spiritual fulfillment. Tian Qiuqiu suddenly snickered. What kind of movies are they? Zhou Min was speechless. They're all perfectly respectable. Just some old dramas. Tian Qiuqiu coughed lightly. Let me see what you've got. Listening from the side, Zhang He sidled up to Cheng Zhiyu. Zhiyu, what does not respectable mean? Heat flooded Cheng Zhiyu's ears. I don't know. Go ask Tian Qiuqiu. Zhang He's face fell in disappointment. No, I don't want to ask him. After spending half the day collecting supplies, they didn't linger. They found their hidden SUV and set off. Tian Qiuqiu drove, with Tian Manman in the passenger seat keeping watch. Zhou Min stretched out comfortably alone in the second row, resting up so he could switch with Tian Qiuqiu later. Cheng Zhiyu and Zhang He sat in the very back. Zhang He let out a yawn. Didn't sleep well? Cheng Zhiyu asked. Zhang He nodded. Can I sleep for a bit? Cheng Zhiyu found it amusing. You're asking me for permission to sleep. So can I? Yes, you can. Go ahead. A smile instantly spread across Zhang He's face, and Cheng Zhiyu had a bad feeling. Sure enough, Zhang He promptly laid his head in Cheng Zhiyu's lap. Cheng Zhiyu was speechless. No wonder he asked. You? Before he could finish, Zhang He said, this is more comfortable. It's hard to sleep sitting up. Cheng Zhiyu had nothing to say to that. Fine, let him sleep. A few seconds later, Cheng Zhiyu grit his teeth. Stop burying your face there, or I am throwing you out. Zhang He turned his head to the other side. Oh. Seeing him settle down, Cheng Zhiyu breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he hadn't reacted. But if Zhang He had kept that up, it wouldn't have been long. When Zhou Min took over for Tian Qiuqiu, he saw the two of them squeezed together in the back and kindly offered, Brother Hai, why don't you come sleep up here? I can sit in the back with Orange. Cheng Zhiyu wanted nothing more than to raise both hands in agreement. Zhang He shot a look at Tian Qiuqiu, who shrank back. Never mind. I can see Brother Hai isn't too keen on the idea, haha. Cheng Zhiyu looked down at Zhang He, who put on an innocent face. I just want to be with Zhiyu. My leg is asleep, Cheng Zhiyu said. Zhang He had to sit up. He eagerly offered, let me massage it for you. Cheng Zhiyu pressed his hand down. No need. Zhang He regretfully pulled his hand back, but didn't lay his head on Cheng Zhiyu's lap again. He still sat pressed right up against him, however. Cheng Zhiyu felt like he was numb to it by now. Even when he wasn't sleeping, Zhang He kept himself busy, taking Cheng Zhiyu's hand and playing with it, studying it as if it were some fascinating object. Cheng Zhiyu looked at him. We can't just keep calling you Zhang He, can we? Do you have a name? Or do you want to pick one for yourself? Zhang He seemed interested. Can you pick one for me? Tian Qiuqiu chuckled. Are you sure you want Orange to pick your name? Cheng Zhiyu, who was terrible at naming things, rubbed his nose. I am not very good at it. Zhang He just smiled at him. It's okay. I'll like anything you pick. He really was like a big puppy. Cheng Zhiyu couldn't resist ruffling his hair. Hem. Let me think. What's your last name? Cheng Zhiyu felt they had to settle that first. Cheng, of course, He said without hesitation. Cheng sounds very nice. Cheng Zhiyu thought seriously, racking his brain. Cheng Zhiyu. Cheng He. He deadpanned. Can't you put some actual thought into it? Cheng Zhiyu rubbed his nose, feeling a pang of guilt. He had to admit that did sound pretty half-hearted. He racked his brain again for a full 30 minutes, until inspiration suddenly struck. Cheng Mo. How about Cheng Mo? Mo meant ink, which was black, a perfect nod to his old name, He. He thought the name was great. Then it'll be Cheng Mo from now on. But Cheng Zhiyu's naming frenzy wasn't over. Wait, let me think of some more. Cheng Mo nodded, his eyes bright as he watched him. Okay, think. I found you in the spring, so. Cheng Chunshin. As soon as Cheng Zhiyu said it, he cringed at his own words. No, that's not right. Let me think again. I always thought you were smart, so what about Cheng Kong? Cheng Mo shook his head. It doesn't sound as good as Cheng Mo. Cheng Zhiyu had to agree. He tried his best to think of more, but after a long while, the names he came up with were all bizarre, none of them even as good as Cheng Kong. It seemed Cheng Mo was a moment of rare genius for him. Finally, Cheng Zhiyu gave up. All right, he was terrible at naming things. They drove until nightfall, with Cheng Zhiyu at the wheel. He eventually pulled the car over onto a small path between fields. It was too dark to see clearly, but Cheng Zhiyu planned to check the fields tomorrow. Before the apocalypse, this land must have been used for crops, and he was curious about its current condition. He wasn't expecting much. His main goal was to dig up some of the current soil to simulate the present environment and see if the plants he grew could survive in it. Besides, it wasn't like there was anything else to do while driving. Cheng Zhiyu released Xiaoqiang. Among the crystal cores they had gathered in the small town, there were some from plant-type zombies. He had given them to Xiaoqiang and Xiao Juan. Xiaoqiang was now close to reaching level 3. As for Xiao Juan, she was already at level 3. Xiao Huang had also gotten a psychic crystal core and leveled up to level 3. The fruits it bore were now mature. They could render the group undetectable to level 3 zombies for 5 minutes. To be honest, they didn't really need this ability much anymore. Still, the fruit was incredibly valuable to others, so Cheng Zhiyu carefully stored it away. Xiao Tai had just reached level 4, leaving only Xiao who was a high level 3, nearing level 4. Cheng Zhiyu took out the level 5 fire element crystal core and asked for everyone's opinion. Of course it should go to Xiao Tian Kaio said. If you give it to him, he'll definitely reach level 5. We won't have to be afraid of anything anymore. After all, Cheng Zhiyu's plants were practically invincible against others of the same level. Zhou Min agreed. A crystal core this precious should definitely be kept for our own use. Giving it to Xiao will make our journey much safer. Give it to Xiao Tian Manman added. Cheng Zhiyu finally looked at Cheng Mo, whose answer was, unsurprisingly, to give it to Xiao And so, Cheng Zhiyu entered the system space and buried the level 5 fire element crystal core for Xiao Xiao acted cute for a moment before eagerly getting to work absorbing the core. Only then did Cheng Zhiyu have time to check on the state of his planting space. As his plants had leveled up one after another, the planting space had expanded from the original 12x 12 meters to its current size of 15x 15 meters. It was a lot bigger. Cheng Zhiyu's mood lifted. Wielding a scythe, he harvested the mature wheat next to Xiao Huang. The yield wasn't large, but it was sufficiently dry, so he threshed it right away. The wheat next to Xiaoqiang would probably need a few more days to ripen. However, more space had opened up beside Xiaoqiang. Feeling ambitious, Cheng Zhiyu decided to plant the freshly harvested wheat next to him, wondering if it would grow into the large, infinitely harvestable kind. With that thought, he immediately got to work planting the wheat. Then he busied himself picking vegetables. The last batch of peppers he planted was also ripe. Cheng Zhiyu picked one and took a tiny bite. Hiss! So spicy. He'd have to use them sparingly when cooking. With the space now significantly larger, Cheng Zhiyu couldn't stand to see it empty. He started bustling about again, planting new seeds next to each of his existing plants. After finishing his chores, he went to check on Qiuqiu. The little plant was about to enter its growth period, but it was still just a tiny, finger-sized ball, giving no clues as to what it would become. Cheng Zhiyu watered and fertilized it, then, feeling a bit tired, he yawned and left the space. Cheng Mo had been lying bored on the bed. The moment Cheng Zhiyu appeared, his eyes lit up. You were busy for a long time. Are you tired? Cheng Zhiyu was about to reply when he noticed that Zhang He wasn't wearing any clothes. His handsome pecs and 8-pack abs swayed right before his eyes, and he felt a telltale warmth in his nose. Why aren't you wearing anything? Cheng Mo looked completely innocent. My clothes were worn outside. I can't wear them on the bed, right? Isn't that what you said? Cheng Zhiyu was speechless. It was true that he didn't like wearing outdoor clothes in bed. But he changed into pajamas. He pressed his fingers to his temples. But you can't be naked either. Go put on your pajamas. Cheng Mo whined, I don't want to. Clothes are uncomfortable. Then I'll sleep outside, Cheng Zhiyu said, starting to look for a blanket. Hurt, Cheng Mo came over and hugged him. Do you dislike me? Cheng Zhiyu's scalp tingled, but he fought to remain calm. Of course not. Then you're not allowed to sleep outside, Cheng Mo said, making him turn around. I won't go out if you put on your pajamas, Cheng Zhiyu softened his tone. He couldn't bring himself to be harsh. For one, he had raised the guy for a long time. For another, who could really be cruel to a face like that? Cheng Mo was reluctant. He had left his clothes off on purpose. I am not wearing clothes for you to look at. You like looking, don't you, Zhiyu? Cheng Zhiyu was at a loss for words. He couldn't deny it. Then, Cheng Mo grabbed his hand and pressed it against his own chest. Cheng Zhiyu felt as if his hand was burning. He tried to pull away, but damn it, he couldn't resist giving a little squeeze. Cheng Mo's wheat-colored skin was now faintly flushed. He nuzzled against Cheng Zhiyu, pressing him. Zhiyu, do you like it? Do you? Cheng Zhiyu swallowed hard. Such beautiful pecs. He liked it. He liked it a lot. But he was too embarrassed to say it. Under Cheng Mo's insistent questioning, he couldn't bring himself to lie. I like it. Cheng Zhiyu pulled his hand back, only for Cheng Mo to grab it again. Squeeze it some more. I can tell you don't want to let go. It's okay, you can squeeze as much as you want. Cheng Zhiyu cursed inwardly. Damn it, I really can't refuse. He squeezed firmly. Cheng Mo let out a soft sound. Am I? Snapping back to his senses, Cheng Zhiyu quickly withdrew his hand. Did I hurt you? Cheng Mo hugged him, burying his face in the crook of his neck, his breathing slightly ragged. It doesn't hurt. It feels good. Can you squeeze it again? Cheng Zhiyu's mind went blank. He was acting purely on instinct, his head filled with a single thought. These pecs feel so good to touch, heh heh. He even gave them a forceful knead, and the sound of Cheng Mo's breathing in his ear made his scalp tingle. He was going to lose his mind. Huh? Zhiyu, aren't you going to squeeze anymore? Cheng Mo sensed him pull his hand away and looked at him, confused. Cheng Zhiyu tried to put on a serious expression, but what he'd just done made it impossible. He resigned himself. Yeah, I am done. He made a silent vow to himself. Next time, he would not be tempted. He would resist. Cheng Mo nuzzled him like a big dog. So, how was it? Did it feel good? Cheng Zhiyu coughed lightly. He wanted to say it felt terrible, that he was determined to resist temptation, but he just couldn't bring himself to tell such a blatant lie. Am I? Hearing this, Cheng Mo's mood soared. All his hard work building this body had been for this very moment. Of course, if anyone had told him before he met Cheng Zhiyu that he was training so hard just to seduce someone, he would have punched them dead. Cheng Zhiyu closed his eyes, unsure if he was feigning sleep or genuinely trying to calm himself down. Then he felt Cheng Mo start to do something. He was trying to stay calm. Maybe he should just pretend he didn't notice. However, a hand snaked under his shirt and came to rest on his chest. Cheng Zhiyu's scalp tingled again. His eyes flew open. "What are you doing?" Cheng Mo sounded perfectly reasonable. "Zhiyu touched me, so you should let me touch you too." Cheng Zhiyu was rendered speechless. "You didn't say that before." It was true what they said. Every gift from the universe comes with a hidden price tag. Cheng Mo wore an expression that said, "Isn't this just how it's supposed to be?" Leaving Cheng Zhiyu at a complete loss. Fine, a little touching was okay. The moment he had that thought, he realized with horror that his boundaries were indeed crumbling, bit by bit. Where are you biting?" Cheng Zhiyu yelped, looking down to see a wet spot of saliva on his shirt over his chest. Cheng Mo's wheat-colored skin was flushed. "I couldn't help it. Zhiyu, it's so pretty there. So pink." Cheng Zhiyu felt his entire body flush hot. The pajamas he wore were loose and comfortable, with buttons down the front and a wide collar. Cheng Mo had accidentally caught a glimpse, and his eyes had been glued there ever since. It really was pretty. Cheng Zhiyu had muscles too, a thin, lean layer, and his skin was very fair, making that spot look like a cherry. He really wanted to bite it, but he was afraid Cheng Zhiyu would get angry. So, in a poor attempt to cover his tracks, he pulled the shirt back into place and bit through the fabric. The material was thin, but it still muffled some of the sensation. Even so, he could clearly feel the pulse beating there. After speaking, Cheng Mo saw Cheng Zhiyu fall silent and thought he didn't believe him. He emphasized again, "Zhiyu, I'm serious. It's really pretty there. I want to kiss it to bite it. Can I?" Cheng Zhiyu felt utterly powerless. A strange sensation was spreading from the spot where he'd been bitten. He tried to ignore it, but hearing Cheng Mo's increasingly outrageous words, he finally glared at him. "Get lost." He was seriously going to go crazy. Cheng Mo seemed to think nothing of this. What a damn straight guy. Cheng Zhiyu rolled over, no longer facing him. Lying flat on his back, he stared at the ceiling. For the first time, he had no idea what to do. When it came to Cheng Mo, he was completely helpless. If the man were just Cheng Mo and not his Xiao Hai, his Da Hai, he wouldn't be in such a passive position. He could either reject him or talk things through clearly. But now, Cheng Zhiyu raised a hand to cover his eyes. Pathetic, really. He had absolutely no idea what to do. Cheng Mo pressed against him like a big dog, hugging him and complaining, "Are you angry? But even if you are, don't scold me. You can just talk to me properly." Cheng Zhiyu felt a wave of exhaustion. "Orange, you didn't sleep well last night." Tesk, look at those dark circles," Qiuqiu said, leaning closer. Cheng Zhiyu struggled to keep his expression neutral. "Yeah, a little insomnia." As for why he had insomnia, he had no intention of explaining. "No worries. Zhou Min and I will drive today. You can sleep in the back," Qiuqiu offered thoughtfully. When it was time to leave, Cheng Zhiyu went to the last row of seats. Cheng Mo naturally followed, but before he could get in, the door was shut in his face. Having been thoroughly snubbed, Cheng Mo stood there speechless. What's going on? Is Zhiyu angry? He quickly got into the row in front and leaned over, wanting to talk to Cheng Zhiyu, only to find that the other man was already lying down on the seat with his eyes tightly shut, asleep. Cheng Mo hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided not to disturb him, slumping into his own seat with a dejected air. When Zhou Min got in the car, he was greeted by the sight of Cheng Mo's cold expression. "Hey, how come you're not stuck to Brother Cheng's side?" Zhou Min found the scene unusual. That was a sore subject. Cheng Mo didn't feel like talking. Ooh, are they having a fight? Zhou Min thought gleefully. Not daring to say more, he glanced from Cheng Zhiyu to Cheng Mo, then started frantically signaling to Qiuqiu with his eyes. Qiuqiu was confused. "What are you doing? You want to drive?" Zhou Min fell silent. Tian Manman spoke up. I want to learn to drive. That way, he could also take turns at the wheel." "Sure," Qiuqiu said immediately. "When we get to a smoother stretch of road, I'll teach you." Tian Manman nodded, determined to learn well. Sai Zhoumin thought, "No one understands me." Beside him, Cheng Mo had been staring coldly out the window, but he couldn't hold back for long. He turned and leaned over the back of his seat to look at Cheng Zhiyu in the row behind. The man's breathing was steady. He was clearly fast asleep. But the seat was a bit narrow and not long enough, forcing him into an awkward position that looked uncomfortable. "This won't do. He'll be sore all over when he wakes up." Before Zhou Min's eyes, Cheng Mo transformed into a handsome, big black dog, leaped into the back, and settled into the empty space on the rear seat. What was once a narrow bench instantly became much more spacious, with Cheng Mo filling the gap. Cheng Zhiyu's eyes fluttered open. Seeing the big black dog, his mind still fuzzy, he instinctively lay down on top of him, hugging the dog and nuzzling his fur. "Hi." Cheng Mo wagged his tail, wrapping it around Cheng Zhiyu's waist to prevent him from getting jostled and bumping into anything. Zhou Min, who had witnessed the entire scene, was speechless. He felt like he was being force-fed a public display of affection. When Cheng Zhiyu woke up again, he felt the long-missed sensation of soft fur. He opened his eyes and said in pleasant surprise, "Hi. You can change back into your animal form." Cheng Mo felt a pang of guilt. "Yeah, I suddenly could again." Cheng Zhiyu looked at him skeptically, but didn't press the issue. He hugged Dahai's head and ruffled his fur. It had been a few days, and He actually missed this. Cheng Mo decided not to change back into a human for the time being. He'd wait until Zhiyu wasn't angry with him anymore. Cheng Zhiyu glanced at the sky and realized how long he had slept. He felt a little embarrassed. "You guys haven't eaten yet, have you? Why did you wake me when you got hungry?" All the food was in his storage space. "I am fine, not that hungry," Qiuqiu said, waving his hand. "Besides, I've got snacks in my bag." Zhou Min was actually a little hungry, but he still said, "Ability users don't get hungry that easily. It's only been half a day anyway." Seeing how tired Cheng Zhiyu was, he figured going hungry for a bit was no big deal. Although Cheng Zhiyu did most of the cooking, they never took it for granted. On the contrary, whenever he was busy preparing food, they would always find something to do themselves. It had nothing to do with how close they were. Even in the best of relationships, it wasn't right to just sit back and let one person do all the work. As far as they were concerned, pitching in while Cheng Zhiyu cooked was just the normal way for them to get along. It couldn't be helped, their own culinary skills were abysmal. If their cooking were even remotely edible, they'd be more than willing to take over. They pulled the car over to eat lunch. Cheng Zhiyu took out some pre-cooked meals from his storage space. The same people who had just claimed not to be hungry were now devouring their food. Cheng Zhiyu placed a meal in front of Cheng Mo. "Aren't you going to turn human to eat?" Cheng Mo's tail curled around Cheng Zhiyu's wrist. "Are you still angry with me?" "I am not angry," Cheng Zhiyu said. "I was just a little tired." He was telling the truth. He wasn't angry, just a little unsure how to face Cheng Mo. Cheng Mo was still worried. "If I turn human, will you talk to me? You won't ignore me again, will you?" Cheng Zhiyu couldn't help but find the situation both frustrating and amusing. "If I were to ignore you, would you just plan on not turning human ever again?" Cheng Mo nodded. That was clearly his intention. What could Cheng Zhiyu do but promise, "I won't ignore you"? With that assurance, Cheng Mo was satisfied. He got into the car to change into his human form, got dressed, and then came back out to sit pressed tightly against Cheng Zhiyu. Cheng Zhiyu, now used to this, simply ate his meal with him. After they finished eating, they washed the containers and put them back in the space. They got back in the car and continued on their way, encountering no powerful zombies along the road. Qiuqiu was on a flat stretch of road, teaching Tian Manman how to drive. Tian Manman was a bit nervous at first, but he slowly realized driving wasn't that difficult, and the car began to move more steadily. Wow, Manman, you're amazing. You learned so fast, Qiuqiu praised. Zhou Min added with exaggeration, this is a natural-born talent. Manman, you rock. Cheng Zhiyu listened to their cheerful chatter with a smile. He used to prefer quiet, but after spending so much time alone during the apocalypse, he had come to enjoy the liveliness. Zhiyu, your hand is a whole section smaller than mine, Cheng Mo said, taking Cheng Zhiyu's hand and pressing their palms together to compare. He examined them back and forth, as if he'd just made a groundbreaking discovery. Cheng Zhiyu's palm began to sweat, and he instinctively curled his hand into a fist. Cheng Mo seized the opportunity, wrapping his own hand around the fist, a wide grin spreading across his face. Cheng Zhiyu tried to shake him off but couldn't. He reached out with his other hand and pinched Cheng Mo's waist. It was hard as a rock. Cheng Mo didn't seem to feel a thing, remaining as steady as a mountain, while Cheng Zhiyu's own hand started to hurt. Damn it! Unwilling to give up, Cheng Zhiyu had a sudden idea. He stopped pinching and started tickling Cheng Mo's waist instead. Cheng Mo's hand trembled. Ha. From the front, Zhou Min turned around, curious. Brother Hai, what's so funny? The tickling made Cheng Mo release Cheng Zhiyu's hand. He put on a cool expression and said, it's nothing. You probably don't want to hear about it. Cheng Zhiyu nodded in agreement. Right, it's better not to say anything. Their reaction only made Zhou Min more curious. What is it? What's so funny? Cheng Mo cleared his throat, dropping the act. He glanced at Cheng Zhiyu before turning to Zhou Min. You really want to know? Zhou Min nodded without hesitation. Of course. Cheng Mo coughed lightly, crossed his arms, and a smug look filled his perfectly sculpted face. It's nothing much. Just that Zhiyu probably thinks I have a good body. He was just touching my waist. Cheng Zhiyu, who was being slandered to his face, was flabbergasted. What? I wasn't touching you. I was tickling you. Cheng Mo feigned realization. Oh, so you were tickling me. Well, it's more or less the same thing. It's very different, Cheng Zhiyu insisted through gritted teeth. He was making it sound like Cheng Zhiyu was some kind of pervert, getting handsy in front of everyone. Damn it, his reputation was at stake. Cheng Zhiyu shot Cheng Mo a venomous glare. Cheng Mo just snuggled closer. Zhiyu. Zhou Min averted his eyes. Was he the only one who thought something was off between Cheng Zhiyu and Cheng Mo? Sigh, he felt the loneliness of being the only sober person in a crowd of drunks. Just then, the car screeched to a sudden halt. Cheng Zhiyu frowned. What happened? Tian Manman, who had just learned to drive, was startled. He pointed at the road ahead. There's a person. Qiuqiu saw that the person was standing stock, still in the middle of the road, arms outstretched to block their vehicle. He rolled down the window and yelled, Are you crazy? What are you doing standing in the middle of the road? Get out of the way. The guy was deliberately blocking them. What if they had accidentally hit him? Who would be to blame then? But as soon as Qiuqiu finished speaking, the man dropped to his knees. Qiuqiu was dumbfounded. Hey, I know we're blocking the road, but there's no need for such a grand gesture. Puzzled, Cheng Zhiyu saw that the man was an ordinary person and got out of the car. The others followed suit. Cheng Zhiyu glanced at the kneeling man and said coolly, What are you doing? You're in our way. The man burst into tears with a loud waya and began kowtowing repeatedly. Please, I'm begging you, save me. Save me. I don't want to die, woo. Cheng Zhiyu felt utterly exasperated. The man continued, I am being hunted by an ability user. Woo, I don't even know how I offended her. I am just a pitiful ordinary person. I just want to live. Please help me. I have nowhere else to go. If you're willing to help me, I'll do anything, I'll be your slave. Cheng Zhiyu and the others said nothing, instead turning their gazes to Zhou Min. Zhou Min clicked his tongue and said bluntly, "He's lying." The man's crying stopped abruptly. He looked at Zhou Min with tear-filled eyes. I am telling the truth." Cheng Zhiyu tutted, not wanting to waste any more time. "Hai, get him out of the way." "Let's go." The man watched as they got back into the car. The cold-faced ability user simply raised a hand, and he was instantly tossed to the side of the road. Seeing that they were about to drive away, the man immediately scrambled over and grabbed onto the car window. "Please, I'm begging you. I am really being hunted. Help me." "This is your personal grudge," Cheng Zhiyu said. "We don't want to get involved." The man, Zhao Ming, had never expected this. He had finally run into a group of ability users during his escape, and he thought that by acting pitiful, he might win their sympathy. But as it turned out, his luck was terrible. He had stumbled upon a group of such hard-hearted people. Zhao Ming gritted his teeth. He estimated that the woman would catch up to him soon. He couldn't let this group abandon him, or he would certainly die. Before the apocalypse, he was a second-generation heir to a wealthy family. Who knew that when the end of the world came, he would be so unlucky as to be just an ordinary person? Worse, a woman with whom he had an old grudge had awakened an ability and was now hunting him down to kill him. Fortunately, one of his bodyguards had also become an ability user. But now that it was the apocalypse, these bodyguards were naturally no longer loyal protectors, especially since he had always been condescending and bossy toward them, treating them horribly. Still, Zhao Ming had a way to win them over. He told the bodyguards that his family owned a large warehouse full of grain, and that, since his parents had already turned into zombies, he was the only one who could open it. In the apocalypse, money was worthless, nothing more than scraps of paper. Resources were what mattered, and food was the most important resource of all. He didn't think the bodyguards could resist the temptation. And just as he expected, they were moved. They agreed to protect him, but only if he led them to the grain warehouse. Zhao Ming agreed on the surface, but he had his own calculations. He did, in fact, have a grain warehouse. After all, his family had been in the food industry before the apocalypse. But he wasn't stupid. How could he be willing to just hand the warehouse over to his bodyguards? He was counting on using that grain to attract a group of powerful ability users, make them work for him, and stage a comeback. Even without an ability of his own, he wanted to command and control these ability users, to make them obey him. When that time came, if that woman dared to show her face again, he would make her taste the same suffering she had endured before. But he hadn't anticipated how useless those bodyguards would be. They were all ability users, yet they couldn't even defeat that one woman. As he fled, his bodyguards either ran off or died, and now he was all alone. He desperately needed new protectors. Luckily, heaven hadn't forsaken him, and he had run into several more ability users. Since playing pitiful didn't work, he had no choice but to use his trump card. He declared, feigning generosity, "As long as you're willing to protect me, I am willing to give you the grain warehouse." Zhou Min said, "He's not lying about the warehouse. He really does have one." Cheng Zhiyu pondered this. Although they weren't short on food or drink, how could they not be tempted by the knowledge of a grain warehouse? He asked, roughly how much grain is in the warehouse. Zhao Ming gave an approximate amount. Tian Kaio's eyes widened slightly. "That much?" He was a little tempted and asked Cheng Zhiyu, "Chengzi, what do you think?" Under Zhao Ming's expectant gaze, Cheng Zhiyu said, "All right. Well, guarantee you stay alive." Zhao Ming felt there was something strange about that sentence, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. He swallowed hard. "Only I can open that warehouse, so of course you have to guarantee I stay alive." Cheng Zhiyu nodded. He was only doing this for the sake of the warehouse. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered with Zhao Ming at all. The man practically had scheming written all over his face. And so, Zhao Ming got into the car. He sat in the last row next to Cheng Mo, who had been assigned by Cheng Zhiyu to watch him. Unable to stick close to Cheng Zhiyu, Cheng Mo's mood was predictably foul, his face radiating a frosty chill. Zhao Ming had originally wanted to strike up a conversation to get on his good side, but seeing his expression, he didn't dare speak a word, and his own mood plummeted. This group of people really doesn't know what's good for them, he fumed internally. That warehouse of mine could feed who knows how many people, yet they aren't fawning over me. Their attitude is so cold. HMPH, just you wait. When I find other ability users and recruit new people, these guys won't get a single thing from me. Zhao Ming had been accustomed to his high and mighty status before the apocalypse. Even now, he hadn't faced reality and was still clinging to his ridiculous fantasies. Just as he was lost in thought, he looked up and met Cheng Mo's gaze. He shivered, suddenly feeling as if the other man could see right through him. When it was time for dinner, Zhao Ming watched them stew a large pot of meat, stir-fry vegetables, and make soup. He was so greedy that his mouth watered. The life he'd lived since the apocalypse was hardly fit for a human. Forget eating well, even getting a full meal was a problem every day. How long had it been since he had seen so much delicious food? Zhao Ming gulped, his anticipation for dinner growing. Then, a dry piece of bread was tossed into his hands. Zhao Ming was dumbfounded. "What's the meaning of this?" "It's your dinner for tonight," Qiuqiu said. "You're welcome." After all, in the apocalypse, any food that could fill one's stomach was precious. Zhao Ming's expression soured instantly. He pointed at the large, fragrant spread of dishes. "You're eating so well, and you give me this." Qiuqiu was speechless. How could this guy be so thick-skinned? "What we eat is our own business. What does it have to do with you? Our supplies are also very tight. Besides, we're protecting you and even willing to feed you. We've already done more than enough, okay?" Zhao Ming didn't know Cheng Zhiyu had a storage space. He just assumed they had taken everything from the trunk. Even so, how could they only give him bread? They should have at least given him a bowl of meat. Swallowing hard, Zhao Ming was overcome with craving. "Give me some meat. When we get to the warehouse, I'll give you 10 times as much back." The group laughed. Zhao Ming was bewildered. What are you laughing at?" Zhou Min looked at him in confusion. "We agreed to protect you. Isn't the warehouse your payment for that?" Zhao Ming was speechless. Did I just run into a bunch of bandits? His previous bodyguards must have thought the same thing, but who would be so blatant as to say it out loud? Zhao Ming wanted to argue further, but the group was already ignoring him, their attitude clearly one of take it or leave it. His face filled with resentment as he gnawed on the tasteless bread, the aroma of the feast torturing him. "Ha ha ha, it feels so good to be the villain," Zhou Min muttered under his breath. Cheng Zhiyu stated, "I'm no villain. Villains never have good endings." Cheng Mo agreed. "Zhiyu is kind-hearted. Zhao Ming doesn't look like a good person, yet Zhiyu was still willing to protect him." Cheng Zhiyu cleared his throat, embarrassed by the praise. "I only did it for the warehouse. He wasn't that kind." Cheng Mo smiled wickedly. "If it were just for the warehouse, we could just ask where it is and then kill him to save ourselves the trouble." Not far away, Zhao Ming suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. The night air was getting cold. Cheng Zhiyu smacked Cheng Mo on the head. "Don't talk about killing people like you're cutting a watermelon." Even though it was the apocalypse, and Cheng Zhiyu had no problem killing zombies, he still had a psychological burden when it came to killing humans. Cheng Mo took the opportunity to nuzzle Cheng Zhiyu's palm like a big dog. Zhou Min was speechless. He felt like he was full just from watching them. Qiuqiu laughed foolishly. "You two are so close, you're almost on par with me, his childhood friend." Cheng Mo was not pleased. What did he mean, almost on par? He and Zhiyu were the closest in the entire world. He pressed closer to Cheng Zhiyu and asked Zhiyu, "Who are you closest with?" Cheng Zhiyu looked from Qiuqiu to Cheng Mo. Dark lines formed on his forehead. "Just eat your food. How childish can you be?" They were acting like little kids, asking who he liked best. Qiuqiu decided it was indeed a bit childish and laughed, rubbing his nose. Cheng Mo looked at Cheng Zhiyu with pleading eyes. With a sigh, the latter took his hand and gave it a gentle squeeze. The corners of Cheng Mo's lips curled up. Zhiyu really was closest with him. He was even comforting him in secret. Convinced he had won, he shot a slightly smug glance at Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu really wanted to hit someone. But he couldn't win, so he decided against it. "So, where are we sleeping tonight?" Zhou Min asked as he finished the last bite of his food and began cleaning up. With an outsider present, they usually didn't sleep in the treehouse. "Well, sleep in the treehouse," Cheng Zhiyu said. "As for him, we'll just knock him out." Qiuqiu clapped his hands. "Hee, you're so smart, Cheng Zhi, haha." With that, he had Tian Manman go over. With her strength, she could knock him out in one go, preventing him from suddenly waking up in the middle of the night. Although Zhao Ming was unwilling to eat the dry bread, he had no other choice. He was too hungry, and seeing that these people truly weren't going to give him anything else, he could only curse them in his heart while he ate. I was originally thinking that if these people treated me decently, once I used the grain from the warehouse to become the leader of a group of ability users, I might be willing to leave a few positions for them under my command. But now I've decided. Not only will I not leave any positions for them, but I will also kill them to quench the hatred in my heart. As he was indulging in his pleasant fantasy, he saw Tian Manman walk over and raise her hand toward him. He stammered, "What are you doing?" Tian Manman, being socially anxious, naturally didn't answer his question. A moment later, Zhao Ming's vision went black and he passed out. With Zhao Ming taken care of, and to prevent him from freezing to death outside, Cheng Zhiyu even found a blanket to cover him with. Cheng Mo, watching from the side, sighed with emotion. Zhiyu really was so kind. They entered the treehouse, leaving Xiao Juan to stand guard outside. When Zhao Ming woke up the next morning, he realized he had been knocked out, and his expression turned grim. They traveled like this for several days. Then one day, Cheng Zhiyu received some good news. Qiuqiu had matured to level 1. The field in his system space expanded from 15x15 meters to 16x16 meters, and his storage space increased to 40 cubic meters. As for Qiuqiu, it was a defensive plant. It was a cactus that, when placed outside the treehouse, would shoot out its spines if danger approached. Now, not only did they have Xiao Juan guarding the treehouse, but they also had Qiuqiu, adding another layer of defense. Cheng Zhiyu received a new plant and planted it. The seedling was peculiar, shaped like a small umbrella. Cheng Zhiyu named it Xiao-san. Even though Zhao Ming had told them about the warehouse, Cheng Zhiyu still didn't give up on growing his own grain.